Let me ask you a question. Have you ever found yourself stuck in what developers call tutorial hell? That frustrating loop where you are learning one isolated technology after another. A React tutorial here, a Node.js course there, but you are left wondering, how do you actually connect all these pieces together to build a complete professional application that I could be proud to show off? If that feeling is familiar, then you are at the exact right place. Today, we are officially breaking that circle. We are not just learning a concept, we are embarking on a journey to build a modern, production-ready, full-stack social media application from the absolute ground up. We are calling this project Circle, and you are going to code it right alongside me. And I'm going to explain every step we take, step by step, without skipping any step. To bring Circle to life, we are harnessing a powerful industry standard tech stack that will make your portfolio shine. We use Nextjs 15 with its revolutionary app router to give us a blazing fast, SEO-friendly foundation. We will enforce type safety and write more robust code with TypeScript. We will style it beautifully and ensure it's fully responsive on any device using the power of Tailwind CSS. We will handle secure user authentication seamlessly with the new NextAuth version 5. For our database and data layer, we'll combine MongoDB with the power of Prisma as our ORM for clean, type-safe database interactions. We'll make use of React Hook Form for effective form handling and SORD for effective form validation. And to make this application feel truly alive, we will integrate Pusher for real-time notifications that update instantly. But here's what sets this build apart. We are diving deep into features that most tutorials shy away from because they are complex. We are implementing a sophisticated infinite scroll mechanism. Yes, the same buttery smooth endless feed you experience on apps like Twitter, Instagram. No more simple load more button. This is the real deal. And that's just the start. We build a complete social experience with dynamic post creation, engaging like and comment functionality with immediate feedback, and a live notification system that connects users in real time without a single page refresh. Now at the end of this video, we're not going to let this project sit on our local machine. We're going to deploy our fully featured application to Vercel. With a surprisingly simple process, we'll get Circle live on the internet with a public URL. This means you have a real working and impressive project to share with friends, recruiters, or anyone. This is more than just a tutorial, it's a transformation. By the end of this video, you have bridged the gap between knowing individual technologies and understanding how they all integrate harmoniously. You have the practical experience and, most importantly, the confidence to call yourself job ready and tackle the architecture of almost any full stack project head on. So if you're excited as I am, finally building something truly significant and escape the tutorial hell for good, do me a huge favor, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Your support is what allows me to create in-depth projects like this. Now let's try out our code editors and write the first line of Circle. For the technologies we are going to use for this project, first we're going to make use of React, which is a library for web and native user interfaces. We are going to use React with its built-in custom hooks for reusable state logic and component-based architecture that makes our UI incredibly maintainable. Now, we're not going to make use of React on its own out of the box. We're going to pair React with Nextjs. Now, Nextjs is a React framework for the web. Nextjs is used by some of the world's largest companies like Netflix, Hulu, and some other big companies out there. Nextjs enables you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. Nextjs gives us server-side rendering for SEO, API route for our backend, and the new app router for better performance and developer experience. For styling our application, we're going to make use of the power of Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS gives us utility-first styling with built-in responsive design that's going to make our app look perfect on desktop, tablet, and mobile. For authentication, we're going to make use of Auth.js or NextAuth v5. Now with Next.auth view file, we'll be able to handle session management and secure user authentication seamlessly. And for our database, we're going to make use of MongoDB, which is going to provide us with flexible document storage. Now we're not going to make use of MongoDB on its own. We're going to make use of Prisma as the ORM to actually interact with MongoDB. Now using Prisma is going to actually provide us with type-safe database operation. Now if you've not worked with Prisma before in any full stack project, you're going to learn how to use Prisma to build full stack applications in this video. And finally, for real-time functionality, we're going to make use of the power of Pusher. Okay, we use Pusher to integrate real-time notification in our application. And finally, for deployment, we're going to actually deploy our application to Vercel, which is going to provide us with seamless CI/CD and global CDN distribution. So the very first step we're going to take in this chapter, we're going to actually first of all work on setting up our Next.js project. Okay, so we have to create a new Next.js project. So to do that, I'm going to open up my Visual Studio Code, and inside my Visual Studio Code, I'm going to open up a new terminal. I'm just going to drag this out. I'm going to drag this out. Then in here, I can say npx create next app. Now I'm not going to make use of latest because Nextjs just released a newer version 16, and if I make use of latest, if I don't specify a version, it's actually going to install the newer version of Nextjs. Now for two reasons, I'm actually going to make use of this version right here. First of all, the new version of Nextjs, version 16.0, that's not actually battle tested yet. It's still very new. Okay, and also when I build this project, I actually built this project using this version right here. Okay, so to avoid package conflict, we're going to make use of this version. Now we want this project to be created inside this social app folder right here. So what we're going to do, we're going to say ./ and click on enter. Now it's going to ask us some questions. First of all, it's going to ask us if we'd like to make use of TypeScript. Obviously, we want to make use of TypeScript. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes, we'd like to use ESLint. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? I'm going to say yes to that. Would you like your code inside SRC directory? Yes. Would you like to use app router? Yes. Would you like to use turbo pack for NextDev? Yes. Would you like to customize the import alias as? No. And then it's going to actually start installing our packages. Okay, now after a while, all the packages we need are going to actually be installed, which is going to depend on your network strength. Okay, so I'm going to close up this terminal for now. Let's actually get familiar with the further structure of Nextjs. Now when you create a new Nextjs application, and this is actually the file structure you're actually going to get. Okay, first of all, we have these node modules right here, and these node modules, this is what all our packages are going to be installed. Okay, now if we want to see the packages we actually installed and the versions of those packages, we have to go to this package.json right here. Okay, so this package.json file, this is where our script, like if we want to run the development server, we have to run npm run dev, and this script is going to be run. If we want to build the application, we're going to run npm run build, and it's going to run this command next build. Okay, great. And also these are the dependencies that comes with the default Nextjs application. We had version 19, we had done version 19, and Next version 50.3.5, the Nextjs version we actually installed. And then we have the dev dependencies. Now these dev dependencies are kind of similar to the dependencies. Our application actually depends on these dev dependencies. And the difference is that when we build this application for production, we are not going to make use of these dev dependencies. These dev dependencies are only going to be present in our application during development. Okay, great. So next, we're going to have this public folder right here. And this public folder, this is where we're going to add all our public assets. Just as the folder name says, public, our images or any other file we are working with in our application. And this is where we're actually going to put those files. Okay, so next we have this SRC folder right here. Inside this SRC folder, now this is where we're going to actually create all the files for this application, our components, and also our pages. Okay, and inside this SRC folder right now, we have this folder right here, this app folder right here. Inside this app folder, we have some files right here. Okay, so inside this app folder, this is where we're going to create our API route and also the pages. This is basically the folder we're going to use for navigation. Okay, great. So now let's actually run this application. I'm just going to open up this terminal. I'll open this up. Then I'm going to say npm run dev, and that's going to start up a local development server for us at localhost port 3000. So I'm just going to follow that up. I'm going to go to follow link, and that's actually going to open up our Next.js project for us. Okay, so now we can actually start editing the file. So I'm going to go back to the project. I'm going to close up this terminal. Then inside this SRC folder, we're going to go to the app footer, and you can see we have a file right here called page.tss. This page.tss, and this is the file that's actually acting as the home page, right? I'm going to open this up, and when I open this up, you can see these files right here. I'm just going to get rid of everything here. I just return a simple paragraph tag. I'm going to say hello everybody. I'm going to save that. Then I'm going to go to this globals.css file and get rid of all the default styles right here. I'm just going to leave only this Tailwind import statement right here. I'm going to save that too. Then I'm going to go to this layout file right here. Now, this layout file right here, this is the file that's acting as the layout of this entire application, which means whatever pages we are creating, those pages are going to be rendered in between the opening and closing tag of this HTML tag and this body tag right here. Okay, this where we have these children right here. Now, whatever pages we create, they are going to be rendered in here. Okay, great. And also whatever values we pass to this page right here is going to trickle down to whatever page we create in this application. Okay, for example, now we have this title and this description. If we want to actually change the title and description of a Next.js application, we're actually going to edit this right here. Okay, so let's actually change the title. So instead of having create next, I want to say this is going to be Next.js social media app. Okay, then I'm also going to get rid of this. Then I'm going to say this is a Next.js full stack course. Okay, great. So when we save this file and go back to the web page, you can see now we have those changes right here. We have this page right here, hello everybody, and also the title of the page has changed, Next.js social media app. Excellent. So now that we are done setting up our Next.js project, we can move on to the second step in this chapter, which is going to be actually setting up MongoDB. Now I'm going to head over to mongodb.com. Now creating an account with MongoDB is actually free. Okay, so you can actually create a free account. Click on get started and create a free account. Now basically I already have an account with MongoDB, so I'm just going to click on sign in. Now after signing into MongoDB, it's going to bring us right here to this dashboard. Okay, now what we're going to do next is up here, we're going to go up here, then I'm going to click on project right here. I'm going to click on this right here, then I'm going to click on view all projects. Then right here you can actually see all the previous MongoDB projects you actually worked on. Okay, now since I've worked on projects before, I can actually see 2 projects right here. Now if this is your first time, you're not going to see anything right here. Okay, so next we're going to click on new project, and then we're going to actually specify a project name. Now for the project name, I'm going to say social media app Egbo tech. Okay, great. So I'll click on next, then I'll just click on create project. Now immediately after the project has been created, you're going to see this button right here to create a cluster. Now if you don't know what a cluster is basically creating a live server, like deploying your project to a live server. Okay, so it's going to be available on the internet. That's basically what a cluster is. Okay, so let's actually create a cluster. So I'll click on create. So next we have to actually select a plan. Obviously we want the free plan so everyone can follow along with the project. So I'm going to click on free plan. Then I'm going to scroll down. Now we have to actually specify the cluster name. I'm going to call this cluster 3. Then we have to specify the provider. Now there are actually 3 providers here. We have AWS, we have Google Cloud, then we have Microsoft Azure. Okay, now you can actually choose the provider of your choice. But for this project, I'm going to make use of AWS. This is actually the provider of my choice. And then you have to specify a region. So I'm going to actually go through this region. I have Mumbai, Hong Kong, Tokyo. Now, basically select a region that's actually closer to you. Now, if you are in Europe, then the best option for you is going to be either Stockholm, Ireland, Frankfurt, or Paris. If you are in North America, then Oregon, North Virginia. If you're in Asia, then you have some options right here, Mumbai, Hong Kong, okay? And also, if you're in the Middle East, you have Bahrain. If you're in South America, you have Sao Paulo, Brazil. In my case right now, the region for me is Cape Town, South Africa. So I'm going to click on Cape Town, South Africa. Okay, great. So now we can click on create deployment. I'm going to click on create deployment. Now, after our cluster is created, I'm going to close up this modal for now. We're going to actually see that our cluster has been created. And right now we are at cluster 3, the name of that cluster. Okay, great. So now let's actually create a new database. I'm going to click on add data. There's going to ask us to create a database. I'm going to click on start. Then we have to specify a database. For the name of this database, I'll call it social media app. Okay. And for the test collection, I'm just going to create a dummy collection to actually test this out. I'm going to call the collection test collection. Okay. Then I'm just going to scroll down, click on create database. Now, after we successfully created a database, it's going to bring us right here. You can see we have a database, social media app, and we have one collection right here, test collection, which is obviously empty. So now I'm going to go back to my project. I'm going to go back to the project dashboard. I'll click on this. I'm going to go to social media app, Egbon Tech. Now the final thing I want to do is actually set up the connection, okay, so that we can actually connect to this dashboard from our Nextjs application using Prisma. So to do that, I'm going to click on connect. Now this is going to ask us to create a database user and a username. Okay. Now this database user and username, this is very important. You have to actually take note of this username and password because we are going to need these credentials when we try to actually connect to this dashboard, this MongoDB project using Prisma. So for the username, in this case, I'm going to make use of Egbon Tech. The password, I'm going to make use of Egbon Tech. Okay. Then I'm going to click on create database user. And that's going to create a new database user for us. So I'm going to close this back up. So the final step we have to actually take is that we have to actually set up the IP address so that any application or any device can actually connect to this dashboard, because the way MongoDB works is that when you create a new project with MongoDB, MongoDB is going to take note of that IP address. Only that IP address can actually access the dashboard. But you know, sometimes IP address can change, so we have to actually specify global access to this dashboard for our development. So I'm going to go to database and network access. I'm going to go to IP access list. Then basically we have to actually add an IP address. I'm going to click on add IP address. Now we can actually add, you can actually add your IP address, but your IP address could change. Okay, so you can actually do that. Then you can change it anytime it changes, but I don't want to always come here during the course of this project actually change the IP address all the time. Okay, so I'm going to add an IP so that all IP address will be able to access this. So to do that, I'm going to say 0.0.0.04/0. Okay, now this is going to allow access to all IPv4 addresses. So I'm going to click on confirm. Now it's going to pen, but after a while it's going to become active. Okay, great. So now that we're actually done setting up our MongoDB project, the next step is that we have to actually set up Prisma. Okay, so I'm going to head over to prisma.io. Okay, now first of all, before we actually set up Prisma, we need to actually know first of all what is Prisma. Now Prisma is basically an ORM, which stands for Object Relational Mapping. It actually helps us to query databases, different databases, MySQL, Postgres, MongoDB, using TypeScript or JavaScript. Okay, which means we can use JavaScript to actually query our database without actually writing SQL code or query. It acts as a bridge between our code and our database. And in the course of this project, you're actually going to learn a lot about Prisma, okay, and how Prisma actually works in modern day applications. So I want to click on Docs. And you can see right here all the frameworks that Prisma can work with. So we are making use of Next.js. So I just click on Next.js and we can see the installation process. And the prerequisites for this is that you need to have Node.js version 18 and above. Okay. So to set up our Prisma, first of all, we need to create a new Next.js application, which we've already done. So I'm going to scroll down and then we have to run this right here. Okay. So I'm making use of Postgres. So I'm going to go to other databases. And we have to run this right here, npm install Prisma. So we have to actually install the Prisma as a dev dependency. So I'm going to go back to the project. I'm going to open up this terminal again. I'll stop this server for now. Then down here, I'm going to say npm install -dev Prisma. So after that has been installed, we're going to run the next command. So I'm going to go back to Prisma. I'm actually going to copy this command right here, npm install @prisma client. I head over to the Visual Studio Code. I'm going to paste that in my terminal right here. And that command is actually going to install Prisma client. Okay, great. So I'm going to close this up a little bit. Then we're actually going to head over to our package.json. Okay, now any package we install, we're going to see that package right here. Remember I said that dependencies, any package our application depends on, is going to be here. So we just installed Prisma client as a dependency. Okay, and also remember we actually installed Prisma as a dev dependency too, so you can actually see it right here, version 6.18.0. So anytime I want to add a package, you just make use of npm. Okay, now if you don't have Node.js installed, you cannot actually make use of npm, because if this is your first time you are building an application with Next.js or a React application, and you've never heard of Node before, you have to actually install Node.js before you can actually run these commands. Okay, now how do you know you have Node.js installed in your computer? I'm going to go to this search tab right here. Then right here, I'm going to search for command. You can also search for PowerShell. I'll click on this. Then inside this Windows command prompt, I'm going to say node-v. Click on enter. Now this is going to specify the version of my Node.js. Okay, now if you have Node.js installed in your computer, you're going to see that version number right here, your current version. Okay, but right now my version is 20.10. okay, yours could be different, but if you don't have Node.js installed, you're not going to see a version number. I think you are going to see an error. Okay, I don't really remember. So then you can actually head over to nodejs.org to actually install Node.js before you can actually continue with installing all these packages we just installed. Okay, so I'm going to close this back up. Now close this up. So next we're going to actually run another command to create a Prisma schema file. So to do that, I'm going to say npx prisma init. Now that command is going to do a lot of things for us. It's going to create an env file, but the most important thing is it's going to create a schema file for us. Okay, great. So I want to close this back up. Okay, now you can see a Prisma folder right here. Inside this Prisma folder, we have this schema.prisma right here. Also, it added this .env file for us, and also for some reason it kept adding this prisma.config file that we don't actually need in this application. We don't actually need this. I'm going to delete this off. Don't know why this was created along with our Prisma. And also, I will actually advise you to delete that Prisma config file, because for some reason it kept crashing my application. I really don't understand why. Okay, so now we have this schema.prisma file right here. Okay, now this schema.prisma file is very, very important. Now this is the file that we're going to use to actually create our Prisma schema, all our database models, and also specify their relationships with each other. Okay, great. And I'm just going to get rid of this output. I don't want the Prisma client to be outputted inside my SRC folder. I want that to be done in the Node modules. Now, for this Postgres right here, we are not making use of Postgres. We are making use of MongoDB. So we're going to update this to MongoDB. Now, if you're not getting this auto completion, which means you don't have Prisma extension installed, okay, because to actually ensure you get this auto completion and the file formatting, you actually have to install the Prisma extension. Okay, so to do that, you're just going to go to extensions and you search for Prisma. Okay, then you're going to see the first extension you're going to see right here, this Prisma extension right here. Click on that and just install that extension. And that's going to ensure that you have that auto completion in your schema.prisma file, and also the file formatting. Great. So I'm going to select MongoDB since we are making use of MongoDB. Great. And now we have the database URL. Now this URL has to point to your database, and you can see right now that this is actually being loaded from an env file. Okay, now where is this env file? This env file was created when we ran npm prisma init. Okay, and you can see the env file right here. So when we open this up, you can see we have an environment variable right here called database URL, which is being pulled into our prisma.schema right here, database URL. So right here, this is where we're going to specify the connection string for our MongoDB. So I'm going to get rid of this very long string right here. So now we have to actually get the database URL from our MongoDB dashboard. So in our MongoDB dashboard, we're going to click on connect since we want to connect to our application. Then we're going to click on drivers right here. Then this is where we're going to find the connection string. So I'm just going to copy this right here. I'm going to head back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just paste that right here. So right here, you can see that the username is actually Egbon Tech. So we have to actually specify the password too. So I'm just going to get rid of this. And the password, remember the password we created for us, Egbon Tech. Okay, my password, I don't know the password you actually use for yours, but my password, I make use of Egbon Tech. And the username is Egbon Tech. And then we have cluster 3 right here. Okay, now after adding the username, we actually have to specify the database we actually want to connect to. Okay, so in our MongoDB dashboard, I want to click on Browse Collections. I remember that we created a database called Social Media App. Okay, so this is the database we actually want to connect to. So I'm going to go over there. After this / right here, after this / I want to connect to a database called Social Media App, like that. Okay, great. So these are our connection string. We have the name, the username, the password, we have the cluster 3, we have this random string right here, then we have this database we're actually connecting to. So I'm going to save that. Now to actually test if this is working, what we are going to do, I'm going to actually test it by using npx prisma db push. Okay, so we're going to try to push our Prisma schema to our MongoDB dashboard to see if the connection was actually successful. So I'm going to open up this terminal right here, then down here I'm going to say npx prisma, sorry, not npc, npx prisma db push, like that. Click on enter. I'm going to expand this a bit, and then we're going to get a success npx prisma db push. It's going to load our environment variables, then it's going to actually connect to our MongoDB dashboard. You can see right now the database is already in sync with the Prisma schema, which means our Prisma is actually connected to our MongoDB dashboard. Excellent. So I'm going to close this back up. Okay, great. So there's one more thing I have to show you with this right here. Okay, now that we have set up Prisma, connected Prisma to our dashboard, we don't have to actually go over to MongoDB to check data when we actually insert data to our MongoDB dashboard. All we have to do is run npx prisma studio. Okay, I'll click on npx prisma studio, and that's going to open up npx prisma studio for us in our web browser. And you can see right here we don't have any models created. Okay, so any models we created in our Prisma schema, we're actually going to see those models right here, and also any data we add to those models, we're going to see that data right here. Okay, which means you don't always have to go over to MongoDB to actually check anytime we insert a new data. Okay, great. I just wanted to show you that. So now I'm going to cancel this. So next we're going to start actually creating the schema for our database. We're going to create all our models. I want to specify their relationship. So the first model we're going to create a model for our user. So I'm going to say model user. Now this model is going to have an ID property. There's going to be of type string. It's going to be at ID. Then as default, it's going to default to author. Now this is going to be a MongoDB object ID, so we have to specify that. So I'm going to say at map. The ID field is going to be at db.object ID, just like that. Okay, and these are how you create an ID field with Prisma when you are making use of MongoDB. Now the ID is going to be a string. It's going to be as ID. It's going to be default, which means it's going to be auto. It's going to be auto. Like for every user we create, we don't have to specify the ID. It's going to be automatically generated in our MongoDB dashboard. Okay, great. And it's going to be an object, MongoDB object ID. Now after that, each user is going to have a name field that's going to be of type string. Each user is going to have a username property that's also going to be of type string. Now this is a social media app, so we always have to ensure that in our database the user name is actually unique. Each user is going to have a unique username. Now, how do we ensure this field is unique in Prisma? We simply use the @unique property. Okay. After that, each user is going to have an email field that's also going to be string, and the email is also going to be unique. So I'm going to make use of the unique property right there. The user is going to have a password that's going to be a string. The user is going to have a bio that's going to be a string too. Now, the bio is actually optional. The user can decide to fill in their bio or leave it empty. So it's going to be optional. So how do we say this model is going to be optional? It's very simple. We're going to make use of this question mark right here. Okay, now this is going to tell Prisma that this is going to be optional. Next user is going to have a profile picture. I'm going to call this image, and this is going to be a string because we're going to store the path to the user's profile picture here after we have uploaded the user's profile picture. And this is going to be optional, but the user can decide not to upload a profile picture. And then we're going to have the image public ID. Now this is going to be very important when we want to delete our image because we're going to be making use of Cloudinary to store our images. So I'm going to say this is going to be a string. It's going to have a created at. There's going to be date, time, and the default value is going to be now. Okay, which means whenever we create a new user, the created is going to be that current timestamp. Then finally, we're going to have updated at, which is going to be a date time too, but this is going to be at updated at. And down here, I'm going to say at map. I'm going to call this users. Okay, and the reason I'm doing this is that if I push this model directly to MongoDB like this, it's going to create this and it's going to name the collection user. Okay, now in MongoDB, it's actually best part is to ensure your collection is actually a plural. Okay, so this at map is going to ensure that when this schema is created in our MongoDB dashboard, it's going to be called users. So the next model we're going to create is going to be our post model. So down here I'm going to say model post. This model is also going to have an ID prop. So I don't have to type that all over here. I can just copy this. They are basically going to be the same. Then I'll just paste that right here. Then it's going to have a text, which is going to be a string, and it's going to be nullable because when the user wants to post, the user can decide to just upload an image and not actually add a caption. So after that, we're going to create another field for the post image and the image public ID. So I'll just copy this one from here. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay. Now these are actually supposed to be optional. This public ID is going to be optional, not required. It's going to be optional. Same with this one, it's going to be optional. And then we're going to have a created at and an updated at. I'll just paste that right here. Okay, I'll format that. Great. So this is all we actually need for our post model. We need an ID feed, the text, that is the caption of the post, the image public ID, the created at, and the updated at. Okay, great. So next we're going to create our next model. Next model is going to be the like model. So I'm going to say model like. Now the ID is going to be the same too. So I'm going to copy the ID from those posts. I'll just paste that right here. And this is going to have a user ID that is going to be a string. And it's going to be a MongoDB object ID. So I'm going to say at db.object ID. Okay. And it's going to have the post ID the user is liking. So post ID is going to be a string too. And it's also going to be at db.object ID, like that. Then down here, we're going to actually specify because we don't want users to be able to like a post more than once. So we're going to specify a unique key pair. Okay. So down here, I'm going to say at unique. We want the user ID pair and the post ID pair to be unique. That way, this is going to prevent us from having duplicate data in our database. Okay, great. So next, we're going to create the next model, which is going to be comments. So down here, I'm going to say model comments. And we've not actually specified the name that these models are going to be inside our MongoDB dashboard. For this one, I want this one to be called the post collection. And this one, I want this one to be called the likes collection. Then for the model comments, I want this one to be called the comments collection. And for the object ID of the comment, I'm just going to copy this over here. For the ID, I'll just paste that right here. Then the comment is going to have a content or a text, whatever you want to use, that is going to be of type string. It's going to have a created as. I'm just going to copy from this one, from this. And I also paste created as for my like model. Then also paste that right here. So let's going to create the next model, which is going to be for our follow. So model follow. And this model is going to be fairly simple. It's going to have an ID. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. Now we're going to create a feed for the follower ID, which is going to be a string, and it's going to be a MongoDB db.object ID. We'll do the same thing for the following ID, that the user that is actually trying to follow somebody, you have to get that ID. So this is going to be the following ID, and then we're going to create a created at feed. So I'm just going to copy this, then I'll paste that right here. Okay, and then down here I'm going to say at map. This one is going to be follows collection. And we are not done yet. We actually have to ensure that a user cannot follow another user multiple times. So we have to create a unique key pair. Okay, so up here I'm going to copy the one we did for this. Like I copied this one, then I'm just going to paste that. I'll paste that just before this follow. Then right here I'm going to say it's going to be the follower ID and the following ID, like that. These are going to be a unique key pair. That way it's going to help us prevent duplicate follow. So one user cannot follow another user multiple times. So the final model we're going to create for our database is going to be our notifications model. So down here I'm going to say model notifications. Now I'm also going to have an ID feed. So I'm just going to copy this and I'll paste that right here. Now each notification is going to have a type that's going to be string. Now this is going to be something like this. Okay, it's going to be anytime we call a notification, we actually have to specify a type. It's going to be either a like notification, a comment notification, or a follow notification. And that's what I meant by the notification type. And then we're going to have the message of the notification, which is going to be string. Then we're going to have a property called isRead to know if a user has read the notification, which is going to be Boolean. And the default value at default is going to default to false. So by default, when a notification is created, the isRead is going to be false because the user has obviously not read it. So when the user reads the notification, we're going to actually update it to true. So next, we're going to specify the receiver ID. So I'll say receiver ID is going to be string. And it's also going to be at db.object ID. Okay, so then I'm going to say sender ID, which is going to be a string. It's going to be at db.object ID. And if this is a notification that has to do with a post, like liking a post or commenting on a post, you have to specify the post ID. So I'm going to create a feed for that post ID, which is going to be a string. It's going to be at db.object ID. But the only difference is that this is going to be nullable because for the follow notification, it does not have anything to do with the post. Okay, so it's going to be optional because we're only going to have a post ID for the like notification and the comment notification. So I'm also going to add a created at. So I'm going to copy this and I'm just going to paste that right here. So then finally, I'm going to specify the name of the collection. That here is going to be notifications, like that. Okay, so now we are done actually creating all the models we need for this project: our user model, the post model, the like model, the comment model, the follow model, and also the notifications model. But we are not close to being done yet. Now, after creating our models, we have to actually create relationships between our models, because for example, when a user creates a post, okay, those posts belongs to the user, so that one has many relationships. So every user is going to have many posts. Okay, therefore every post is going to belong to a user. So we have to actually specify these relationships in our model. Okay, so we don't have problems when we are fetching and autoloading data with their relationships in the future. So how do we actually add relationships to our model? Now it's fairly simple. I can come up here and I can say the relationship for this user model. I'm going to say relationships. It's going to have a post relationship. So I'm going to say I'll create a field called the user post. Now that's going to be an array of the post model. Okay, now what this means is that each user is going to have different posts. So this has many relationship, and then I can specify the relationship. Now say at relation is going to be called the user posts. Okay, great. So now we have to specify a reverse relationship in our post model. So we're going to go to our post model and specify that this model is actually related to the user model. Now, how do we do that? We can simply say each post is going to have an author. That's going to be the user model. Okay. At relation, we're going to say the relationship is going to be user post. What field actually relates this model to this user? We're going to create a field called author ID, which is going to be a string, and it's going to be at db.object ID. Then right here, we're going to say the fields is going to be the author ID. Then after that, I'm going to say references the ID field from that collection, okay, from that model. So what this does is that it tells the user model that this model is related to the post model, which means every post that is created that has this user's ID belongs to the user. Okay, so if person 1 creates a post, person 1 has one post in their post collection. If person 1 creates 2 posts, person 1 has 2 posts in their post collection. So when we want to access those posts, we have to make use of the user model and then access the post in the user model. Okay, and down here, what we are basically doing is that we are telling this model right here that the author of this post is going to be related to the user model. So the relationship is going to be called the user post. Then what field in this post model references or relates to the user model is the author ID. So for any time we create a post, this author ID is going to be the ID of the user, this ID right here. Okay, next we're going to create another relationship for comments. So we don't have to write everything all over again. So I'm just going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste that right here. Then I'm going to say user comments. Then this one is not going to be the post model. This is going to be the comments model. Okay. And this is going to be the user's comments. I'll say comments. Then in the comment model, I'm going to copy this. I'm just going to scroll down to the comment model. Then I'm just going to paste that right here. And then we have to actually add the author ID. So up here, I'm going to say author ID. Just copy the one we did for the post. Copy this one right here. Then I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay. The instead of being user post, is going to be user comments. Okay, great. So now we have a relationship between the user and also the comment model. So next, we're going to actually create a relationship between the user model and the notification model and also the follow model. So since we already understand how we create this relationship, I don't have to actually write this from scratch. I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, and you can see right now that for the follow relationship, we're going to have a field called followers that's going to be related to the follow model. That's going to have an array of follow, and the relationship is going to be user followers. Then also going to have for the following too, which is going to be user following. Okay. And then for the notification relationship, each user is going to have a notifications received and also a notification sent. There's a notification that was triggered by the user when a user likes another user's post or commented on another user's post. They are going to send notifications to that user. Okay, great. So we have to specify a reverse relationship in our notifications model. So I'm going to go to the notification model. Down here, I'm going to say relationships. And I'm going to paste that right here. Now, this relationship, let me explain what this relationship is. This relationship means that for this relationship, each notification is going to have a receiver, which is going to be related to the user model. Then the name of the relationship is going to be notifications received. Then what field in this notification model is going to relate to that user model is going to be the received ID. Okay. And then we have this onDelete right here, cascade. Now, what this onDelete cascade means is that whenever a user is deleted from the application, it's going to actually delete all the notifications that relates to that user. Okay, great. So now you're going to have another relationship right here that's going to be the sender of the notification, okay, which is basically going to have similar feeds with that one, but this time around the feed is going to be this sender ID right here. And we're actually getting an error. Why are we getting an error? I'm just going to go over on this. It's neither a built-in type. Oh, the notification doesn't match with this. Oh, we are seeing notification. It's going to be notification, not notifications. I'll save that. Now that error should actually be gone. Yeah, the error is gone. Now we have another error right here for the follow. So now we have this followers relationship in our user model. We have to relate this followers relationship to our follow model. Okay, so I'm going to go to the follow model. Now here I'm going to say relationships. Just paste the first relationship here, which is basically similar thing. We have a feed called following, which is going to be the user model. Okay, then we have the name of the relationship, user followers. Then now what field in this model actually acts as a foreign key is going to be this following ID right here. Okay, that's what references to the user model. And then we're going to have the other relationship right here. Okay, for the follower, it's going to be follower user at relation user following. Then the references the follower ID. Okay, as a user that's following another user. So next we're going to relate the user to the like. Okay, to the like model. So up here, I'm simply just going to paste this up here. Then in the like model, I'm going to paste this right here. Okay, and this actually ensures that this model right here is related to the user model. Now, don't forget that for every post we create, we are going to have a relationship between the post and the like and the comment, which means each post is going to have comments and each post is going to have likes. So we have to specify relationships between the post model and also the like and the comment model. And the foreign key we are going to make use is going to be the post ID. Okay, so in my like model, I'm going to say relationships. Then I'll just paste that relationship right here. Okay, and the relationship name is going to be post likes. So in our post model, we have to actually specify a reverse relationship. So down here, I'm going to specify this is going to be relationships. Then after this relationship with the user model, I'm going to paste its own relationship right here. Okay, and we also have to do the same thing for the comments. So I'm just going to copy this down. Then I'm going to call this comments. Then it's going to be post comments. And then this model right here is going to be the comments model. Okay, so now we have to actually go to our comment model and specify a reverse relationship. I'm just going to paste that relationship right here. Okay, and we have to specify the foreign key, which is going to be the post ID. So I'm going to copy the post ID we use for our like. Then I'll just create a feed right here called post ID, just like that. So like this, now we've related the user model to the notification, the comment model, the like model. Okay, so now we have to now actually relate the notification. I basically think what's left is now actually to relate the notifications to the post. Okay, because remember that each post is going to be related to a notification. If someone likes a post or commented on a post, it's going to be related to the notifications. Okay, so we have to actually specify that relationship, and I think that's the final relationship, so we can be done with the schema. So under the relationship for this, we're going to paste this right here, which is going to be relates the notification model to the post model. So in the post model, I'm just going to scroll up here. I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, I'm going to format this. Now, if you are feeling lost, this is not really a big deal. What we are simply just doing is we are basically just creating the structure of our database. Okay, that's what we are doing. We are basically creating our database feeds. So I'm going to save this. So now that we are done with our database schema, all we have to do now is actually push this to our MongoDB. We don't have to actually now head over to MongoDB and be creating collections. Okay, we can push this to our MongoDB. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to open up this terminal right now. Down here, I'm going to say npx prisma db push. I'll click on enter. Now, after we run that command, we're going to get this, right? Let me actually expand this so we can see what we got. You can see we got a success response. We have pushed our models to our MongoDB dashboard. You can see right now we created a collection: users, posts, likes, comments, follows, notifications, and also we have some unique index key. Then we have some unique key right here. Okay, for our users collection, the username, you remember we said that the username is going to be unique, so we have a unique index username. Also we have a unique index email key. Okay, and also we also have a unique pair key, which is going to be the like user ID and post ID. Remember that in the likes table, we created a unique pair for the user ID and post ID to avoid duplicate likes. Okay, and also in the follow model, we created a unique ID key called follow ID and following ID to prevent users from following each other multiple times. Okay, and also it generated our Prisma client inside our node modules. So I want to close this up. So when I head over to MongoDB, I'm going to refresh my dashboard. Now, after we successfully refresh the dashboard, you can see that we have those collections right here: the comments, the follows, the likes, the notification, the post, and the user model. Now, this is the fun thing about using Prisma schema. We don't have to come to this dashboard and create collection like we did with this test collection. We can create our collection or models in our project in Visual Studio Code, and then we're going to push it with Prisma to our MongoDB dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to delete this test collection. We no longer need this. Drop this collection. Great. And also when we head over to Visual Studio Code, I'm going to open this up again and we run npx Prisma Studio. It's actually going to open up our Prisma Studio and can actually see our models right here. We have a comment model, a follow model, a like model, notification model, a post model, and a user model. When we click on a model, we can actually see the model right here. Okay, you can see the tables of the model. Okay, so we can actually scroll to see all the relationship that this user model have: notifications received, notifications sent, following, followers, likes, and comments. Okay, great. And that is all for this chapter. We successfully set up our Next.js application. We set up our MongoDB project. We've set up Prisma. We've actually connect our Prisma to our MongoDB project. Okay, now in the next chapter, we're going to actually start working on registering new user. We're going to write the functionality to actually register a new user in our application. In the last chapter, we focused on setting up a new Nextjs project, setting up MongoDB, and also setting up Prisma. Now, in this chapter, we're going to focus on authentication. Okay, so first step, we're going to actually focus on writing the functionality or the code to register a new user. Then we're going to focus on the sign in functionality to sign in a new user using NextAuth version 5. And then we're going to focus on protecting routes. Okay, so let's dive into it. So first of all, I'm going to create a route for the register page. So I'm going to go over to my SRC folder. I'll go to my app folder. Now, when you want to create a route in Nextjs, you create route using this app folder right here. Basically, that's why it's called the app router. Okay, so whatever folder we create inside this app folder is basically a route. So I want to create a sign up page, a registration page. So how do we do it? We're going to create a folder. But before we do that, I want to create a folder so that I can actually organize the routes. I'll create a folder called auth. Okay, open bracket auth. Then I'm going to close the bracket. Now, the reason I'm creating this folder like this is because I don't want this auth to show in the URL. Now, if I don't use this bracket, the route is going to be /auth/ sign up. Okay, but I don't want the route to be / sign up. So the sign up folder is going to be inside this auth folder, but it's going to be / sign up. Okay, so now we're going to create a folder. I'll call this folder sign up. And inside this sign up folder, we're going to create a page. So I'll create a page.tsx rfc. I'll just change this to uppercase. I'll just say this is the sign up page. Okay, so now let's actually visit this route. So I'm going to open up this terminal right here. Now here I'm going to say npm run dev. To start up our local development server again, click on enter. Then I'll just follow this link right here, this first link right here. And that's going to open up our application. And right now we are at the home page. Okay, so we want to actually visit the sign up page. So remember I said that we are going to go to /sign up, because if you check the folder structure, this sign up page is inside the app footer. So we're going to say /sign up. So let's actually go to that route. So I'll say /sign up, just like that. And you can see right now we are inside the sign up page. Okay, now this home page is going to act as the login page, because when a user visits a social media application, the user is going to obviously see the sign in page. The user cannot see the home page or the feed page when the user is not actually authenticated yet. So this home page is going to act as the sign in page, and also this /sign up page is going to act as the register page. Great. So let's start creating the UI for the auth pages. So I'm going to go back to the Visual Studio Code. I'm going to close this terminal. So first of all, I'm going to set up our custom color, the custom color we're going to make use of in this application. So to do that, I'm going to go to the globals.css, and to actually set up custom colors in Tailwind version 4, you're going to do our theme. Then in here, we're going to write our custom colors. I'm just going to paste these colors right here. Okay, and we have 5 custom colors right here: dark 1, dark 2, dark 3, dark 4, and color primary. So I'm going to save that. Great. Now I want to apply this color dark 1 as a background color for the entire application. Remember I said that any property we add to the layout file is going to trickle down, is going to be applied to all pages in our application. Okay, so we're going to go to the layout file. Right here, I'm going to give this a background, a BG of dark 1. Okay, and this dark 1 is coming from this right here, color dark 1. So we don't have to call the color, we just say dark 1. That's where that's coming from. Then I'm just going to save this. I won't head back to the web page. You're going to see that that dark color has been applied to our entire application. Great. So now I can start working on the UI for the sign up page. So I'm going to go to that sign up page we just created and get rid of this. I'm going to create a div. We'll give this div a Tailwind utility class of HScreen, which is basically a height of 100 VH, a display of flex, a justify of center, items of center. After that, I'm going to create another div. I give this div a Tailwind utility class of maximum width of 320 pixels and a width of 90%. Then right here, you're going to have the logo. So I'm just going to comment that off. Down here, create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind utility class of flex, items, center, a gap of 2, justify of center, and imagine bottom of 15, like that. Now inside this logo, we're going to have an icon. Okay, now when we go to the final project, you're going to notice that in our register page, we have this logo right here. This is going to be an icon. Okay, and this is going to be a span. So we have to get this icon from React Icons. So I have to install a library called React Icons. So I'm just going to install that library. Down here, I'll create a new terminal. Then I'm going to say npm install React Icons. And that command is going to install the React Icon libraries for us. Okay, I'm going to close this back up. So I want an icon called Shusha Instagram circular. Okay, I'll give it a size of 40 and a color. I'm going to make use of this hex color right here. Okay, then after that, I'm going to create a span. We'll give this span a Tailwind utility class of text 3XL, font of semi-bold, give it a tracking of white, and a text gray of 400, like that. Inside this span, we're simply going to have a text called circle. I'm going to save that and check out the output. You can see we have that logo right here. Great. After this logo, we're going to create the heading. So for that, we're going to create a div. We'll give this div a Tailwind utility class of text of center, text 3XL, font of semi-bold, margin bottom of 3, and a text gray of 200, like that. And this is going to be a h2 tag, not a div. I just make this a h2 tag, not a div. And inside this h2 tag, we're going to have this text: create a new account. After this h2 tag, we're going to have a paragraph tag that's going to have this text in there. To use circle, please enter your details, and then we'll give it some Tailwind utility class. We'll give it a text gray of 500, a text of center, and a text of XM. Great. So I want to check out the output. You can actually see we have that right here. We have circle, and we have create a new account. I'm just going to reduce the margin between the logo and this right here. I think the logo has a margin bottom of 50. I'll just reduce that to, let me use 8. Yeah, this is way better. So after this, we're going to create the form. So this is going to be the form. I'll just comment that off. Then down here, I create a form tag. No action needed. I give this form tag a Tailwind utility class of margin vertical of 10. Okay. And inside this form tag, I'm going to create our first input that's going to be of type text. It's going to have a placeholder of full name. Then we're going to give it some Tailwind utility class. We'll give it a width of full, which is a width of 100%, a padding horizontal of 4, padding vertical of 3, a placeholder text gray of 400, a BG dark of 3, and this is coming from our custom colors dark 3, a rounded of LG, outline none, text gray of 100, and finally a margin vertical of 3. Okay, I'll just format this file, save that. Now I'll head back to the web page to actually get an input right here. Okay, I can actually type on that input. Excellent. So now let's actually create more of these inputs. I'm going to have input for the email, the username, and the password. So I'm going to create 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this one is going to be email address, email address. Then the next one is going to be username, and the last one is going to be for the password field, password, like that. And we shall actually see those inputs right here: full name, email address, username, and password. Great. So next we're going to create the submit button. So down here, create a button. The button is simply going to say sign up. We'll give it a Tailwind utility class of BG primary, and this BG primary, this primary is coming from our custom color. Okay, color primary. We'll give it a width of full, a margin vertical of 2, a padding vertical of 2, a text of white, a rounded of LG, and a cursor of pointer, like that. So when I head back to the web page, you can actually see that button right here, sign up. Great. So next, after the form, we're going to create a div, and this div is going to have a Tailwind utility class of margin vertical of 3, a text of center, and a text of white, like that. Then inside this div, we're going to have a span that's going to have this text in there, already have an account. After that, we're going to have a Next.js link tag. I'm just going to get that from Next link. I'll pass in a href, and this is going to be directed to the sign in page. Remember, the sign in page is going to be the home page, so we're just going to say /. Then right here, you can simply say sign in. We'll give this some Tailwind classes. We'll give it a Tailwind utility class. I'll give it a margin left of 2 and a text of primary, like that. Save that, check out the output. You can actually see that right here. Already have an account, sign in. Great. So now when we click on this sign in page, we want it to take us to the sign in page, okay, which is the home page. So I click on sign in. It's going to take us to the home page. So now we're going to actually work on creating the UI for the home page. Now basically this is going to be same UI with the sign on page. So I'm just going to copy everything here, copy this JSS right here. Then I'm just going to paste that in the home page. I just paste that right here. Okay, get rid of this import right here. Then I also just import the icons from React icon. And for the sign in page, we're not going to have create a new account. We're going to have right here sign into your accounts. Then for the forms, we're not going to have the full name input, and we don't need the username input because the user is going to be logging in with the email and the password, so we don't need the username input. Then down here, it's not going to say sign up, it's going to say sign in. Then right here, just import this link from next link. And finally right here, it's not going to say already have an account. It's going to say don't have an account. It's going to be don't. I'm going to use an HTML entity ampersand APOS. Then it's going to be T. Okay, don't have an account. Then here is going to be sign up like that, and the link is going to be /sign up, just like that. I'll save that, head back to the web page. Now we are in the sign in page. When we click on sign up, it's going to take us to the sign up page. When we click on sign in, it's going to take us to the sign in page. Excellent, great. So now we have the UI for the sign in page and also the sign up page. Okay, so now we're going to work on the functionality for registering a new user. Okay, so first of all, we're going to start with writing the server code to actually handle the request. Okay, now since we are making use of Nextjs, we don't have to create a new express server for our backend. Okay, we can write JavaScript on the server inside our Nextjs application. So how do we actually do that? I'll just close this up. Then I'm going to go to the app folder. Now inside this app folder, I'm going to create a folder called API. I'll create a folder. I'll call this folder API. Now inside this API folder, I'm going to create a folder called auth. And inside this auth folder, I'm going to create a folder called register. Okay. Now inside this register folder, we're not going to create a page.css, but this is an API route. Okay, this is a server. We're going to create a route. Okay, so it's going to be a route.tx like that. Now when we want to hit this API route, it's going to be something like this: /API /auth /register. Okay, sorry, register. And this is the URL where we are going to actually be visiting if we want to make a post request to this route. Okay, /API /auth /register. Great. Now inside this route, we're going to create a function to handle a post request. So down here, I'm going to say export async function post. And this is going to take a request that's going to be of type request. All right. Inside this function, we're going to create a try catch block. In here, we're going to try to insert the data we are sending through the post request to the database using Prisma. Okay. And if we have an error, we're going to catch that error. Okay. So we're just going to handle that. Down here, we're going to say console.error. It's going to be registration error, and then we're just going to pass in the error right there. Okay, and also if there's an error, we're going to return a next response. I'm going to get that from next server. I'm going to import next response from next server.json. We're going to pass in the error, which is going to be internal server error. Okay, and then the status is going to be 500 internal server error. So in here, you can say const body is going to be equals to, we're going to await the request object request dot JSON. Okay, so whatever parameters we pass in our request is going to be received by this body right here. It's going to be inside this body variable. So down here, we can get the email, say const email. the email we're going to be sending through the request, I'll just bracket, is going to be body.email. Now, if there's no email, then it's going to be an empty string. Then we're going to convert to lower case function dot theme. Okay, and the reason we are converting this email to lowercase is because just in case the user enters something like this, John and John, and this is basically going to be the same, john@gmail.com and capital John@gmail.com. This is basically going to be the same thing. Okay, so that's why whatever the user pass as their email, we're going to convert it to lowercase like that. Then down here you're going to say const password. Sorry, spell that password correctly. It's going to be equals to body.password or an empty string. Same thing with the name and the username. So I just drag this down. This is going to be const name. This one is going to be const username. Then this one is going to be body dot the name. Then this one would be the body dot the user name, like that. Okay, and after that we're just going to do some basic server-side validation. So down here I'm going to say if no name variable, if no name was passed, or if no email was passed, or or if no username was passed, or if no password was passed. So if any of these return true, I just label this up here, basic server validation. Now, if any of these returns true, then we're going to return a next response with the error "all fields are required" with a status code of 400. Okay, great. But if the fields are not empty, then we're going to continue executing the code. So down here, we're going to check for existing users by email or username. Okay, so basically what we want to do, remember that the email field and the username field are actually unique, which means a user cannot register with a username that's already been used by another user in a social media app. Same thing goes with the email. We cannot register with an email that's already in use by another user. So down here you can see const existing user is going to be equals to await Prisma, and we've not actually set up our Prisma client. Okay, we've not set up our Prisma client. I'm just going to comment this off. Now, when we set up our Prisma in the previous chapter, we didn't set up our Prisma client. Let's actually quickly do that. So we're going to head back to prisma.io, click on docs again. I'm going to go over to Next.js setup. So I'm just going to scroll down. We've actually done all this. We've installed Prisma. We've actually created our schema. I'm going to scroll all the way down. Scroll down. You can see right here that we have to create a Prisma client, okay, an instance of our Prisma. So what we are going to do is instructed right here that we have to create a folder called live, and inside that folder we create a prisma.ts file. So let's go over to our application. Inside the root folder, we're going to create a folder called lib. And inside this lib folder, we're going to create a file called prisma.txt, like that. So I'm going to head back to the documentation. Now, this right here, this one is for Prisma Postgres, when we are making use of Postgres and Prisma. Okay, so we're going to go to click on other databases, and we're going to copy this one right here. Let's click on copy. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, so we're going to actually import this manually. We're going to import Prisma client from @Prisma. So you have to ensure you install this Prisma client from @Prisma client. Okay, the Prisma client we installed as one of our dependencies earlier on. So I'll click on that. So I'm going to import Prisma client from @Prisma/client, just like that. So anytime we want to make use of an instance of Prisma to insert data or to fetch data from our database, we're going to make use of this instance right here. We're exporting, export default Prisma. So I'll close this off. I'll go back to my apps.ts. I'm just going to uncomment this. Now that we have that Prisma client, I can just import Prisma from that lib folder, lib Prisma. Okay, great. I want to click on dot. You can see we have access to all these Prisma methods right here. And also, we have access to all the models we created: the comment model, the follow model, the like model, the notification model, the post model, and the user model. But right now, we are making use of the user model. So I'll click on the user model. Okay, dot find first. We want to use the find first method in Prisma to find a user where the email or the username matches with the email and username the user that is trying to register sends through the request. Okay, so in here we're going to say or email is equals to email or username matches username, like that. Now what this is doing is going to look for the email, because when a user trying to register, the user is going to send in email and username. So it's going to search for a user where the email matches that email, or it's going to search for a user where the username matches that username. Now if any of these matches, which means a user is already using the email this new user is trying to register with, and also a user is already making use of the username the new user is trying to actually register with. Okay, so this is actually JavaScript. So since this actually match the value from our database and the variable name matches, we can use a shorthand method. We can just use the email right here. Okay, and this is going to still be the same. Okay, this is same thing as where email matches email, where the username field matches the username variable. So great. So down here, after that, we can check and say if existing user. Now, if a user already exists with that email or password, then we're going to return a next response. That's not the email or username already exists, okay, with a status of 409. Okay, great. But if no user is already using that email or password, then we can continue executing the code. Then down here, we can hash the password. Hash password. Now, to hash the password, we need a library called Bcrypt.js. Okay, so let's actually work on installing that. So I'm just going to open up my terminal. Then now I'll say npm I Bcrypt.js. I click on enter. Now that command is going to install this very light package for Bcrypt.js. Okay, great. So now we can actually make use of that library to hash the password. So down here I can say const hashed password is going to be equals to await hash, and we're going to get that from Bcrypt.js. Okay, we're going to pass in the password that was passed by the user that was sent through the request. Okay, then we're going to pass in a cost factor. Okay, then after hashing the password down here, we can actually create a new user. To do that, we're going to say await Prisma dot. We're going to make use of the user model dot the create method from Prisma. Then I'm going to call data method. I want to pass in the name, the email, the username, and then we want to pass in the password. The password is going to be the hashed password, like that. Okay, and then after we create the user down here, we just want to return a success response. User created successfully with a status of 201, 200 success. So that's 201. This extra one is for a new resource actually created in the database. So with that, we basically have an API route to actually handle our registration. Okay, great. So now we have to work on the client code in our register page to actually send that request. Okay, so we're going to go back to the sign up page. Now, what we want to do right here is that to actually handle our form, we're going to make use of React Hook Form and Zod. Both React Hook Form and Zod, we can actually use that only in a client component. And right now, this is a server component, because by default, any component you create in Nextjs is a server component until you specify up here that it's going to be a client component using the use client directive. So what we want to do is that everything we have here, we're going to place it in a component, okay? And then we're going to make that component a client component. So I'm just going to take this off. I'll just cut everything here. Then I'll create a component folder. in my root folder, I'm going to create a folder called components. And inside that component folder, we're going to create a folder, and this is going to be the component for our auth. Okay. Then the first component we want to create is going to be the sign in component .tsx, like that. Then RFC, we're just going to return this JXS we cut off from our register page. Then we can get everything, all the import statement right here. Then we're just going to paste that up here like that. Okay, now all we have to do is call these components in here. So we're just going to call the component in here. Say sign. We actually called the component signing component. It's not the signing component, it's the sign up. I'm just going to rename that. It's the sign up components. Sign up components. Okay, great. And then we just change this from signing component. It's going to be the sign up component. I didn't know why I call it sign up component. This is going to be the sign up component. So now we can actually import that sign up component right here. Sign up component like that. Okay. So now when we head back to the sign up page, you can see right now that everything still works fine. If I refresh, the component is still good. The sign up page is still good, no errors or anything. But now what's different is that we have this sign up page inside this component right here. Okay, which means whatever we have in this component is being that right here. Okay, which means inside this sign up component, we can convert this to a client component without converting our entire sign up page to a client component. Okay, so our sign up page is going to remain a server component. Okay, so right here, I'm up here, I'm going to say this is going to be a client component. So I'm going to say use client, just like that. So basically, let's do the same thing for the sign in page. Okay, so inside this auth folder, I'm going to create another component called sign. This time I'm going to be sign in component.tsx. Okay, RFC. Then we're going to go to the home page. Whatever we have here, all the JSS we have here, we just cut that off. Just cut everything we have here. Then we're going to paste that inside the signing component. Just going to return this JSS right here. Also, we just get the import statements, and then we paste that up here, just like that. Okay, so all we have to do is just import that component in here. Okay, so this is going to be the sign in component like that. Then also you can actually make this a client component. You can say this is going to be a client component. Great. So that way we can make use of Zod and React hook form in our sign up and sign in component, but our sign in page and our sign up page will still within their server component functionalities. Okay, like I said, we're going to make use of React hook form for form handling. I'm going to make use of Zod for form validations. Okay, so let's actually install those libraries. I'm going to open up my terminal. Then now here I'm going to say npm I React hook form Zod, and then we need a third library called @hook form /resolvers. Now what this package is going to help us is going to help us connect React hook form to Zod. Okay, remember that we are making use of React hook form for form handling, but React hook form on its own is not really the best for form validation. Okay, we want to make use of Zod for form validation. So what we are going to do, we are going to make use of these hook form resolvers to actually connect React hook form and Zod for effectively form handling and form validation. So I'll click on enter. Now after that command is run, we're going to have access to React hook form Zod and the @hook form Zod resolver in our node modules. Okay, and we'll go over to package.json. We should actually see those packages right here. We have @hook form resolvers, we have React hook form, and then we have Zod right here. Great. I'm just going to close this back up. So inside my sign up component, we have to actually make use of React hook form for handling our form. So to do that, it's fairly simple. Up here, we're just going to say const. I'm going to destructure what we are going to get. It's going to be equals to use form. Okay, and we're going to get that use form from React hook form. Okay, And then we have to actually connect React hook form to Zod. To do that, we're going to say it's going to have a resolver. There's going to be a Zod resolver. I'm going to get that from at hook form resolvers Zod. Then in here we have to pass in the Zod schema or the Zod instance. So we have to create a Zod instance. So up here I'm going to say const register schema is going to be equals to z. I'm going to get z from Zod, import z from Zod dot objects, and the first field is going to be the name field, which is going to be z dot string, is going to be a string dot minimum value is going to be 2, and the error when it's less than, there's going to be name is required. Okay, so the next field is going to be the email field, email, which is going to be Zod dot, is going to be an email field. Now when an email is not passed or an invalid email was passed, it's going to be invalid email address, like that. The next field is going to be the username field. It's going to be Zod dot, it's going to be a string dot minimum value is going to be 3, at least 3 characters. Then the error is going to be username must be at least 3 characters. Okay, then the next field is going to be our password field, which is going to be Zod dot or string dot the minimum value. The minimum is going to be 6 characters, and then the error is going to be password must be at least 6 characters. Okay, great. So now that we have this register schema, we can copy these and then we just paste that inside the Zod resolver right here. Okay, so now we have successfully connected our React hook form to our Zod right here. Okay, so the Zod resolver has connected the React hook form to our Zod. Now we are not actually done yet. We have to actually create a type for our use form. Okay, so whenever we try to make use of the use form to access any field, we're going to get auto completions. Okay, so basically we have to specify a type for use form. So normally what we'll do, we're going to say type use type form type is equals to an object. Then we'll start to specify all the values that we're going to pass to this hook form right here. Then right here we can now pass in something like this, form type. Okay, but since we already created our register schema, we can infer our type from this Zod register schema right here. So I'm just going to go back. So what I'm going to do instead, down here I'm going to say type register form data is going to be equals to z dot infer type of register schema, like that. Okay, so then here we'll just copy this type and then we'll just paste it right here as the type of for our React hook form. Great. So now when we want to register a field, you're going to see the importance of this right here. Okay, so now how do we connect React hook form to our form input? Okay, we do that by calling a property from React hook form called register. So I'm going to destructure a property called register. So I'm going to head down, actually register an input. So down here I'm going to say dot register. Then you're going to notice that we get this auto completion. We are getting this auto completion because we are passing this register form data type, in fact from this register schema, to our use form. Okay, so that means we're going to get the auto completion. So right here, this is going to be the name field. So down here we're going to actually do the same thing. So I'll just copy this, then I'll paste that right here. Then this one is going to be the email field. Then this one is going to be the username field, then this last one is going to be the password field. Okay, great. So with that, we've actually connected our inputs to React hook form. So whatever data we type in our input will now be handled by React hook form. Okay, we don't have to write any states to actually handle input data anymore. So now how do we submit this form? So we're going to create a function up here. I'll create a function const on submit is going to be equals to an arrow function. Now this function is going to be an async function, obviously, because we're going to be sending data inside this function. And also this function is going to take in a data that is going to be of type register form data. Okay, so remember that whatever data we have in our input is going to be passed to this function to actually submit the form. Okay, and that data is going to be of type register form data. So right here, what we simply want to do, we want to console.log the data. Now when we hover on this, you can see right now that this function is declared but its value is not read. So how do we fire this function? And to do that, we're going to make use of a method from React hook form called handle submit. So right here, I'm going to say handle submit. I'm going to get that from React hook form. So when we actually submit the form, I'm going to that form, I'm going to add an on submit handler. I'll say on submit. I want to run the method from React hook form called handle. React hook form is going to handle the submit, and then we're going to pass in the on submit function we actually created. Okay, so now when we actually go back to our application, I'll just go to the console. So I'm logging the data to the console. I'll just open this up. I'll clear this up. Now I'm going to say, now we're not actually handling the errors yet, so we're going to add the correct credentials. Then right here, I just pass in a random email, test@gmail.com. Then right here, I can pass in a username. I'll say tests, then the password. Now, when we try to submit the form, you're going to notice that we cannot actually submit the form. That's because we're actually validating this with Zod, okay? Because Zod is actually connected to React hook form. So Zod is not going to allow us to submit an empty form. So unless we type in a password, that's only then we can submit the form. And you can see right here, we have the data logged to the console, test@gmail.com, Emmanuel, the random password we added, and then the text. Okay, and you see that we didn't have to actually write a separate state for this. React hook form is going to handle everything, but the password field is not actually correct. Let's quickly correct that. So up here, it's not going to be password, it's going to be password. Then I'll just correct that in this form right here. It's going to be password. Great. I'll try that again. Click on sign up, and we have the data right here. You can see the email, the name, the password, and the username. Excellent. Now you're going to notice that when we were trying to submit the form and we didn't type anything in the password field, we could not submit the form. Okay, but we're not getting any feedback to say that the password field was required. We're not getting the error feedbacks. Okay, so now we want to display the errors to the user, to let the user know, to give the user feedback that they have to fill in the password field. So how do we do that? We're going to get a property. I'm going to destructure a property from React hook form called the form state. So I'm going to destructure as the form state, and from the form state, I'm going to destructure at the errors from the form state. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm destructuring as the form state, and from inside the form state, I'm destructuring out the errors. Okay, so now I can simply go underneath our name input down here. Then I'm going to say errors dots, and you can see I'll get the errors for the email, the name, the password, the root, and the username. Now this root is like the error we are going to get from the backend when we actually send the request. Okay, so whatever the backend, so whatever error the server returns for us, that's what this root error is going to be. So for now, I want the name error. If errors.name error, then we want to render this paragraph tag right here. Okay, and inside this paragraph tag is going to be errors dot the name dot the message, like that. So I'm going to add some Tailwind utility classes to this. Give it a Tailwind class of text read of 500, text of XM, and a margin bottom of 2, like that. So I'm going to save that. Now let's actually check this again. Now I've not actually filled anything. I'll click on sign up. It's going to see we have the error right here. Name is required. Now when we enter a value that is less than, I think we said that a value that is less than 2 characters. Okay, any value that is less than 2 characters, you're going to say name is required until we type in something that is greater than 2 characters. Only then are we not going to see that error anymore. Great. So let's do the same thing for the email feeds and the other feeds. I'll copy this right here, then I'll paste that underneath the email field. Then instead of else.name, this one is going to be else.email, and right here is going to be else.email.message. Then underneath the username, we'll just paste this right here. Instead of else.name, it's going to be else.username. Then right here is going to be else.username.message. Then finally, we're going to paste that underneath the password input. It's going to be else.password. And right here, it's going to be else.password.message, like that. So when we save that, you're going to notice that we have this else right here. Name is required, invalid email address, username must be at least 3 characters, and password must be at least 6 characters. Okay. So next, we have to actually work on sending the request to our API endpoint we created. Okay, so for that, we're going to make use of a library called Axios. Okay, we're going to make use of Axios for sending our request. So I'm going to open up my terminal, go to the other terminal, then down here I'm going to say npm install Axios, like that. So that command is going to install Axios for us as one of our dependencies. I'm just going to close this back up. So in here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. I want to make a network request try catch. And inside the catch, we're going to actually handle the error if our server returns an error. So right here, the error is going to be of type unknown. Then we are going to check if the error is an Axios error. So say Axios, I'm going to get Axios from Axios. Axios Axios error. Then we'll pass in the error in there. We are checking if it's an Axios error. Now, if this is an Axios error, then we are going to set the root error. Remember, I said that the root error is the error that React hook form is going to return if we get an error from the server. Okay, so how do we set it? So we're going to destructure another property from our React hook form, set error. Okay, I'm just going to format this. So we rearrange this a bit. Then down here, we can say if it's an Axios error, then we're going to set our error. And then you're going to notice that we have access to the email error, the name error, the password error, the root error, and the username error. But this time I want to set the root error. Okay. We'll set the root error message to error.response.data.error. Okay, or we'll just say something went wrong. Okay, great. Then inside the try, we can actually make network requests. We're going to create a variable called const res. Const res is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Axios. I'm going to make a post request. Remember that our register is going to take a post request, so we're going to make a post request to that route, that API route, and the endpoint is going to be /API/auth/register, like that. And then we'll just pass in the data as a payload, the data, like that. That's the data we are passing to this onSubmit function when we are to submit the form. Then after that, we can check. Remember that when our request is successful, we are returning a 201 response. Okay, so we're going to check if the status that is being returned is 201. So we're simply going to check if response.status is equivalent to 201, which means the user was created. Then right here, we're going to log in the user. Okay, because when a user actually registers, we just want to log in the user to the application. Okay, so since we've not written the functionality for logging in a user yet, for now we're just going to actually log in the user. Just comment that that's what we're going to do in here. Okay, but for now I'm going to alert registration successful, like that. Okay, spell that successful correctly, like that. So finally, what we are going to do is that when we are sending the data, we want to give feedback to the user that the request is being processed. So instead of the user to see something like sign up, you're going to see something like signing up. Okay, so that the user know that the request is being processed, which means we need a loading state. Now, since we are not making use of state for our form, we have to get that state from React hook form. Okay, so from our form state, we are destructuring out the errors. We're going to also destructure out a property called is submitting. Okay, so this is the state we are going to use to conditionally render our button of when a user is sending a request or not. So I'm just going to copy this right here. Then I'm just going to scroll down to the button. Then I just get rid of this. Then I'll paste that right. If it's submitting, then I want this to be sending up as it's going to be sign up, like that. Okay, and this is actually a boolean, so we can actually use this to disable the button. So when it's true, I say disabled, when it's true, our button is going to be disabled. So to actually prevent duplicate submission, it's going to be is submitting, like that. Okay, so I'll just format this. Great. So if it's submitting and the submitting is set to true, this button will be disabled. We can no longer submit this form. And also we are going to see signing up. But if it's not submitting, the user have not submitted the form, then the button will not be disabled and we're going to see sign up. Okay, great. So let's actually test this out. So I'm going to create a new user, right? I'm going to say this user is going to be Egbon Emmanuel. Then the email is going to be egbon@gmail.com. Then the username egbon.sec. Then the password 00000000. So let's actually cross our finger and hope this works. Okay, so I click on sign up and it actually signs up the user. You can see right here, registration successful. Okay, great. But the form was not actually reset. So what we want to do is that when the registration is actually successful, we want to actually reset the form. So what we are going to do is that we're going to get a property from React hook form called reset. Okay, so up here, just get a property. I'll just try a property called reset. So whenever we are successful in actually creating a new user, we're just going to reset the form back to null. Okay, so let's actually test the error. I'm going to register with the same email address. So I'm just going to say Egbon Emmanuel. Then I'm going to use the same email address, egbon@gmail.com. And for the username, I'll basically use the same username, Egbon Tech. Then the password, I just use 0000000. Now, we've not actually handled the root error so that it can be shown to the UI. Let's quickly do that. So I want to scroll down just underneath this opening form tag. I'm going to create an error right here. I'll say errors.root. If this is an errors.root, that's only when we want to render this paragraph tag in here. And in here is going to be errors.root.the message from the error. And then we can add some Tailwind classes to this. I give this a Tailwind class of BG primary, a padding vertical of 2, text of center, and a text of white, like that. I'll save that. Now let's actually test this out. So remember that we already registered this email and this username, so we're supposed to get an error from our server that this email and this username is already taken. So I click on sign up and we're going to get that feedback right here. Email or username already exists, and this is coming from our server. This is coming from right here where we are returning this error right here. Email or username already exists. Okay, so whenever I want to handle the server message or the error message from our server, we set it to the root state in React hook form. Okay, great. So let's actually register a new user. I'm going to register a user. I'll call the user Jane Doe. Then the email is going to be jane@gmail.com. Then the username is going to be Jane. Then for the password, it's going to be 0000000. Great. So I'm going to click on sign up Jane. You can see registration successful and the form gets reset. So now we're actually creating the users, but we have no way to know if they were inserted to the database. So let's actually check. We don't have to head over to MongoDB. We can check with Prisma Studio. So right here I can say npx Prisma Studio like that. And that's going to open up our Prisma Studio for us. And right now we are inside the user model, and it's going to refresh. And you can see right now we have two users in our database. We have Egbo Emmanuel, the username Egbon Tech, then egbon@gmail.com. Then you can see the hashed password. Then the other user, the name is Jane Doe, username Jane, email jane@gmail.com, and then the password, the hashed password. And you can see that the other feeds, apart from the created that and the updated that, are actually null. Okay, you can see that the images, the user doesn't have a profile picture right now, so no image public ID, and no bio. And also you can see the relationships of the user, the post of the user. So whatever post the user creates here, we're going to see the post count right here, also the comments and the likes of the user. Great. So I'm just going to cancel this. Great. And close this terminal up. So now that we are done with the functionality of registering a new user, so we can actually register user in our application, we now have to work on the sign in functionality. So for this, we're going to make use of NextAuth version 5. Okay, so I'm going to head over to Auth.js right here, and then I'm going to go to get started. And you can see that we have different frameworks can work with. So I'm going to click on Nextjs, and you can see what we have to actually do right here. Okay, npm install NextAuth at beta. So I'm going to copy this command right here. Then I'm going to head over to my terminal. I'm just going to open this up. Then I'll just paste that right here. npm install NextAuth at beta. Click on enter. And that command is going to install NextAuth as one of our dependencies. Okay. So I'm going to close this back up. I'll head to package.json. And you can see right here we have NextAuth version 5.00. Okay. At beta. Okay, great. So I'm going to close this back up. Then I'm going to head back to the NextAuth installation process. Now we have actually done the first stage, which was actually installing Auth.js, installing NextAuth at beta. So the next step, we have to actually set up environment. The only environment variable that is mandatory is the auth secret. We have to create an auth secret environment variable in our env file. And to do that, we're simply just going to run npx auth secret. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to open that terminal again. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, enter. Now what that command simply did was it created a .env.local file for us. Okay, and inside that .env.local, it created an environment variable called auth secret. I'm going to close this up. Then I'm going to open up this .env.local right here. Okay, and we have this environment variable right here, auth secret. Now this auth secret, NextAuth actually needs this environment variable to encrypt and decrypt our JWT. Okay, so this is very, very important in NextAuth. And that's why we have to run that command to generate this. Okay, so you can basically also write auth secret in your environment variable and add a random string. Okay, but for production that would not be best practice, so you have to actually generate a random string like this. So I want this to be inside my env file. I don't want it inside this env.local. I don't want to have two environment files. So I want to paste that inside this .env file right here. Okay, great. Now close this up. So now we're going to go back to NextAuth, and the third step is that we have to actually create a auth.js config file. Okay, so basically we have to create a new auth.js file at the root of your app. Okay, at the root of our application. So I'm going to go back there. Then at the root of my application, I'm going to create a file called auth.txt like that. And then we're going to actually copy what we have here. We just copy what we have here, and then we're just going to paste that in here like that. Okay, great. After that, the next thing we have to do, we have to create a catch all rats, a NextAuth catch all rats. Okay, so in our app folder, in our API folder, we're going to create a auth folder, and inside that auth folder, we're going to create a catch all NextAuth route. Okay, great. So what we're going to do, go to our src API. Inside this API folder, we already have an auth folder. So inside this auth folder, we'll create another folder, .next auth. Then inside this catch all route, we're going to create a route.txt like that. Okay, and in there, I'm just going to copy what we have here. Then I'll just paste that right here like that. Okay, then I'll just get rid of this import statement, actually import this manually. I'm going to import this manually, and we're actually importing these handlers from this auth.cs file we created in our root folder. From this auth folder, this is the handlers we're actually importing in that catch or what like that. Great. So with that, we are basically done setting up NextAuth. So now we have to actually start writing some codes to actually handle our login, because we're going to be making use of credentials. Okay, so we actually have to write logic for that. So inside these providers, the providers I want to use are going to be for credentials. Get credentials from NextAuth credentials. I'm going to make use of email field, and also I'm going to make use of a password feed. Okay, great. Now this email field, use a label of email, and it's going to be a type of text like that. Basically, I'll just copy this, then I'll paste that in here. Then this one's going to be the password, then it's going to be of type text like that. And after this, we have to make use of an authorize method, authorize, which is going to be an async function. It's going to take in the credentials we just created up here. Okay. Now, what we are going to do inside this authorize is that we're going to make a request to our database to check if the username and the password, first of all, if the email exists in our database, and also if the password is valid. Okay, so basically we want to write the logic to actually log in a user inside this authorize method right here. Okay, so first of all, we're going to do some type check validation to ensure that the email and the password are actually strings. So we're going to say if type of credentials dot email is not equals to string, or type of credentials dot password is not equals to string, then we're going to throw new error, invalid credentials. So basically we are checking if the email and the password are actually string. If they are not string, then we're going to throw this error, invalid credentials. I'll just format this. Okay, after that we're going to check if no credentials, like if it's basically empty, we're going to check for if the input was empty, if credentials dot email, if no credentials dot email, or no credentials dot password, then we're also going to throw a new invalid credentials error from our server. So I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, but if the email and the password are string and they are not actually empty, then we can actually find the user from the database. Find the user. So down here we can create a variable called user. It's going to be equals to await Prisma dot the user model. We're going to make use of the find unique method from Prisma. Remember that the email is actually unique. Okay, so we're going to find that unique email where the email from our database matches the credentials dot email. Okay, and as usual, we have to convert whatever the user entered to lower case dot string. Okay, so down here, if no user was found, if no user is registered with that email address, throw a new error. So I'm just going to copy this, then I'll paste this right here. Now if the email is actually wrong, which means the user entered a wrong credential, okay, this email does not exist in our database. But if we found a user, then down here we can verify the user's password with the password that was actually entered, okay, with the credentials password that the user sent when the user is trying to log in. Okay, so down here we can create a variable const is password valid. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await bcrypt dot compare, passing the credentials or password the user passed in when the user is trying to log in, and then we're going to compare to the user dot password. Okay, so what we are doing is that if we found the user with that email, then we're going to compare the user's password from our database with the password that the user entered when the user is trying to actually log into their account. So down here, I'll say if his password is not valid, so I'm going to negate it. If password is not valid, then we're also going to throw a new else. So I'll just copy this, I'll paste that right here. We throw a new error, invalid credentials. But if the password is valid, then down here we're just going to return the user object. Okay, that's the details of the user. So down here we can simply return the user details. The ID is going to be the user dot ID. ID. The email is going to be the user dot email. And finally, the username is going to be the user dot the username of that user, like that. Okay, so with that we are done configuring the provider. So after the provider, I'm just going to close this up. After the provider, we're going to have a session, and then we have to specify the strategy we want to use. I want to make use of JWT, so also the strategy is going to be JWT. Okay, then we're going to have some callbacks. Now the callbacks are basically what we want to do after the user has actually successfully signed in. So what do we want to do? So we're going to say async JWT. We're going to destructure the token, and then we'll destructure out the user. Then we're going to say if user, if we have a user, if a user logs in, we have a user, then the token dot ID is going to be equals to the user dot ID. Okay, and then we're going to return token. Okay, so basically what we are doing is that we are setting the JWT token. We are saying that the token ID is going to be equals to the user.id, because we need this token ID to actually know the ID of the logged in user when we actually start a session. So we are going to say when the user is successfully logged in, we are going to set our token ID to the user's ID. Okay, great. So after that, I'm going to say async session. I'm going to destructure the session, and then we'll destructure the token. Okay, and then we can simply say if token, if there's a token and there's a session user, session dot user, then our session dot user dot the ID of the user, that is the session user ID, is going to be equal. We're going to set it to the token dot ID, okay, as string, like that. Okay, then down here we're just going to return the session. So what we are basically doing here in our callbacks is that after the user is basically successfully logged in, we're going to set our token ID to user ID, and also we're going to set our session user.id to the token ID we set. Because we set the token ID to the user ID, then we're going to set our session user ID to the token ID. Great. So that way, when we log in a new user, we're going to have access to the user's ID. Okay, great. And then finally, down here, we can just configure the pages. You can see our sign-in page, basically our home page, okay, like that. Then I'll format this, so I can actually sign in using the credential provider. Okay, we actually configured the credential provider with NextAuth. So now I'm going to head over to the sign in component and actually try to sign in a new user from the client. So first we actually have to handle the form. Okay, so we're going to copy some of the took from the sign up component. I'm just going to go over to the sign up component. I'll just copy everything we have here. I'll paste that right here. Also, I'm going to go back there. I'll copy this result validation. I'm going to paste that up here. Then think that's basically it. Yeah, for now that's basically it. And I'm just going to import this right here. I'm going to import z from zod. I'm going to import use form from React hook form, then zod resolver from at hook form zod resolver. I'll just format. And for this particular page, we don't need the name. We don't need the name. We don't need the username. We only need the email and the password to sign in a new user. And also, we're just going to copy this other input from here. Since we've already written that, we just copy the email and the email error. Just copy this. Then I'll get rid of the email we have here. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll do the same thing for the password. I'll copy this right here. Then I'll just paste that underneath this one. Get rid of this. I'll paste that right here. Okay, I'll format. Great. And now all that is left is the error, the root error. So I'm just going to copy. There's that root error. This root error right here. I'll copy this and I'll just paste that underneath the opening form tag like that. Format. Great. So basically, we've also handled the form input for our login page. So now we have to create a function to actually submit the login form. So down here, say const on submit is equals to an async function. And this is going to take a data. I'll just rename this instead of register form data. This is going to be login form data, and this is going to be login schema, not register schema. Login schema. I'll just rename this login schema like that. Then down here we also have to rename this to the login form data, then the login schema. Okay. Then the type is going to be type login form data. Then in here we can say const results is going to be equals to, we're going to await, and we're going to get sign in from NextAuth.js, and then we want to make use of the credentials. Okay, we want to make use of credentials. The email is going to be the data we are passing to the function dot the email of the data. Then the password is going to be data dot password like that, and then we're going to say redirect false. Okay, we want to handle the redirect on our own after the user has already signed into the application. Then down here we can check if results dot error. If we get an error from the results, then we're going to set, because if we get a server error, we get an error from the server, we're going to set our error. We set the root error, set the message, so invalid credentials. Okay, as if there's no error, then we're going to reset the form, and then we're going to say router dot, we've not created a router instance, so let's quickly do that. So up here we're going to create a Nextjs router instance. So up here I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router. I'm going to get that from Next Navigation. Then down here all we can do is that after the log, if there's no error, we successfully send in a user. I'm going to say router that will replace, we'll send the user to / the home page. Okay, now we obviously don't have this page here, so we're going to create this page now. So I'll just format this and I'll save that. So now let's actually test this out. So first of all, I'll go back to the application, then I head over to the sign-in page. When I try to submit the form, and we've not actually hooked up the onSubmit to the form right here. Okay, let's quickly do that. So right here I'm going to say onSubmit. I want to run a function from Next called handle submit, and then we're going to pass in the onSubmit function we created. like that. Okay, so let's actually test this again. So I'll click on sign in, and you can see we get those ZOD error, invalid email address, password must be at least 6 characters long. Then when I enter an invalid email, say test@gmail.com, then password 0000000, just typing some random stuff. Then click on sign in. We should get an invalid credential response right here. Okay, but when we enter a valid user, egbon@gmail.com, one of the email we registered earlier on with the right password, I think we use 08 times. Then I'll click on sign in. It's going to actually take us to the home page, but I don't have a home page right now, so let's quickly create that home page. So I'll just go to my SLC folder, app folder. Then in here, I'm going to create a folder called protected. Okay, and as usual, I'm actually wrapping it in a bracket, but I don't want this to show in the URL. Okay, then inside this protected, we're going to create a folder called home. Inside this home, we're going to create a file called page.tsx rfc. Then I'll just call this home page, like that. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you can see we actually had the home page right here. Okay, great. So when the user is successfully logged in, the user can actually access this page. So now when we head over to the developer tools, we'll go to application, and we'll go to cookies, localhost port 3000, the cookies there. You're gonna see we have these Next.auth cookies right here. Okay, auth session, auth CSRF, and auth CS callback. Basically, I have the user is actually logged in. So in the final part of this chapter, we're going to work on actually protecting routes. Okay, so basically what we want to do is that when a user is not authenticated, user is not logged in, the user should not be able to access the home page. Okay, and also any route inside the protected folder. And also when the user is already authenticated, the user should not be able to access the sign in and the registration page. So let's actually work on that. So first of all, we're going to create a layout file inside this protected folder. So in here, I'll create a file called layouts.txt. In here, we can see export default function layout. And this layout is going to receive a prop called children. And this children prop is going to be of type read only. Then in here, we're going to say the children is going to be of type React node, like that. Just format this, and then down here, we're simply just going to return a JXX that's going to have an empty fragment, and we're getting an error. That's because we named this TX, so it's supposed to be TSS. We want to write some JSX in here, so I'll say .tsx. So inside this empty fragment, we're going to actually output the children, like that. So whatever page we create inside this protected route, for example, now if I write something here, I said I'm gonna write the paragraph tag, then I'll say layout file, then I'll just give this some Tailwind utility class of text gray of 300. I'll save that. Now when we head back to the home page, we should see that text right here, layout file. Now what's happening is that we have this layout file right here, and we'll pass this paragraph tag. So whatever we pass to this JXS right here is going to be rendered in any page we created inside this protected route. Okay, so if we want to add a logic to actually ensure that a send in user cannot access any route inside this protected route, we can do that inside this layout file. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this. So up here, I'm going to make this component an async component. So export default async function. I'll make this an async function. That's because we want to actually make use of our Next.auth session in here. Okay, and we can do that in the server. So up here, I can say const session is going to be equals to, I'm going to await auth. Okay, I'm going to get auth from the auth.ts file we created in our root folder. Okay, and then I'm going to check if no session. If no session, simply just going to redirect the user. I'm going to get that from next navigation to / which is basically the sign-in page. Okay, so now with this, whatever page we created was going to be rendered right here in this children, and they're going to be protected by this layout file right here. So when I try to access the home page right now, when I refresh the home page, it's actually going to work fine. That's because I'm actually logged in. Okay, so now next, what I want to do now is that I want to copy this. Now I'll take this to the sign up page. Go to the sign up page. Then right here, I'm also going to paste that right here. But this time around, I don't want to check if a user is not authenticated. I want to check if a user has a session. If a user has a session, then I want to return the user to the home page. Okay, because we don't want the user to be able to access the sign up page when you're already authenticated. Okay, that's from next navigation. Then we're going to make this an async function. Okay, great. So we're also going to do the same thing for the sign in page. So we're going to copy this. We're going to take this to the page.css file, to the home page, the very first page. Then right here, we're just going to paste that up here. Then we get this from our auth.js file. We're going to get this from next navigation, and then we're going to make this an async component right here. Okay, great. So now, since we are actually logged in, when we try to access the home page, that is the sign in page, it's going to return us back to the home page. And when we also try to access the sign up page, it's going to return us back to the home page. Okay, since we don't have a log at button right now, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually delete the cookies. I'm going to delete the cookies. So now that we have no cookies, when I refresh the home page, you're going to notice that it's going to route us back to the login page because we are not actually authenticating. When we try to access the home page, it's going to route us back to the sign-in page. Okay, so we're actually done. Okay, great. Now, before we progress anymore, there's something I actually want to do. Now, I actually created this components folder in the root folder, but I don't want it here. I want this components folder in the SRC folder. So I'm going to cut this off from here. Then I'll just paste that in the SRC folder. I'm just going to paste that right here. Then I'm going to update all imports for components. I'll click on yes. I'm going to update all the imports. And our application should still work fine. Okay, great. So that's because I want any file we created that is actually associated with our application, I want them to be inside the SRC folder. Okay, inside this components folder, we're going to go to the sign up component. Remember I said that after we are done signing up a new user right here, we're actually going to sign in the user so that immediately when the user registers, the user is going to be logged into the application. So I'll get rid of this. So if a user is successful in creating a new account right here, we're going to say const res is going to be equals to, we're going to await sign. We're going to sign in the new user. We're going to get sign in from NextAuth React, and then we're going to make use of the credentials method. The email is going to be data.email. The password is going to be data.password, and then redirects, we're going to make it false. Then down here, we're going to say if no res.error. If there's no error when we sign in the user after we've registered and we sign in the user successfully, then we're going to cut this off. We're just going to reset the form, and then we're going to route the user to the home page. So we're going to create a new router instance up here. So up here, I'll say const router is going to be equals to use router, and we'll get that from next navigation. Then down here, after we reset the form, then we can say router dot replace. We're going to send the user to / the home page like that. Okay, great. So let's actually register a user again. So I'll go to sign up, and this user this time is going to be John Doe. The email is going to be john@gmail.com. Then username, I'll just use John. Then password as usual 0000000. And I click on sign up. Now, after successful registration, it's going to route the user to the home page and actually sign in the user. Then when the user tries to access the sign up page or say sign up, it's going to route the user back to the home page. Great. So basically, we are done with authentication. We can register a new user. We can sign in with a user that is already registered. And also, we have actually worked on protecting routes. Okay, so a user that is not actually signed into the application cannot access the pages inside that protected route folder. Okay, great. So now what we want to do is that we want to actually commit our changes. Okay, now this is what you are going to do when you are building an application in a real world environment. So you're always going to commit your changes with the Git so that you can actually monitor your project history. So we're going to actually do that. We're going to go to our application. I'm just going to open up this terminal. Now, when we actually created this application, a new Git repository was actually initiated. You're going to notice that when we were adding new codes and new files to our application, we're having these numbers right here, 16. Okay, we're having these numbers increase. That's because Git has already been initiated when we created a new Next.js project. Okay, so to actually check the status of our file, we're going to say Git status. Then when we do that, you can see that we have lots of files that are actually on track right here. You can see that these ones were the ones that came with the default Nextjs application. We've actually modified this. While these ones right here are the ones we've actually created. Author.js, this lib folder, this Prisma folder, and basically everything we've created. Okay. So now what we are going to do, we are going to actually add this to the staging area. So I'm going to say git add dot. It's going to add every of this code through the staging area. So when we run git status again, you're going to see that these files and the changes have been added to the staging area. So now we can actually commit this to. To do that, I'm going to say git commit. Then we have to pass in a message. I'm going to say this is going to be future authentication. So that's the first feature we actually implemented, feature authentication. Then I'll click on enter. And that's going to actually commit our changes to Git. So with this now, we can actually push this version of our code to GitHub. Then for subsequent chapters, we're going to actually update it. Now to do that, you're going to head over to github.com. Now there are basically other websites you can actually push your code to, like Bitbucket and I think GitLab. But right now, I'm going to make use of GitHub. So I'm going to create a new repo. So the repo name is going to be social app egbon tech. Then for the description, we're going to leave it blank. For now, I'm going to make the repo private because the project is not actually complete. Then we're going to create a repository. And now this is what we have to actually do to actually push that code, our code base, to GitHub. Okay, we've already ran up to this point. We've actually committed our code. So all we have to do is just copy this right here. I copy this, then I'm just going to paste this right here. Okay, so basically what we are doing is that we are adding a remote origin, github.com egbon social app egbon-tech.git. So we are going to push our code to that origin we just created at GitHub. So I'll click on enter. So after that has been completely pushed, we're going to go back to GitHub and then we just refresh. You're going to see that we have our repository right here on GitHub, and you can see the feature we just implemented, feature authentication. And when we click on that, you can see all the changes we made to this code base right here. Okay, great. So in the next chapter, we're going to work on creating the UI for the home page, the profile page, and basically all the UI we need for our application. So in the last chapter, we actually worked on authentication and then we pushed our code to GitHub, but we actually forgot one thing. We didn't run a lint check on our code. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to open up this terminal. I go to this other terminal. Then right here, I'm going to say npm run a lint check. Now after the check right now, you're going to see that we have one error in the sign in component. It's going to say error is submitting is assigned a value but never used. Okay, now you have to actually solve this error. And it's very, very simple. What's actually happening is that we actually inside this component, inside this sign-in component, we actually created we destructured a state from the took form state, but we didn't make use of it. Okay, so I'm going to copy this right here. Now just scroll all the way down. Then right here, I'm going to say this is going to be sign in as sign in. When it's submitting, it's going to be signing in as is going to be send in. That's all. Let's quickly run another links check. npm 1 links, and you can see right here we have no ANSLIT warnings or errors. Okay, great. So let's quickly commit these changes. So I'm going to say git, I'm going to add everything to the staging area. Then I'm going to say git commit -m. I want to call this commit fixed send in component bug. And then Visual Studio Code actually gives us a very easy way to sync our code to our remote origin. Okay, all we have to do is just go to this source control right here, this logo right here in our Visual Studio Code, and then we're going to sync this button to actually sync these changes to our GitHub remote origin. Okay, so I just click on sync changes, then click on OK. So that's going to sync our main branch right here to our GitHub origin. Okay, great. So now we can actually start working on the UI for our application. So for the UI of the application, first of all, we're going to create the page layout, and then we're going to create the home page. Okay, so I'll close up this file. I'll go to my SRC app, protected, and I'll go to this layout file right here. Now, this layout file right here, this is where we're going to add all the components, our left sidebar, our right sidebar, and the nav bar. So first of all, we're going to work on the nav bar. So I'm going to create a new component. I'll just go to the component folder. I'll create a new folder. I'll call this folder general. And inside this folder, I'm going to create a component called nav bar.txx rfc. In here, we're going to have a nav tag. I'll give you some Tailwind utility classes. I'll give it a position of fixed, a top of 0, a width of full, a display of flex, justify of center, items of center, a height of 17, a padding horizontal of 2. Then for small screens and above, I give it a padding horizontal of 10. Okay, so when we hover on this, you're going to see that this is going to apply a padding horizontal of 10 for screens that are actually 640 pixels and above in screen sizes. Okay, we'll do a BG of dark 1 and then a Z of 50 because the nav is going to be fixed at the top of the web page. Okay, so that any other element you scroll through will not actually overlap the nav bar. And then inside the nav, I'm going to create a div. Now I'm basically going to actually design that logo we had in the sign in component. So I'm just going to copy that. Where's that logo? This right here. I'm just going to copy this right here. Then I'll just paste that instead of this div. I'll just paste that right here. Okay. Then I'm going to import these icons from we have icons. I rearrange this. I'll give this a size of 35. I'll save that and I'll check out the output. And we can't see the nav, but that's because we've not actually imported the nav bar in the layout file. So we're going to go to that layout file, go to app, protected, then the layout file. Then right here, remember I said that any item or components we add in this layout file, we're going to see it in any page we create. So right here, I want to actually add that nav bar. Okay, so I'll say nav bar. I'll just import that nav bar in. Format this. Now save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I should actually see the nav bar right here. You can actually see that nav bar right here. Okay, and we see the logo right here. Great. I'm going to reduce the text to 2XL instead of 3XL. Yeah, this is way better. And also I just get rid of this margin bottom of 8. Save that. And yeah, we have the logo. The logo is looking really good. So next we're going to work on the links. I'm going to wrap this up. So down here I'm going to create another list. I add some Tailwind utility class to this. So first of all, I'll give this a text gray of 300, a display of flex, a space S of 5, and for small screen and above, I'll give it a space X of 10. Okay, and inside this another list, we're going to actually have our links. Okay, so we're going to actually create our links up here so we can actually map through them. So up here, I'm going to say const links is going to be equals to an array of links. The first one is going to have an href that's going to be /home, then the icon is going to be var home. I'll get that from React icons, var home. The second link is going to have href of / favorites, and then the icon is going to be var hat. The third link is going to have href of / notifications, and then the icon is going to be bell. And finally, the last link is going to have href of / profile, and the icon is going to be user, like that. Okay, great. So now that we have these link objects, we can actually map through these link objects in our another list. So in here, we can simply say links dot, we're going to map through it. We'll call each of them a link, and then we're going to return a JXX that's going to have an li tag. Now specify a key. So the key is going to be the link.href, because the href is not going to change. These href are not going to change, so we can make use of this as the key of the list. Then we can add some Tailwind classes to this. Give the link a display of flex, a position of relative, because we are going to position this right here. We're going to position this badge right here absolute to one of these link, this notification one right here. Okay, so we're going to give them a position of relative. Give it a flex of column, items of center, like that. Then inside the li tag, we're going to call a link from next link, and the href of this link is simply going to be the link.href, and then the name of the link is going to be the link.icon, like that. Okay, great. And finally, we're going to add some hover properties to the link. So I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll say on hover, I want to give this a text of primary, like that. Let's actually check out the output. So you can actually see we have those links right here, but we don't want the logo and the links to be close to each other. I thought I gave this a justify between. Justify. Okay, I said justify center, so I'm going to do a justify between. Yeah, you can see that the logo is right here while the links are right here. Okay, great. And when we hover on the links, you can see right now it has that text of primary on them. Okay, great. So next, what I want to do is that when I am in the home page, I want this to act as the active link. Okay, so you can see that dot underneath this link. I also consider it's actually active. So let's work on that. So to actually achieve that, we have to actually get a property from Next.js. So up here, I just format this to rearrange this a bit. Up here, I'm going to say const path name is going to be equals to, I'm going to get use path name from next navigation. Okay, so with this path name, we can actually know which page we are actually on. That way we can actually apply the active class based on the path the user is in. Okay, based on the page the user is in. So in here, we can simply say, just before we return, we can say const, sorry, spell that correctly, const is active is going to be equals to path name equivalent to link.href. Okay, so basically when we are in the home page, the is active is going to be true, but when we are in the notifications page, the home page is active is going to be false. So we can use this to actually check which page the user is actually on. So right here, you can actually conditionally apply some styles. I just want to cut this off. I'm going to make use of backticks. Paste that right here. Then right here, I can simply say it's active. Then I'm going to apply this style right here. I give it a text of primary s empty string, like that. Okay, so I'll just format this. So when we save that and head back to the web page, you can see and we have an error, and that's because we are actually making use of youth path name in a server component. Now remember I said that by default every Next.js page we create is a React server component. So to ensure that this is going to be a client component, we're going to go top of our navbar component. We're going to say this is going to be client component like that. Save that. That should ensure that this is a client component, and we can actually see that this is actually active right here. Okay, that's because we are in the home page. Great. So now we're going to add that little dot underneath it, and that's very simple. Underneath this link right here, underneath this link, I'm going to say is active. I only want to render this JSX if it's active, it's true. Then I'll simply create a span here. And this span is not going to have any content, but we're going to add some Tailwind classes to it. I would imagine top of 1, a width of 1.5, a height of 1.5, a display of block, a BG of primary, and finally a rounded of full, like that. Okay, so I'll format this. I'll save that. Now I'll head back to the web page, which will actually see that little dot right here. Great. So finally, for the nav bar, we're just going to create our logout button. So after this right here, I'm going to wrap this up. So I'm going to just label this. I'll say this is going to be logo. This is going to be links. And then after these links, we're going to create the logout button like that. Just comment this off. Then down here, after the URL tag, we're going to create a button. I'm simply going to say log out. I'm going to add some Tailwind utility classes to this. I'll give it a BG primary, a cursor of pointer, padding horizontal of 4, a padding vertical of 2, a text of white, and finally a rounded of full, like that. Save that. We actually have that logout button right here. Okay, so let's quickly add our logout functionality. So I'm just going to say on click. I want to run a function called handle sign out. Okay, so I'll just copy this function, actually create this function. So up here, I'm going to say const, paste that right here. Let's go to an arrow function. Now we're going to make this an async function because I want to await the sign out. So our async. Then in here, I can simply just await. I get sign out from NextAuth React like that. Okay, great. So when we sign out a user, it's going to take us to the sign-in page. Remember that when we created our Auth.js file right here, when we configured our credentials provider, we said that the sign-in page is going to be /. So it's going to take us back to the sign-in page. Okay, so then I'm going to click on logouts. It's going to actually log the user out. Okay, now when the user tries to access the home page, which is inside the protected route, it's going to take us back to the sign-in page. Okay, great. So let's actually sign in that user again. So with that, we are basically done creating the UI for the nav bar. So next, what we're going to work on, we're going to create the layout of the application, because the way the layout is going to look like, we're going to have this left hand side and so this right hand side, and this left hand side and this right hand side are always going to be present no matter the page we actually view. So if we click on the profile page, we're still going to have this left hand side and this right hand side, okay, in the layout. So let's actually start creating that. So I'm going to create another component. I'll call this component left side bar dot csx rfc. And inside this left sidebar component, I want to create an aside. So this is going to be a sidebar. I add some Tailwind classes to this. I'll give this a minimum height screen, position of fix, a top of 17, left of 20, a width of 350 pixels. Now I want this to be hidden. I only want this to be visible for last screen and above. So I'll give it a display of block for last screen and above. Okay, which means it's going to be hidden by default. It's going to have a display of none. Then for screen size is that are 1024 pixels and above is going to have a display of block, okay? Which means for mobile, we're not going to see this sidebar, this left sidebar. Then inside this asset, I'm going to create a div. I'll give you some Tailwind class. I'll give you a BG dark of 3, a rounded of 2XL, margin of 5, and padding of 4, like that. So in here, I'm going to create another div. I'll give this a Tailwind utility class of flex, a gap of 3 items of center and justify center. Inside this div, I'm going to create another div. I'll give this div a Tailwind utility class of text of center and a text gray of 200. Inside this particular div, we're going to have a paragraph tag. This one is going to say 1500. We're going to have a Tailwind utility class of font or semi-bold. After that, it's going to have a paragraph tag that's going to say followers. I'll give this some Tailwind utility class, font of normal, text gray of 400, and a text of XX, like that. After that, I'm going to create another div. This is going to have a Tailwind utility class of relative, width of 20, then height of 20. And inside this particular div, we're going to add an image. We want to display an image in here. So I'm going to add an image tag from next image. For now, the SRC of the image is going to be an image inside my public folder, okay? This profile.jpg image right here, okay? But later on, I'm going to be pulling this image from an API. So the SRC for now is going to be / we're going to the images folder, and then we're going to point to the profile.jpg, like that. Then the auth is going to be profile pic, like that. And then we're going to add some Tailwind classes to the image. We'll give it an object of cover, a rounded of full, a border of 6, and a border color of border dark 4. Okay, great. I'll save that. Let's just check out the image we just added. We've not actually added a component to our layout file, so let's quickly do that. So I'll go to the layout file. Then I'm going to say import. I want to import the left sidebar, like that. Save that, and we should actually see that left sidebar right here. Say profile page is missing required property width. Okay, we didn't add a width property to our image tag, so what we're going to do instead, we're going to add a fill property. So I'll just format this. I'm going to add a fill property to actually fill the container. Remember, we'll give the div that wraps around the image a width and height of 20. So just give this a fill property to the next image. I'll save that, and we should actually see the image right here. Okay, great. So next, after this div that wraps around the image, we're going to create another div. Basically, we want to do the same thing we did here. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste that right here. Then instead of followers, this one is going to be following. Okay, great. And I think we are basically done with that container. Yeah. So after this right here, after this div right here, I'm going to wrap this up. After this div right here, we're going to have another div. We'll give this a Tailwind utility class of our margin top of 4, text of center, and the text gray of 200. In here, we're going to have a paragraph tag that's going to say Egbo Emmanuel for now. But later on, we're going to be pulling this from our API, so we're going to hard code these values for now. Then we're going to have another paragraph tag that's going to be at Egbo Tech. It's going to have a Tailwind class of text gray of 400 and a text of XM. After that, we're going to have another paragraph tag. I'm going to hard code this right here. Hello, my name is Emmanuel. I'm a full stack developer. Okay. Then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. A text of XM, spell that text correctly, text of XM, and a margin top of 6. I'll save that, and we should actually see those items we just added right now. Now finally, I'm just going to add the link underneath. I'm going to say profile. So down here, I'm going to add a link tag. That's going to say profile. I'm going to import this from next link. Then the href is going to be /profile, like that. Then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. I give it a bg of primary, a width of full, text of center, display of block, text of white, margin top of 12, padding vertical of 2, rounded of full, and a cursor of pointer, like that. Just format this, save that, and we should actually see that link right here, profile. Great. So now we are done with the left hand side. Let's actually work on the right hand side. So I'm going to create another component. I'll call this one right sidebar.csx rfc. So I'll get rid of this. Now I want to create an aside. I'll give this some Tailwind utility classes. I'll give this a mean height of his screen, position of fixed, a top of 17, a height of 20, a width of 300 pixels, display of hidden. For extra large screens, I'm going to give this a display of block, okay? Which means for small screens, it's going to have a display of none. The screen size that are 1280 pixels, it's going to have a display of block, okay? So in here, I'm going to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind utility class of bg dark3, a padding of 4, a rounded of 2xl, display of flex, a gap of 2, items of center, margin vertical of 3, and a cursor of pointer. Then you're going to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind utility class of relative, width of 14, height of 14. Then I'm going to add an image. I'll call an image tag from Nextjs. I'll give it a fee, and the SRC is going to be going to the images folder, and then we're going to point to the profile.jpg. Now you can basically use any image, but in my case, I have that profile.jpg as my temporary image, okay? The alt text is going to be profile page. And then we're going to add some Tailwind utility classes to this. Use an object of cover and a rounded of full. After the image div, we're going to create another div. Inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph tag that's going to have I just say gender. Then it's going to have another paragraph tag that's going to be at gen. Add some Tailwind classes to them. Give this one a Tailwind class of text gray of 200. I'll give this other one a Tailwind utility class of text gray of 400. After that, I'm going to have a button. I'm going to add a button. It's going to say follow. Yeah, we add a Tailwind class. Give it a text of white, a bg of primary, margin top of 4, padding horizontal of 4, padding vertical of 2, and a rounded of 4, like that. Just format this. I'll save it and check out the output, and we can see that we've not actually imported that component in our layout file. So let's quickly do that. So down here, I'm just going to call the right sidebar component, like that. Save that. Then we should actually see that right sidebar component. But the image looks weird. That's because we're not giving it an object of cover. So I'll just go back to the right sidebar. I'll give this image an object. Sorry, not object of cover. Okay, that's going to look better this way. Great. So let's basically create another of this one. So what we're going to do, we're just going to wrap this up, and then we're just going to copy this, and then we're going to drag this down. I'll save that, and now we should actually have 2 of that in the right hand side. Great. And finally, I'm just going to add the hover effects to this. Okay, so on hover, I'm going to say on hover, I'll go to this div on hover. I'll give this a bg of dark 2, and then I'm going to add a transition like that. So I'll just copy this, then I'm going to paste that on this other div right here. Okay, save. Then we'll go back and see that little hover effect on this card right here. Great. So now we are done with the left sidebar, we're done with the right sidebar. Let's start working on the main section. So I'll go back to the layout file. So what I want to do is that I'm going to wrap a div around this children. So I'm going to cut this off. Then I'm going to create a div. I just paste that children in there because I want to add some styles around every page we create, because remember that this layout file is acting as a layout of this protected wrap. So every page we create, the contents are going to be rendered in right here where this children is. Okay, so I want to add styles to all the pages, global styles to all the pages. So right here I'm going to add a Tailwind class. I give it a text of white, a margin horizontal of 2. For medium screens and above, give it a margin horizontal of 20. For large screens and above, do a margin left of 110. Then for extra large screens and above, we're going to do a margin right of 200. And finally, I'm going to give this a margin top of 20, so that the contents of these pages are going to start after the nav bar. Okay, great. So now what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to test this out. So if I go to this page.css right here, then right here I just add some styles to this. I'll give this a Tailwind class of text of white so that we can actually see it. I want to head back to the web page. We can actually see this right here. Okay, right here. But when we take off these styles from the layout file, you're going to notice that we can no longer see that text right here, because the text is going to be positioned underneath this nav bar. So these styles we are using to wrap around these children to ensure that they are always positioned right here. Okay, just like we have in the final UI. Okay, they're always going to be positioned at the center. So the first component we're going to create in this home page is going to be this create post input component right here. Okay, this input that we can actually type on, actually select an image, also select an emoji. So I'll create a new folder. I'll just close everything. I'll create a new folder inside my components folder. I'll create a folder called post, and this is where we're going to add all the components that's actually associated with the post. So the first component is going to be create post input.csx rfc. Then I'm just going to import that component in the home page. So I get rid of this Tailwind class. Then in here, I'll just import that component, create post input like that. Okay. Then inside this create post input, I'll give this a Tailwind utility class of bg dark 3, a padding of 4, and a rounded of 2xl like that. I'll save that, and we should actually see that right here. Okay, and it actually looks like the margin right we use is actually too much, so I'm just going to reduce it to, I'll go to that layout file. Instead of margin right of 200, I'll do a margin right of 100. Yeah, this is way better. Okay, great. So next I want to go back to the create post input. I'll create a div in here. I'll give this a Tailwind class of flex and a gap of 2. And inside this div, I'll create a div for the image that's going to wrap around the image. I'll give this a Tailwind class of relative, width of 12, height of 12, and a shrink of 0. Okay, and in here I'm going to actually add an image tag. Just get that from next image. The SRC is going to be /images/profile.jpg like that. Then the auth text is going to be profile pic. I'll give it a fill. Finally, I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. Object of cover, rounded of full, a border of 4, finally a border of dark 4 like that. Format this, then go back to the web page. We should actually see that image right here. Great. So after this div, I'm just going to wrap this div up. After this image div, I'll create another div. We'll give this div a flex of 1. I'm going to have a test area. I'm going to have a placeholder of what on your mind. I'll give you some Tailwind class. I'll give it a bg dark 2, a width of full, padding of 2, rounded of 2xl, outline of none, and a resize of none too, like that. I actually see that input right here. You can actually type on this input. Great. So after that, we're going to create another div. We'll give this div a Tailwind class of margin top of 2, a display of flex, and a gap of 2. I'll just use a gap of 4 instead. Then you're going to have a button. We'll give this some Tailwind class, a text green of 700, a display of flex, items of center, gap 2, bg dark of 2, padding horizontal of 4, padding vertical of 2, a rounded of xl, and a cursor of pointer, like that. And inside the button, I want to call an icon called IOMD photos. Give it a size pop of 20. I'm going to add a span tag. I'm simply going to say photo. I'll give you some Tailwind class of text xm and a text gray of 400. I'll save that, and we should actually see that button right here. Okay, great. I'm going to add another button. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this. I'll just drag this down, and this button's name is going to be emoji. The color is going to be text yellow of 800, and the icon is going to be MD outline emoji emotions. Save that, and we actually see that button right here. Okay, great. So finally, we're going to create the post button. So I'm going to create another button. I'll just copy this one, then I'm just going to drag that down. Then this one is going to be post, and the color is going to be text blue 700. Then the icon BS fill send fill. Save that. Then we should actually see the post button too. Okay, great. So now we are done with the UI for the create post imp. We're going to work on the UI for the next component. Okay, so for the next component, I'm going to create another component. I'll call this component feed.csx rfc. Then in here, I'll just get rid of this. I'm going to add a Tailwind utility class of margin top of 6, like that. And in here, we're going to actually outpost the post component. So I'm going to create another component, and this time around, this one is going to be post.csx rfc. Then inside the feed component, I'm going to output the post component. Okay, post, like that. I'm just going to import that in. And inside our home page, I'm just going to call that feed component after this create input component. Save that. Now we should actually see that post component right here. You can see right here, post. Okay, great. Let's actually add styles to that. So inside the post component, add some Tailwind class of bg dark 3, padding of 4, rounded of 2xl, and a margin vertical of 6. And inside this div, we'll create another div. This div is going to have a Tailwind class of display of flex, gap of 2, and items of center. Then you're going to have a div for the image. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of relative width of 10, height of 10, And in here, I just call an image tag from next image. The SRC is going to be /images /profile.jpg. And then we're going to pass in the feed property, and the auth text is going to be profile big. Then we'll add some Tailwind classes to it. We'll give it an object of cover, a rounded, of full, a border of 4, a border dark. The color is going to be border dark of 4, like that. I'll save that. And we actually see the image right here. Okay, great. So after this div, we had another div. Inside this div, we're going to have a paragraph tag. I see me going to say gen do. After that paragraph tag, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a span in there. In span, I'm going to say at gen. Then I'll give it some Tailwind classes. Margin right of 2, a text of XM, font of normal, and a text gray of 500. And after this span, I'm going to have another span here. This second span, we're going to have a Tailwind class of text of primary, a text of XM, and a font of semi-bold. Then inside, we're going to have a timestamp. I just used 2 hours ago. I'll save that, head back to the web page. I will actually see those items we just added, but there's no gap between these and these, so let's actually add a gap between them. I'll just scroll up. Oh, I didn't spell this gap correctly. It's supposed to be a gap of 2. Okay, I actually have that gap between them. Great. So after this div right here, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, which is going to be the post text. I'll just add some random text in here. Lorem, format this. Just add some random text in there. I'll give this a Tailwind class. Margin vertical of 4, text gray of 200, then a text of XM, like that. And I'm just going to wrap this around a link. I'm going to wrap a next link around this because this is going to be a link. When the user clicks on the post text, the user can actually view the post in the post view page. So wrap it in a link. I'll give this link href. For now, I'm just going to pass in a href of / post and then some random stuff. We're going to create this route later on. Okay, then I'm just going to import this from next link, like that. Save that, and you can see right now we actually have that text right here. Now when the user clicks on the post, the user can actually view the post. Great. So inside this link, I want to create an image. So I create a div. I give this div a Tailwind utility class of relative width of full. I give it a height of 80. For small screens and above, I'm going to give it a height of 100. For medium screens and above, give it a height of 120, like that. And in here, I'm going to call an image tag from next image, the SRC. I'll still just make use of the image we were using, images /profile.jpg. Okay, the auth is going to be profile big. I'm going to add a field to it, and then a Tailwind class. We're going to be object of cover and a rounded of 2XL, like that. Save that. I actually see the image right here. Okay, great. So finally, we're going to create the action button. It's going to be the bottom of the post component. So after this link, I'll create a div. I'll give this a Tailwind utility class of margin top of 4, margin horizontal of 1, display of flex, and a gap of 6. And in here, we're going to create a button which is going to have a Tailwind utility class of text gray 300, cursor of pointer, display of flex, items of center, and a gap of 1, like that. Then here we're going to call an icon far reg hats, which we're going to give a size of 20. After that, we're going to add a span That's going to be, I just put a random number here, 74 likes. The tables class is going to be text of x, xx. Okay, great. Save that and I'll check out the output. And we actually have that button right here. Okay, great. So we're going to create two more. I'm just going to copy this. I'll drag this down, 1, 2. Then this one is going to be file regular comment dots. Then this one is going to be file regular trash off. Okay. Then for this one, we don't need this span. I'll just get rid of that. Then for this one, I'll say for comments. Save that. And we actually have those call to action buttons on this post. Okay, great. So basically now we are done with the UI of the home page. So now when we click on this post, we want to actually go to the post view page. Okay, so let's actually work on the post view page. So I'm going to go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll just close everything up. Then inside this SRC folder, I'm going to create a file. Inside this protected folder, I'll create a folder called post. Inside this folder, I want to actually create a dynamic route, okay, because when we click on a post, okay, we are going to be viewing the post in the post view page using the post ID. Now, in the final project right now, if I click on this post right here, you're going to notice that we're going to have the post ID. You notice that we have the post ID right here, okay, so we're going to be viewing the individual post with the post ID, which means that route is going to be a dynamic route. Okay, great. So to create a dynamic route in Nextjs, this is what we're going to do. We'll create a new folder, and this folder I'm going to make use of a square bracket. And in here, I'm going to call this post or post ID. I'll just call this post ID. And inside this post ID folder, I'm going to create a file called page.csx like that. RFC. I'll call this post view page. Get rid of this and create an empty fragment. So in here, we're going to have the JSX of the post component. So I'll just go for that post component. I'll look for that post component, this post component. Now the JSX of this post component, that's what I actually want to display in that page. So we don't have to write the code from scratch. So I'm just going to copy this and I'll just paste that right here. Okay. Then I import the icons. And also I import the image. Then I import the link. Get that from next link. Great. Now I want to try to actually click on the post. You're going to notice that when we click on the post, it's going to bring us right here to the post view page. Okay. Right now we are inside the post view page, and you can see right now that random string we attached to the end right here at the end of the URL, which means we can basically add anything at the end of the URL, because this is basically a dynamic URL. So next, what I want to do is I want to create a component called comment input and actually put that component underneath here. So I'm going to wrap this up. I'll wrap up this JSS right here, and down here I actually need to place the comments input. Just comment this off. So I'll create a new component. I'll just create a new folder inside the components folder that is associated with the comments. I'll say comments or comments. Then in here I just create a new component called comments input.csx like that. RFC. Now this comment input is going to be similar with what we have in this input container, okay, except we're not going to have these buttons right here. So let's actually just take this JXX. So I'll go to the post input. I'll just go to this create post input. I'll just copy everything, this JXX right here, copy this JXX right here. Then I'm just going to paste that JXX right here. And obviously you have to actually import the icons. So I just import this from React icons, import this from React icons, import this from React icons. Then also you have to import the next image from next image. Great. So all we have to do is go to the page, the post view page, and just call the comments input like that. Save that, and we should actually see, when we click on a post in the post view page, you should actually see that input right here. Okay, and we actually have that input right here. Now we're not actually done yet. We have to actually get rid of this one right here. Okay, so I just get rid of that first one called photo. We're not going to be adding photos for comments. Then for this one, instead of post, it's going to be comments. Comments like that. Alright, so we have the emoji and then we have comments. Then instead of what's on your mind as the placeholder for the text area, we are going to have, as a text area, we are going to have leave a comments like that. So finally, we have to create the JSS for each of the comments. So I'm going to create another component. Inside this folder, I'll create a new file called comments. So I'll spell that comments correctly. .csx rfc, and inside this comments JSS, what I want to do is that I want to take this right here. Then I'll just paste that. I'll take the JSS for the post component and I'll just paste that right here like that. Okay, then I'll get rid of the like button. I'll also get rid of the comment count button. Then I'll leave only the trash button. We don't need an image for this comment component, so I'll get rid of this. And also we don't really need the link. We just want to show the comment, so I'll get rid of all this. Okay, and then for the profile picture of the user that left the comment, I'll just import an image from this link for that. I'll save that, go back to the web page. We've not actually imported that component in the post page. I'm going to go to the post page. Then after this comment input, I'll say it's going to be comments. So you're going to output our comments. Then down here, I'm simply going to say comments like that. So when we go back to the web page, we should actually see that JSX right here. Great. So finally, we're going to work on the profile page. Okay, and also when we click on this edit profile, it's going to actually pop out this model right here. So to do that, I'm just going to close all these files, close all. Then right here, I'm going to create a file. Inside this protected folder, I'll create a folder called profile. And inside this profile, I'm going to create a file called page.csx rfc. I just call this the profile page like that. Then I get rid of this and create an empty fragment. In here, I'm going to have a div. I give this div a Tailwind utility class of bg dark3, px of 4, py of 8, then rounded of 2xl. Inside this div, I'm going to create another div that's going to wrap around the profile picture of the user. I'll give you some Tailwind class of relative width of 25, height of 25. I'll give it a shrink of 0. Okay, I don't want the image inside this container to shrink. So inside here, I'm going to get an image tag from next image. The src is going to point to /images/profile pic. Auth is going to be profile pic. And finally, we're going to pass in a field property. Inside the image itself, I'm going to have some Tailwind classes. I'll give this a object of cover, a rounded of full, a border of 6, and finally the border color is going to be border dark 4 like that. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. Then to go to the profile page, we're just going to click on this right here. Okay, /profile. I'll click on that. It's going to bring us right here to the profile page. Okay, and we can't actually see the image. I think we got the name wrong. I think it's profile.jpg. I didn't even add the extension. Profile.jpg like that. I actually see the image. After this div, I'm going to create another div. I'll give this a Tailwind utility class of margin top of 6 and a text query of 200. In here, we're going to have a paragraph tag that's going to say Egbon manual. Then the Tailwind class is going to be text
2XL and a font of bold. After that, I want to have another paragraph tag at Egbo Tech. Then I'll give you some Tailwind class, text of MD, font of normal, and a text gray of, sorry, spell that text correctly, a text gray of 500, like that. And after this, I'm going to create a paragraph tag. I'm going to add some random text in here. I'm going to add some random, so this is going to be the paragraph for the user's bio. Then in here, I'm just going to add some Tailwind classes to this. I'll give it a margin top of 4. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually see those items right here. I'll just increase this to a margin top of 6. Margin top of 6 instead. Yeah, way better this way. I'm just going to wrap this bio around a div. I'll just wrap it around the div so that I can add a label to it. So I'll just wrap it around the div. Place that right here. On here, I'm just going to put a label there. So we can actually know that this is for the bio. So I'll just get rid of this. Then right here, I want to say bio. Add some Tailwind classes to this. Give it a display of block, text of XM, text gray of 600, and a font of medium. Save that. I actually have that right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add that margin top property to the div. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. I'll place that on the div that wraps around it. And for the paragraph tag, just reduce it to a margin top of 1. Give it a text of XM and a text gray of 300, like that. I'll save that, and we actually see the bio right here. This actually looks better. So after that, I'll create a paragraph tag, add some Tailwind classes to this, a display of flex, a margin vertical of 4, a gap of 2, and items of center. Then I'm going to have an icon, Vercel calendar. Give it a size of 15 and some Tailwind class of text primary, like that. After the icon, we're going to have a span. I'm simply going to say join. We're going to have to code this for now. This is going to be the date the user actually joins the application. So joined 22 days ago. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually see those items right here. So I'm just going to add some styles to the span. I'll give the span a Tailwind class of text gray of 400 and a text of XM, like that. And these actually look. So after this, I'm going to add the profile stats. So I'm going to wrap up this paragraph tag. Then down here, I'm going to say profile stats. That's going to be the user number of posts user has created, the number of followers user has, also the number of following. So down here, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class. So I'll give this div a width of 50%, a display of flex, a justify of between, and a margin top of 10. So inside this div, I'm going to scroll up. Inside this div, I'm going to create a div. I give this a Tailwind class of text center and a text gray of 200. And inside this div, I'm going to create a paragraph tag. I say we're just going to have something like 1200. I give it a Tailwind class of font semi-bold. After that, I'll create another paragraph tag. And it's going to have, I'm going to say post, and the Tailwind class is going to be font normal, a text gray of 400, and a text of XX. Save that. We actually see that right here. Great. So I'm just going to create 2 more of this. I'm just going to copy this and drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. And for this one, I'm going to call this one followers. And for this one, I'll call this one following. Save that. Then we'll actually see those items right here. Great. But when we go to small screen device, you're going to notice that it's actually going to be squishy when you go to mobile devices. So what I'm going to do is that I want to ensure this is actually responsive. This stat is actually responsive. So what I'm going to do is that I only want to apply this width of 50% for small screens and above. Okay, so this is only going to be applied for screens that are 640 pixels in screen size and above. But for mobile phone, it's not going to have a width of 90%. For mobile phone, we want this to have a width for mobile phone and small screen device, a width of 90%, like that. Then when we go to small screen device, so you notice that it actually looks, let's go to small screen device, it actually expands and it looks better for small screen device, like that. Great. So finally, we're going to create the button we're going to use to actually open the module. So down here, I'm going to create a button. After this profile starts, I'll create a button. We're simply going to say edit profile. Okay, so this is the button the user is going to click on if they want to edit their profile. I give this a Tailwind class of bg primary, a px of 4, a py of 2, margin top of 6, rounded of full, and finally a cursor of pointer. Save that. We actually have the edit profile button right here. Great. So now we have to start working on our model. So what we're going to do, I'm going to create a state. First of all, I'm going to make this a client component. So up here, I'm going to make this page a client component because I'm not really writing any server code inside this page. I'll make this a client component. Then up here, I'm going to create some states. Const is modal open. Then set is modal open. It's going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be false. And then we can hook up a function to this button. So right here, I'm going to say on click. It's going to fire an arrow function that is going to set is modal open to true. So anytime we click on this button, it's going to actually open up the model like that. Okay, great. So now we're actually going to create our model component. So I'm just going to close this up. I'll go to src components. I'll create a new folder called models. Now inside this model folder, I'm going to create a file called edit profile model. Spell that profile correctly. Edit profile model.csx rfc. Great. Then I'm just going to call this model inside the page.css file. Now up here, I'm just going to call that model profile model like that. And we're going to pass in some props to it. We're going to pass this modal open. It's going to be equal to is modal open. Then we're going to pass in the set is modal open. It's going to be equal to set is modal open. Okay. So now let's actually destructure these props inside the edit profile modal. Right here, we're going to destructure the props. We're going to destructure the set is modal open. And also I just copy this is modal open. I'm going to destructure out the is modal open. Okay. And then I'm going to create a type for it. So up here, I'm going to say type edit profile model props. It's going to have an is modal open value that's going to be boolean, and then it's going to have a set is modal open. I'm just going to copy this right here. It's going to be react dot dispatch, and here is going to be react dot set state action boolean. Okay, which means it's a setter function. Then in here, we can just say this is going to be of type edit profile model like that. I'll just format that. Great. So now that TypeScript error is gone. When we go back to the page of CSS and we'll pass those props, we no longer get those errors because the edit profile modal expects this is modal open, which is boolean. Also the set is modal open, which is a setter function to update the boolean is modal open. Great. So now we'll go back to the web page to actually see that edit profile modal up here. Okay, so let's actually start styling it up. So we're gonna create the UI for the model. So just get rid of this. So return a JXS. It's gonna have an empty fragment. Then in here, we're gonna create a div that's going to have a Tailwind utility class of fixed. Insert 0, Z of 50, BG of black. Then I want the opacity to reduce by 60%. Backdrop, I want a backdrop of blur XM. Display of flex items of center. And finally, justify of center. I'm going to save that. Then we should actually see that those styles we just added. You can see that the background is actually blur. So when we open up the model, the background is going to actually be blur, and then we can actually see the model right here. Okay, great. So inside this div, I'm going to create another div. I'll give this a Tailwind utility class of bg tag2, a width of 90%, maximum width of MD, rounded of 2XL, padding of 6, position of relative, and shadow of XL, like that. Okay, format this and save it. Then I'll check out the output, and we actually see that black model right here. Great. So now let's actually add the contents of the model. Now inside the model, we're going to have a button to close up the model. In here, I want to call an icon MD close. I give the button some styles. Use a position of absolute, top of 3, right of 3, text gray of 400, text 2XL, and on hover give it a text of white, like that. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually see that button right here. Okay, great. And when we hover on it, you can see it's going to have a text color of white. Okay, great. So I'm just going to give it a cursor of pointer, like that. So after the button, I'm just going to label this close button. After the button, close button, I'm going to have a header, which is the header of the model. So I just say this is going to be the header. It's simply going to be an h2 tag. I'm going to say edit profile. I'm going to give it some Tailwind class, text of XL, font of semi-bold, text gray of 100, margin bottom of 6, and a text of center, like that. And we actually see that header right here, edit profile. Great. So after this edit profile, I'm going to actually add the form. So the form, right here, I want to create a form tag. I'll give this form a Tailwind class of margin vertical of 10. Then inside this form, we're going to create a div. Inside this div, we're going to have a label. Give this label a Tailwind class of text gray of 400. Then the label is simply going to be full name, like that. Inside this div, we're going to have an input. It's going to have a Tailwind class, width of full, py of 3, px of 4, placeholder text gray of 400, bg background of bg dark 3, rounded of lg, outline of none, text gray of 100, finally margin vertical of 3, like that. Save that. I will actually see the input right here. Great. We're going to have two more similar inputs. I'm just going to drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. Okay. The label for the second one is simply going to be email address. Then this one is going to be username. And after this div, I'm going to create a test area, which is also going to have a label. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that in here, and this label is going to be for the user's bio. And after that, I'm going to create a test area that's going to have a Tailwind class that's basically going to be similar with this right here. So I'm just going to copy the styles we have here. I'll paste that in here, and the difference is I'm going to have a resize of none. I'll save that, go back to the web page, and we actually see that right here. Okay, great. So finally, we're going to create an input for the proof to actually select a profile picture. So basically, I'll just copy this, I'll paste that underneath here, and this label is going to be profile picture, profile picture. Then right here is not going to be of type, there's going to be of type file, like that. I'll save that. Then we can actually see that input right here. You can actually choose a file. Great. So finally, we're going to add the submit button. So we're going to add a button right here. We're going to say save, and then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. With a px of 4, a padding vertical of 2, a rounded of full, a bg of primary, then on over, and do the bg of primary 2. I'll reduce the opacity a bit, a text of white, and a cursor of pointer. Great. Let's actually check out the outputs, and we have that button right here. But I want the button to be positioned right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap the button inside a div. And I'll give this div a Tailwind class of flex, then justify. I'm going to say end, like that. That should ensure that it's justified at the ending. Yeah. And also just give this a margin top of 4. Yeah, way better. So finally, what we want to work on is that we want the modal to only be open when it's open is set to true. Okay. And when we click on this, we're going to actually close up the modal. Let's work on that. So basically what we are going to do, we're going to cut everything we have here. I'll just cut everything we have here. Then I'm going to say is modal open. I only want to render this JXX right here only when the modal is actually open. Okay, so I'll just format this. I won't head back to the web page. We'll not be able to see that modal, but when we click on this, we can actually see the modal because that button is going to set its modal to true. But when we click on this, it's not going to actually close up our modal. Now, that is because we've not actually hooked up the set its modal function to this button. So remember, we are passing the set its modal open and its modal open as properties, as props from the parent component to this modal, which is the child component of the profile page. Okay, so we can make use of this set its modal open inside the child component. So I'm going to go to that close button. I'm going to add an onClick event handler on click. I'm going to fire an arrow function that's going to set its modal open to false, like that. I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web and we'll click on this close button, it's going to close up our modal. Then we'll click on this and it's going to open up the modal. Then we'll click on this, it's going to close up the modal. Great. So that's basically it for this chapter. We created all the important UI we need to create in our application. So all we have to do now is actually commit our changes to Git. So I'm going to head over to my terminal. I'm going to just stop this right here. I'm going to stop this terminal. I'm going to run npm run a linked check. And we have one linked error right here. Error ID photo is defined. IOMD photo is defined and it's never read at which component, the comment input component. So I'm going to head to the comment input component. So I'll go to src component comments. I'll go to comment input. Okay, yeah, these icons we're actually importing, but we are not making use of the icons. Remember, remove this photo icon because we didn't need the photo button for the comment input. So I didn't get rid of that import. So I'm going to run another npm run a linked check, and we get no ES linked warnings or errors. So basically, I'm going to do git status to check the status of our code, and we have some untracked codes right here, untracked files right here we created, and also we have some files we actually modified. So basically, I'm just going to add all these changes to the staging area. Git add all. I'm going to add them. So when we run git status again,
we should actually see these files in the staging area, and then we can actually commit this file to our main branch. So git commit -m. I'm going to call this created UI for the home page, profile page, and post page, like that. I'll click on enter, and that's going to commit our changes to Git, and then we can actually sync these changes to our remote origin by clicking on this, and then we just click on sync changes, then we'll click on OK. And that's going to sync our changes to our GitHub remote origin. Okay, great. So in the next chapter, we're going to start working on the user profile. So after a user have completed their registration, you can go to their profile and actually add their bio, add their profile picture, and also the user will be able to edit their username and their name. So we're going to work on that in the next chapter. In the last chapter, we worked on the UI for the home page, the profile page, and also the post page. So in this chapter, we're going to work on the user profile. So these are the steps we are going to take. First of all, we're going to handle the form in the edit profile modal, okay, using React hook form and Zod. And then we're going to actually populate the form. Remember that the form is going to contain the details of the logged in user. So we're going to fetch the details of the logged in user and populate the forms with the details. And finally, we're actually going to work on actually updating the user details. So how a user can be able to edit their profile and actually update their profile. So let's actually start working on that. So I'm going to head to the edit profile modal components, go to the SLC components, models, then edit profile model right here. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to create a Zod schema. So up here, I'll say const edit profile schema is going to be equals to z. I'm going to import z from Zod.object. First of all, we're going to have an email feed, which is going to be z.email, and then the default error is going to be invalid email address, like that. And then after that, I'm going to have another field called name, which is going to be z.string minimum value 2. Then the default error, basically the error when these requirements are not met, name is required, like that. After that, we're going to have the username field, which is going to be z.string.min2. Then the minimum is going to be 3. Then the error is going to be username must be at least 3 characters. Okay. After that, we're going to have the bio field, which is going to be z.string. And the user can decide not to fill in a bio, so we have to specify that this is going to be optional. Or we can say it's going to be z.lethal, okay, and it could be an empty string, okay, which means the bio could be null or it could be an empty string, okay. So next we're going to add validation for the image, because the user will be able to upload their image to start some client validation for this. And the image is going to be z.any, and it's going to be optional. And then we also add some custom validation to it. So I'll use .refine. So in here, I have to specify those custom validation. I'll say this is going to take a files. Then if there's no files or files.length equivalent to 0, I will check if the file is not an image. So I'm going to say I'll create an array image/jpg, image/jpeg, image/png, then finally image/webp. Okay, then we're going to check if the file that was uploaded is included in this array files. I just want the index of 0 dots. Then if this validation fails, then we're going to output this error right here. Only JPEG, PNG, WebP images are allowed. Okay, so I'll just format this now. So basically what we are doing is that this image
feed right here, this image input right here is going to take a file that's going to be of type file. Now, if the file type does not match JPG, JPEG, or PNG or WebP, then it's going to display an error. Okay, only JPEG, PNG, or WebP images are allowed. And then it's also going to check if it's actually empty, and also if the file length is equals to 0. So we are basically adding validation so that the user can upload the right file format as their profile picture. Okay, then down here I'm going to say type edit profile form going to be equals to z.infer type of edit profile schema, like that. So we are creating a type from our Zod schema so that we can actually pass that type to React hook form. So down here I can simply just get my use form from React hook form, and I say const. Our destructure of the result we are getting is going to be equals to use form. Get that from React hook form. And then in here we're going to call the resolver. I remember you are making use of Zod resolver, so I'm going to say Zod resolver. I want to get that from hack. I'm going to get that from hook form resolvers Zod right here. Okay, great. And in here I'm going to pass in the edit profile schema we just created up here. Okay, this edit profile schema. Great. So now we've actually connected Zod to our React hook form. So now let's actually register the form. So I'm going to say register. I'm going to destructure register from React hook form. Now I'm going to scroll down, go to this input right here. Then right here I'm just going to call ... register. And then we're going to get the auto completion. Okay, you see all the fields we can actually click on, and this first one is going to be for the name field. Then down here I'll just copy this one, and down here I'll just paste that right here. Then this one is going to be for the email. Then I'll paste that right here again. This one is going to be the input for the username. Then I'll paste that in this text area, and this one is going to be for the bio. And finally we're going to have the last input for the image, like that. Okay, so that's all. We've actually connected our form to React hook form. Okay, so now finally what we're going to do is actually going to just display the errors we're going to get when we try to submit the form without actually passing the validation. So we're going to go to the auth component and get some of these error styling from this page. Just going to scroll down, get this one right here. Then I'll just paste that underneath this input right here. I'll paste that right here. This is going to be errors. I will not actually destructure the errors, so I'm going to scroll up. Then remember that to actually get the errors, we have to destructure out the form state, and then from the form state we're going to destructure out the errors. Okay, then we can go down here. Then because this one is going to be errors.email. This one is going to be, I'll just paste that underneath this input. This one is going to be errors.name, and then it's going to be errors.name.message. Then I'm just going to scroll up. The next one is going to be for the username. This one is going to be errors.username. Right here we're going to have errors.username.message. Then for this one we're going to have the bio. So I'm going to paste that after the text area. It's going to be errors.bio. Then we're going to have errors.bio.message. And finally for the file input, I'll just paste that after the input. We're going to have errors.image. Then we're going to have errors.image.the message from the image error, like that. Then we got an error right here. The string feed error is not supposed to type React node. You know what? I'm going to say error.message. Display this as a string. Okay, great. That should solve that problem, just like that. So now when we try to submit the form, I'm going to actually create a submit function. So up here I'm just going to create a submit function so I can actually test the submission. So up here I'm going to say const on submit. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. This function is going to be async, so I'm going to say async right here. Then we can get the data, which is going to be of type edit profile form. Okay, and in here we can simply just log that data to the console.log the data like that. Okay, now finally we have to get the handle submit from React hook form so that we can submit it. Then up here I'm simply just going to say get handle submit from React hook form, and then on submit of the form, on submit I'm going to run handle submit, and then I'm going to pass in the function we created on submit in there. Okay, great. So let's actually test this out. I'm going to go back to the web page. I'm going to actually go to edit profile and try to test the validation. So I click on save and we get an error. I'm going to click on that. Cannot read properties reading type. Okay, I have to be more specific. So I'm going to head to the console and try to inspect where I'm getting these errors from. Uncut error, type error, edit profile. Click on this, and we are getting this from line 20 type. Oh, I didn't spell this length correctly, so I'm going to go back to the Visual Studio Code. When we are checking if the file was actually uploaded, we didn't check the length properly, we didn't spell this correctly. LENGTH. Okay, great. So I'm going to save that, actually try this again. Click on save, and we actually get those validation errors right here. Okay, great. But we don't see validation for the bio and the image. That's because remember we said that the bio and the profile picture are actually optional. For us to actually see the profile picture validation, you have to upload a file that is not an image. So I'm going to choose a file that is not an image. Just look for a file that I know is not an image. Go to music. I just select an audio file. Click on open. You can see immediately only JPEG, PNG, or WebP image is actually allowed, and we actually get that ZOD error. Okay, great. And we cannot see we can no longer see the header and the close button. So what I'm just going to put that close button right here. Okay, so I'll go to the JXS. I'll just get rid of this button. Then also get rid of the header. We already know that's the edit profile mode. Then I'm just going to scroll down. Instead of my close button to be there, it's going to be right here inside this div with the save button. Okay, so I'm just going to put a button here. It's going to be cancel. Then I give it some Tailwind class of px of 4, py of 2, rounded of full, bg dark 4, text of white, and finally a cursor of pointer like that. Save that, and we should actually see that button right here. Okay, so I'm going to add some gap between the two buttons. So right here I'm going to add a gap. I just give them a gap of about 3, gap of 3. That should actually do the trick. And then I'm going to hook up the event to actually close the modal. So right here I'm going to say on click. I want to find an arrow function that's going to actually set its modal open to false. Okay, great. And when I click on this, it's going to actually close up the modal. This actually looks way better. So now we're actually done with the first step with this chapter. We've actually handled the form using React hook form and ZOD. So the next step is that we have to actually populate the form with the details of the logged in user. Now in the social media application, when you go to edit profile and try to edit your profile, you should actually see your old details. Okay, so you actually know the ones you actually want to update. But right now in our application, when we click on edit profile, the inputs are actually empty. Okay, so let's actually populate this input with the details of the user. So first, what we're going to do, we're going to create an API route to actually fetch the user's details. So I'm going to go over to my Visual Studio Code. I'll close this up. I'm going to create a new route, src app API. And inside this auth folder, I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call this one user. Then in here, I'm going to create a route, which is going to be routes.ts like that. So in this routes.ts, I'm going to write the server code we need to actually pull the details of the signed in user, okay, the authenticated user details. So I'm simply going to say export async function And this is going to be a get request. So the name of the function is going to be get. I'll create a try catch block. Then the catch block. If we get an error, we're going to log it, and then we're going to actually return a next response internal server error with a status of 500. And then I'm just going to import next response from next server like that. Then inside the try, first thing we're going to do, I'm going to actually get the session of the logged in user. So I'm saying const session is going to be equals to, I'm going to await, then I'm going to call auth. Okay, remember we are getting this auth from the auth.ts file we created in the root folder. Okay, and then we're going to check if we don't get a session user ID. So I'm going to use quotation marks. If no session dot user dot ID, then I'm going to return the next response dot JSON. Passing the error is going to be unauthorized, and then the status is going to be 401. I'll just format this. Now if we don't get a session ID, then I'm just going to return right here with a error unauthorized and the status 401. Okay, but if there's a session, the user is logged in, then down here we're going to say const user. We're going to get the user from our database. So I'm going to say await. We'll make use of our Prisma instance. Prisma does make use of the user model. Does we want to find a unique user. Find unique. We want to find a user where the ID of the user matches with session dot user dot ID like that. And then we have to specify the field we want to select. So down here I'm going to say select. I'm going to select the ID field, set that to true. We'll select the name field, set that to true. We'll select the image field. We'll select the image field, the username, created that, bio, and then we're actually going to fetch the user following and the user followers. Remember that when we created our schema, we created a relationship between the user and also the follow model, so we can actually get the number of followers and also the number of following the user has. And also we created a relationship between the post model and the user model, so we can actually get the total number of posts the user actually has. To do that, after this bio field right here, we're going to say underscore count. We want to select post count true, followers true, and finally following true like that. And then we're going to check if we get a user. So I'm going to say if no user, then we're going to return a next response. So I'll just copy this one right here. I'm going to return a next response. Then I'll just paste that right here. The status will be 404 not found. And then the error message is going to be user not found. Okay, great. And if we get the user, then down here is going to return the user. Return a next response.json, and then we just pass in the user right there. Okay, great. So now we have an API route to actually fetch the logged in user details. Okay, so next we're going to create a service function that's going to make a network request to this route right here. Okay, so I'm going to create a new folder in my root directory. I'll create a new folder. I'll call this folder services. Inside this services folder, I'm going to create a file called user.txt. Inside this user.txt, I'm going to create a function, export async function get current user. Now this function is going to return a promise that's going to be of type user. Okay, great. So simply what we are doing is that we are saying that this function is going to be an async function, and when the function is done running, it's going to return a promise that's going to be type of user, which means the data this function is going to return is going to be of type user, which basically the user's details. Okay, so we have to actually create this type. So I'm going to create a new folder. In the root folder, I want to create a new folder. I'll call this folder types. And inside this types folder, I'll create a file called user.ts. So in here, you can actually create all the types that's going to be associated with the user. Now I'm just going to paste the type here so we don't have to write this from scratch. Now this is basically the structure of the data we just fetched. We have an ID feed, a name feed of type string, image feed of type string, image of type string and null, but the image could be null. Also the by could be string and all. You have the username, be created that, and also we have this count object that's going to contain the statistics of the user, the total number of posts, total number of followers, total number of following, which is going to be of type number. Okay, so we're going to save this and then we can actually import this type right here. Okay, we're going to get type from types user. Okay, great. And then in here we can make a request to that app we just created. So I'm going to create a try catch block, and if we get an error, I'm going to catch the error, then I'm going to check if it's an Azure's error. So I'm going to get Azure's from Azure's, then it's Azure's error. I'm going to pass in the error. Okay, now if this is an Azure's error, we're going to throw new error with the error dot response dot data dot error. Okay, or we're going to display this failed to fetch user. But if it's not an Azure's error, then we're just going to throw new error, then we'll simply say network error occurred, like that. So inside the thread, we can actually make the request. You can simply say const response, sorry, spell that response correctly. It's going to be equals to, we're going to await Azure's dot. Remember that we're making a get request, so we're going to make it use Azure's dot get, and the head is going to be /API/, it's going to be API/ this auth folder, then / the user, /auth/ user, like that. And then we're simply just going to return the response dot the data we get from the response. Okay, which is going to be in this format right here, user. Okay, great. So I'll just format this. So now we're not going to make use of this function directly in our code. We want to actually use React query to actually fire this function. Now the reason for that is because we want data we fetch in our application to be cached. Okay, so React query actually gives us that option. So let's actually set up React query so that I can make use of React query to actually fetch the data. So I'm going to actually open up my terminal, go to this other terminal, then right here I'm going to say npm install @fanstack /React query. Click on enter. That command is going to install the React query package for us. Okay, so I'm going to close up this terminal. So next, we have to actually set up React query in our application. Okay, now to do that, we're going to go to the root layout file for our application, src app, this root layout file. Now we have to wrap the entire application with the React query provider. The problem is that if we do that, we're going to actually specify up here that this is going to be a client component. Now making this root layout file client component is going to make our entire application client component, and we don't want that. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a provider for this. So I'll create a new folder. I'll call this folder providers. And inside this providers folder, I'm going to create a file. I'll call this query provider.txx rfc. In here, you can create a query client. Like say const query client is going to be equals to use state. We're going to get the use state hook from React, and in here we're going to set our new query client to a state, new query client, like that. Okay, then I'll wrap this up in a square bracket because this is going to be a state. Then right here we can get the query client provider. So I'm going to say query client provider. We're going to say the client is going to be the query client we just created. Okay, this query client right here. Then in here you can simply just call the children. So any component will wrap this file around. The children is going to be displayed right here, just the way we are creating our layout files. Okay, great. Then up here, I'm going to say it's going to be a client component. So I'll say use
client, like that. So now we have to actually destructure these props from the components children. Then we have to specify the type, which is going to be of type React node. Okay, great. I'll just format this. Now, what we are simply doing is that we are going to wrap our entire application with this file right here. Okay, so our application is going to be rendered right here where these children are, which means the React query provider is still going to wrap around our entire application, but we don't have to actually make the entire application a client component. So we're going to head back to the layout file, and then right here we're going to wrap these children. Instead of we getting the query client provider from React query, we're going to get it from providers, from that provider we just created right here. Okay, query provider, and in here I'm just going to render the children. Okay, great. So basically we're still wrapping our application with the React query provider, but we are not making the entire application a client component. Okay, so now we now have access to React query in our application. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a folder. I'll create a new folder. I'll call this folder custom hooks. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a file called user.txt. Now inside this user.txt, we're going to create a function, export function get user. Now this function is simply going to return use query. The query key is going to be current user. That's the current logged in user. That's the data we are fetching. And then we have to pass in the query function. And the query function is going to be that service function we created to actually fetch the user detail. It's going to be get current user. So simply I'm going to say get current user, just like that. So that's basically, you can make use of this hook right now we created to actually fetch the user details. Okay, so I'm going to go to the user's profile page. I go to the profile page, SRC app. Where's that protected profile? I go to this page of TSS file right here. Then right here, I'm going to say const. I'll just structure the result we're going to get from the use get user. It's going to be equal to use get user, like that. We'll destructure the data we are getting. We're going to destructure this loading, the is error, destructure the error. Then I'm just going to rename this data user. Okay, great. Let's actually log the user to the console. So console.log. Then I'm just going to log the user to the console. So I'm going to go back to the profile page. I just go to the console and I just refresh the web page. And we actually get the user data right here. Okay, you can see we are getting the data, we're getting the bio, the created ads, we are getting the email, the ID of the user, and also we're getting that count. You can see total followers 0, total following 0, and total post 0. Excellent. So I'm going to get rid of this. Then I'm going to say if it's loading, then we just want to return a loading first, and this is going to be temporary. Later on we're going to work on the loading screen. Loading. Okay, I'll just give this a Tailwind utility class of text gray of 300. Okay, then if it's an error, just drag this down. Then if it's error, if we get an error, we're just going to output the error right here. Then we can just say error dot the message from the error. Okay, great. But if there's no error and it's not loading, then we can pass this user to the edit profile modal as a prop. Okay, now inside the edit profile modal, head to the edit profile modal, we have to actually specify the type of the user. So up here I'm going to say this is going to take a prop called user, which is going to be of type user, or it's going to be undefined. Okay, then I'm just going to get this user from our types we created, types user. Okay, great. So the reason we could be undefined is because if the user details has not been fetched yet, and this is going to be undefined. So now we have the user type. We can actually now destructure the user. Okay, so for me, we're going to destructure the user object. So since we now have the user object, how do we make use of this user object to populate the form? To do that, we're going to make use of a property from React hook form called default values. Okay, now this is going to be an object that's going to have that we can actually pass the default values of our form. First of all, I'm going to call the name, which is going to be the user dot the name of the user. Then we're going to have the second one, which is going to be the username of the user. It's going to be user dot user name. Then we're going to have email, which is going to be user dot email. And then we're going to have a bio, which is going to be the user dot bio. Now remember that the user can either be user or undefined, which means when the user details has not been fetched from the server, it's going to be undefined. So for that, we have to specify a fallback value. So say if the user is not available and we don't have a username, then we're going to say this is going to be an empty string. Same thing with this one, it's going to be an empty string. With the email, this is going to be an empty string. And finally, for the bio, it's going to be an empty string. Okay, now that's going to get rid of that error we're getting from the bio field. Great. Now I'm going to save that. I head back to the profile page. When I click on edit profile, we should actually see the modal right here. I have the name, the email, and the username all actually populated. Okay, great. So now we have access to the logged in user details, and we've actually populated this input with the user details. Now we can actually now update the profile page. Okay, we can update the details of the logged in user in the profile page and also the left sidebar. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to go to this profile page. I just close everything up here, close all, then I'll close this. I'll go to SRC app protected. I'll go to the profile page. So now I can actually output the details. First of all, we're going to start with the image. I'm just going to open all this up. Right here, we can see the SRC is going to point to user dot the image of the user, or if the user doesn't have an image, then basically if the user have not uploaded their profile picture, then we have to actually set a fallback profile picture, a default profile picture for our application. Now right now I'm going to go to public, I'll go to images. I'm going to make use of this avatar.png, okay, as my fallback image. And when you open up this image, you're going to see that this actually basically a default avatar you can actually use as the default profile picture of the user when the user has not actually uploaded their profile picture. So I'm going to close this up. So I'm going to say /images /avatar.png, like that. Okay, so basically this user.image is going to be the points to the profile picture of the user when the user have uploaded their profile picture. But if the user has not uploaded their profile picture, then it's going to use this fallback value. Okay, great. So I'm going to open this up. This one is going to be the user's name, so I'm going to output that here. I'm going to say user dot the name of the user. Why this one? I'm going to output the user's username. This one is going to be user dot username, and then we're going to output the bio of the user. I'm going to say user dot bio, but if the user did not set their bio or not uploaded their bio, then we're going to actually pass in a default value. The default value is going to be this: your bio will help others get to know you better. Okay, great. After that, we're going to output the date the user was actually, as the date the user joins the application is going to be joined. Then we're going to say user dot the created as of that user. Okay, so after that, we're going to actually output the stats of the user. So we're going to output the total number of posts the user has, which is going to be user dot count dot posts. Right here, this one is going to be total number of followers. It's going to be user dot count dot followers. And finally, we're going to have the following, which is going to be user dot count, sorry, not created as count, then dot following, like that. Okay, so I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. We should actually see that we have this details. This has actually been updated. We have total number of posts 0, total number of followers 0, and this followers is not spelled correctly. Total number of followers, and then we also have the total number of following. Okay, so next, what I'm going to do, I'm going to install a very light library that's going to help us format this date. So I'm quickly going to do that. Just open another terminal. I'm going to say npm I moment. Click on enter. Now that command is going to install the moment library for us. Okay, great. So I'm going to close this up. I'm going to head back. I'm actually going to make use of that moment library. I'm going to cut everything up here. Then now I'm going to say moments Then I'm going to paste this in here. Okay, great. So I want to import the moment library. So up here, I'm simply going to say import moment from moment. Okay, and then down here you can say moment dot from now, like that. Okay, just format this. Then when I save that, I head back to the web page, you can actually see that the time is actually formatted. You can see right now joined 6 days ago. Okay, also we're going to update the details of the user in the left side, so let's do that too. So I'm just going to look for that component. I'll go to components, I'll go to general component, I'll go to left sidebar. Now in here, first of all, I'm going to make this a client component. So I'm going to say use client, and then up here we can actually use that use get user. See comes, I'm going to destructure what we are going to get is going to be equals to use get user. Okay, and then we're going to destructure the is loading, the is error, the error, and also we're going to destructure the data. I also rename data user. Okay, and then I'm going to copy the loading state we have here. I'm just going to copy this right here, also the error handling. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, for now we're going to make use of a loading test. Later on we're going to actually create a loading screen, and then we can actually output the details. We can actually start with the image. Just open this up. Then right here I can say the src is going to be the user dot the image of the user, or is going to be /images /avatar dot png, like that. Okay, and then after that we're going to output the stats. So this one is going to be for the following. So I'm going to say this is going to be user dot count dot following. Okay, and then this one is going to be, I think we've missed the followers. Yeah, we missed the followers. This one is going to be user dot count dot followers, and then right here we're going to output the username of the user, which is going to be user dot username, and finally we're going to output the user bio. So I just copy this one right here. I just copy what we did here, then I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, format this, I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. We should actually see the details of the user. Okay, Egbo Emmanuel at Egmont Tech, your bio, because the user doesn't have a bio, so the default text is going to be shown as the bio. So now what we want to work on is that we want to be able to update the user details. So we want to send a request to the server to actually update the user details so that the user can actually update their details. So first of all, we're going to create an API route for that. So I want to create an API route. So to services app API. And inside this user route, inside this user we created, I want to create another route. This one is going to be a patch request. So I'm going to say export async function patch. Now this function is going to take a request which is going to be of type request, and then in here we're going to create a try catch block. Now if the function throws an error, then we're going to handle the error. This way we're going to log the error, and then we're going to return the next response, internal server error with a status of 500. Then in here we can actually make the request. So first of all, we're going to get the user session, access to concession is going to be equals to, I'm going to await auth. Then down here I'm going to check if no session dot user dot ID. Okay, if there's no session ID, that means the user is not authenticated, then we're going to return a next response with error unauthorized and a status of 41. Okay, but if there's a session ID, then down here we can simply say const form data is going to be equals to await request. We're going to make use of that request object dot form data. Now I'm making use of form data because remember that when the user tried to update their profile, the user could select an image, which is a type of file. Okay, so we have to make use of form data since we're going to be passing a file in the request. Then now you can actually get the field. You can say const name is going to be equals to form data dot get. We're going to pass in a field called name, which we're going to get as a string. Then const user name is going to be equals to form data dot get the username, and we're also going to get that as a string. Change this to a semicolon. After that, I can get the email. Const email is going to be equals to form data dot get email, and then we're going to get the bio. So const bio is going to be equals to form data dot get bio, and we're also going to get this as string. Okay, same with this one. We're going to get this one as a string. Great. Then we're going to get the file. Say const image is going to be equals to form data dot get. We're going to call it the image field. We're going to get it as a file. Okay, or it's going to be null. Okay, because the user can decide not to actually send a profile picture. Same thing with the bio, it could be null. Okay, great. Because these two fields are actually optional, so they could either be a string or null, or a file or null. And then you can do some validation. You can check if, because there are some fields that actually require, which is the name field, if no name, or if no username, or if no email. Okay, now if this is true that one or more of these fields are empty, then we're going to return a next response with this error: name, email, and username are required with the status of 400. Now remember that the email field is required. We don't want a user to update their email to an email that already belongs to another user. So we have to check if that email already exists in our database. So down here we can say if email. Okay, so if we have an email, then we can check if this email is actually registered in our database. You can simply say const existing user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the user model dot, I want to find a unique user, find unique where the email feed of that user matches the email. Okay, then down here we can say if existing user. Now if we have a user already using that email, then we can return a response saying email already taken with the status of 409. Okay, great. Then down here we can check if the username has already, spell that already correctly, been taken. Okay, then down here I can say if username, if we have a username, then I'm going to say const existing user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the user model dot, I'm going to find a unique user where username equals to username. Okay, so if we find a user with this username, the user is trying to actually use to update their profile, which means the username is already in use. Okay, so down here we can say if existing user, and also if existing user dot id is not equal to session dot user dot id. Okay, then we're going to return this next response: username already taken with the status of 409. Now what we are basically doing is that we are checking after we fetch the user, if we find a user with that email, which is this if existing user. Now after we got a user with the email, we have to check if that user is actually the email of the user that is logged in, because the user might not be trying to update the email, the user might just be trying to update other details. Okay, so the email will still be passed in a request. So we have to check if the user that's trying to update their profile as a user ID that matches the ID of the email we actually found. Okay, so the only time we want to return this request of username already taken is if the ID doesn't match, which means the email belongs to another user. So the user cannot update their email to the email of another user since the email feed is actually unique. Okay, so we have to do the same thing for this right here. So we're going to say if existing user and existing user dot ID is not equals to session dot user dot ID. Okay, great. So down here now we can actually work on uploading the user's profile picture. If it's actually sent with a request, we can actually work on handling that uploading process. First of all, we're going to create two service functions to actually handle the file upload process. Okay, now the first service function is going to be a function the user can actually upload a file to Cloudinary, because we're going to make use of Cloudinary to actually upload the user's profile picture. And then the second function is going to be the function for user to actually delete the previous one. So before we actually upload the new picture of the user or a new image, you have to delete the previous one. Okay, so for our file upload, we're going to make use of Cloudinary. So I'm going to head over to cloudinary.com. Now creating an account with Cloudinary is actually free. Okay, and to get started is actually free. Okay, now if you don't have an account yet, you can actually click on sign up for free to actually create a Cloudinary account. Now I already have an account, so I'm just going to log in to my account. Now after creating an account or you log into your dashboard, you're going to see this right here. Okay, so what we want to do is I want to actually connect Cloudinary to our application. Now to do that, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click on settings. I'll click on settings. Then I'm going to go to API keys. Now these are the keys we need to actually connect our application to Cloudinary. We need the cloud name, the API key, the API secret to actually connect our application to Cloudinary. So the next step, we have to go to our application, actually install the Cloudinary library. So I'm just going to open this up. Then down here, I'm simply going to say npm install Cloudinary like that. I'll click on enter. Now after we install the library, we're going to actually configure it. So I'm going to close this back up. Then inside our library folder, I'm going to create a file. I'll call this file Cloudinary.ts. In here, we can simply say import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary, and then we can simply say Cloudinary.config. Now we have to specify the cloud name, we have to specify the API secrets, and also we have to specify the API key. Okay, and then down here we can simply export defaults Cloudinary instance like that. Okay, now the values from our Cloudinary dashboard, we can't pass them directly right here, so we have to place them in an environment variable. So I'm going to head to our .env file, go to our .env file and create some environment variables. And the first one is going to be Cloudinary cloud name, which is going to be the Cloudinary cloud name from our dashboard, which is going to be this name right here, cloud name. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm just going to paste that right here. And the second one is going to be Cloudinary API key, which is going to be this right here, API key. So I'm going to copy this. I just click on copy, and then I'm just going to paste that right here. Then the last one is going to be Cloudinary API secrets. Okay. Now this one right here, I cannot actually show you, okay, but you're going to place this Cloudinary secret right here, you're going to place that right here. Okay, then after we are done, we can actually make use of those environment variables right here. Okay, for the Cloudinary cloud name, we can say process.env.Cloudinary cloud name, and then for the API secret, we can say process.env.Cloudinary API key, and then finally I'll just correct this, and then finally the last one is going to be process.env.Cloudinary API secrets, like that. Okay, so now I've actually configured Cloudinary in this application. Okay, so we can close this up. So now we're going to create the service function that's going to handle uploads of files to Cloudinary. So inside this services folder, I'm going to create a file called Cloudinary.txt. So in this Cloudinary.txt file, we're going to create two functions. We're going to create a function to actually upload files or images to Cloudinary, and then we're going to create another function to actually delete files from Cloudinary. Okay, but first of all, I'm going to create a type. So up here, I'm going to say export type Cloudinary upload results. It's going to be equal to an object, and the upload result is going to take two values. It's going to take a secure URL, is going to be of type string, and then it's also going to have a public URL, which is also going to be of type string. Okay, then down here you can actually create the function. You can say export async function upload to Cloudinary. Okay, spell that Cloudinary correctly. Now anytime we call this function, we're going to pass in an argument that's going to be file, and it's going to be of type file. Okay, so anytime we call this upload to Cloudinary, we have to pass in a file to the function, and then the function is going to return a promise. It's going to be of type Cloudinary upload results. Okay, that type we actually created up here. Great. Then in here, I'm going to say const bytes is going to be equals to await the file we are passing to the function dot array buffer, and then down here I can say const buffer is going to be equals to buffer dot form bytes. Okay, then down here I can say const base 64 is going to be equals to buffer dot to string base 64. So we are converting the array buffer to base 64. So now we're going to create a data URL. So down here I'm going to say const data URL. It's going to be equals to, I'll make use of backticks. I'll say data, and then we're going to pass in some dynamic properties. File dot type, then semicolon base 64 colon, then the base 64 variable we created. So basically what we are doing is that we are getting the file, we are converting it to a buffer. Then from that buffer, we're going to convert it to base 64 string, and then we're going to create a data URL for it. This is going to be data, the file type, then base 64, the base 64 string. Okay, great. Then down here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. Now if we catch an error, then we're actually going to handle the error. We're going to log the error, upload Cloudinary upload error, then we pass in the error, and then we're going to throw a new error, fail to upload image. Okay, now inside the try, we can simply say const result is going to be equal to, we're going to await Cloudinary, and we're going to get Cloudinary from the lib folder we created. Remember, we created Cloudinary instance inside this lib folder. Okay, this Cloudinary instance we actually created and we are exporting here. So we're going to actually make use of that Cloudinary instance inside this Cloudinary.txt file. Dot uploader dot upload. We're going to specify the data URL created up there. That is this data URL variable created. And then in here, you can actually specify some configuration. So first of all, I want to create a folder for our image we are uploading. And the folder name is going to be social app tech. And then I want to transform the image, whatever image that's uploaded, to WebP, which is a more optimized version for our image. So I'm going to say transformation format. I'm going to say WebP. Okay. Now after we are done uploading the image, then down here we're going to return an object. We're going to have a key secure URL, and the secure URL is going to be results dot the secure URL from the result, and then it's going to have a public URL which is going to be results dot public, and it's not going to be public URL, it's going to be public ID. Okay, I'm just going to change this to, it's going to have a public ID. I just change the tab, it's going to be public ID. Okay, great. So whenever we are done uploading the image to Cloudinary, we're going to return an object. It's going to have a secure URL, which is going to be the result of secure URL, and a public ID, which is going to be the result dot the public ID. Okay, great. So now we're going to create the second function to delete an image. So down here I'm going to say export async function delete from Cloudinary. So I spell that Cloudinary correctly. Now this function is going to take one argument called the public ID of the image you are trying to delete, which is going to be of type string. And then here we're going to make use of a try catch block. Now if we get an error, we're just going to log the error to the console.log Cloudinary delete error. And finally, inside the try, I'm going to say await Cloudinary dot uploader dot destroy, and then I have to pass in the public ID of the image you want to actually destroy. Okay, it's going to be the ID that was passed through this function when we call the function. So I'm going to save that. So now we have the two Cloudinary functions we need. We have a function to upload to Cloudinary, and also we have a function to delete an image from Cloudinary. So now that we have these two functions, we can go back to our Authentication and actually make use of those functions. So right here, first of all, we're going to get the user's public ID. So I'm going to say const current user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot user model dot find unique user, find a unique user where the ID of that user, where ID matches session dot user dot the ID. Okay, great. And then we want to select the image of the user. I'm going to set that to true. I also want to select the image public ID. I'm going to set that to true too. Okay, great. Then down here, I'm going to say create a variable called image data equals to null. Okay, now by default, this variable is going to be null, but it's going to be of type Cloudinary upload result. We are importing Cloudinary upload result from this service file right here. This Cloudinary upload result we actually created, this type we created right here. Okay, all is going to be null. Okay, so this image data is either going to be of type Cloudinary upload result or it's going to be null. Okay, then down here I can check if an image was uploaded. I'll say if an image was uploaded and image dot size is greater than 0. Okay, so we are checking if the image was actually uploaded with the request, and also if the size is greater than 0. Then if that's true, then in here we're going to actually handle the image upload. Okay, so down here first of all I'm going to validate the image. So basically I want to validate if the image size is greater than 5 MB. So I'm going to say image dot size if it's greater than 5 times 1024 times 1024. Okay, what I'm doing right here is basically converting that 5 MB to bytes. Okay, because the image size is going to be coming as bytes. Now if the image size is greater than 5 MB, we're just going to return this response right here. Image must be less than 5 MB. Okay, because we don't want users to upload images that are actually greater than 5 MB in their application. So now after checking this, I have to actually validate the type. Okay, the file type. So down here I'm going to create an array of the allowed file types. It const allowed types. It's going to be equals to an array. First of all, we're going to pass in image /jpg, then image /jpeg, then image /png, then image /gif, then image /webp. Okay, now these are the file type we actually want to allow. Okay, then down here I'm going to say if we're going to check if the file that was uploaded is not in this array. I'll say if allowed types dot includes image dot type. Okay, so we're checking if the type of the image, if the image type is not in this array. Okay, now if it's not in there, then we're going to return this next response right here. Only JPEG, PNG, WebP, GIF images are actually allowed with the status of 400. Then down here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're going to actually log the error to the console, image upload error, and then we're going to return a response of 500 and the error text face to upload image. Then in here, you can simply set the image data to the result we're going to get when we await upload to Cloudinary. Okay, great. Remember that the function requires one argument. When we over, it expects one argument, because remember when we created this service function, we said that it's going to take an argument which is going to be the file. Okay, so right here, we're just going to pass in the image file, which is the image. Okay, great. We actually send it through the request, and then we have to delete the old image of it, because when we update the profile picture of the user, we have to delete the old one. Okay, then down here, I'm going to say if current user dot public ID, then now if we have the current user image public ID, then we're going to make use of a try catch block. I'll rename this error delete error, and then inside the catch, we're just going to paste this right here, console.error fail to delete old image. Then inside the try, we can simply just await delete from Cloudinary, and then we're going to pass in the current user dot the image public ID. Okay, so we are passing in the image ID of the current user. Okay, great. That's the public ID of the profile picture. So we can actually make use of that ID to delete that image from our Cloudinary dashboard. So basically what's going to happen is that if we have an image and the image size is greater than 0, then we're going to run all these line of code, and then we're going to set our image data to whatever we get from the uploads to Cloudinary function. Okay, but if the user does not select a profile to update, then we're going to actually skip this block of code. Okay, and then this image data is going to be null. Remember that the type of this image data is either going to be Cloudinary upload result or it's going to be null. Okay, then down here we can actually update the user in the database. Down here you can simply say await Prisma dot the user model dot update. I want to update the user where the ID of the user matches session dot user dot ID. Okay, and then we have to pass in the data. I want to actually update, pass in the data. We're going to pass in the name field. We want to update the name, the email, the username. Then I'm going to update the bio, which is going to set to bio. Now, if the bio is not sent with the request, then this is going to be null. Then we only want to actually update the image field when the user actually sent an image in the request. So right here, I'm going to say dot bracket image data. Then image is going to be equals to image data dot the secure URL. Okay, because the image path is going to be the secure URL from the image data, and then the image public ID is going to be equals to the image data dot the public ID, like that. And the reason we're actually checking is that we only want to update the user's image and public ID data if we have an image data. Okay, and after that, after we are successful in updating the user, we're going to return a next response.json. Success is going to be true. Then the message is going to be profile updated successfully, and then the status is going to be 200. Okay, success. I'm just going to format this. So now we have an API route to undo when the user tries to update their details. Okay, great. So next we're going to create a service function to actually make a request to this API route. So I'll just close all folders. I'll go to the services folder. I'll go to user.ts. Now right here I'm going to create a service function. So I'm going to say export
async function update user. Now this function is going to take an argument called data, which is going to be of type form data. Then in here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're going to check if Azure's dots is Azure's error. Now, if the error we're getting from that's basically if the error the function throws is an Azure's error. Now, if it's an Azure's error, then we want to throw a new error with the error.response.data.error or a fallback error fit to update user. Okay. Else, if it's not an Azure's error, I'm going to throw this right here. Throw new error fit to update user. Then inside the try, I'm going to say const response. The response we're going to get, I'm setting it to a variable is equals to await. I'm going to await Azure's dot patch, because remember that our route is going to take a patch request, okay, because we are trying to update data in our database. So it's going to be a patch request. So we're going to say Azure's dot patch. Then we're going to pass in the URL, which is going to be /API/auth/user. I'm going to pass in the data being passed to the function. That's this data right here. And then we're going to specify some configurations. I'll set the headers. And since we are sending files through the request, contents type is going to be multi-path/form data. Okay. And then down here, we're just going to return response.data like that. I'll save that. So now we have the service function to actually make a request to this API route. Okay. Now we're not going to actually make use of this function directly. We're going to make use of React query to actually fire this function. Okay. That's because when we update the user details, we want to actually update the cache too. Okay. So I'm going to go to that custom host. I'll go to use user. Now down here, I'm going to say export function use update user. Now this use update user is going to return use mutation this time around. We're not going to make use of use query, because use query is use of fetching data from an API, while use mutation is use of manipulating data when you are making post requests. So we're going to make use of use mutation. Then in here, we have to specify the mutation function, which is going to be the function we just created, this update user function right here. So we're going to say this is going to fire an arrow function that's going to take an argument called data, which is going to be of type form data, and then that arrow function is going to fire this function right here, update user. We're going to get that from our user.ts service file. Okay. And then we have to pass in. Remember that this function takes at least one argument, so we have to pass in the data as an argument. Great. And then I'm going to say on success. Now, when this mutation is actually successful, what we want to do, we want to actually invalidate the cache, this current user cache we actually created right here, this current user cache. So basically, after the user updates their profile, we want to update the details of the user in the UI. So now I want to say on success, I'll create a query client instance. I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to use query client like that. Then after the mutation is successful, I'm going to say query client dot invalidate queries. And now this is the most important part. We're going to specify the query key, which has to match this key right here. Now this is how React query is going to know which cache to actually update. So we have to copy this query key right here and specify that this is a query key we want to actually invalidate when the request is successful. Okay, so I just format this. So now we have the mutation function, so we can actually make use of this in our edit profile module. So I'm going to head back to that component. I'll go to components, modules, and I'll go to edit profile module right here. So right here, we were actually console logging the form data. We can actually send that request right here. I'm just going to get rid of this log statement. Let's first of all test if this form is working. So I'm just going to go to edit profile, go to my terminal. I'm going to clear this up. I'm going to type something here. Say this is my bio. Then I'm going to choose a file.
I'll choose an image this time around. Choose an image, and I'll click on save. It's going to get logged to the console. You can see right now we have the email, the bio. This is my bio. We have the email, we have the image list right here. You can see we have the file right here, okay, and then we also have the name and the username. Okay, so our form is actually working perfectly. Great. Instead of us logging the data, we can actually make use of that mutation we just created. So in here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're going to check if Azios. I'm going to import Azios from Azios. Azios.is Azios. If it's an Azios error, passing the error in there. Now, since we are working on the clients, we actually want to display the errors to the user in a more professional way. So we have to actually install a library called React-Toastify. Okay, so I'm going to install that and quickly just set that up. So I'm going to open up this terminal. Then down here, I'm going to say npm install React-Toastify. Click on enter. And that command is going to actually install the React-Toastify library. Okay, now let's quickly set it up. So I'm just going to go to the root layout file, go to src app. This root layout file, actually set it up right here. So all we need right here, we need the toast component. So I'm just going to get toast components, toast container. So I'm just going to import this toast container from React-Toastify. So up here, I'm going to say import. I'm going to destructure it out, toast container from React-Toastify. Okay, then down here we're going to actually add some configuration. I'm going to add the position is going to be top center. I want it to be positioned top center. I want the theme to be dark. Hide the progress bar. We're going to set that to true. And finally, auto close, I want to set it to 5,000 milliseconds, which is basically 5 seconds. I'll just format this. Okay, so we actually have the toast container configured. So now we can actually make use of the toast inside this edit profile model. So if we get an Azios error, then we're simply just going to toast that to the UI. I'm going to import toast from React-Toastify. Then right here, you have to specify what you want the user to actually see. So basically, if there's an error, I want the user to see that the profile was not updated. So we're going to say toast fails to update profile. Then we're going to add some configuration. I'm going to add a style. I'll give the toast a background color of this hair color right here. And I'm going to give it a color of white. Okay, so in here, you can actually make the requests. I'm going to say const form data is going to be equals to new form data. Okay, and then down here, I'm going to say form data dot append. I'm going to append the name. So we're going to call it, now this name has to match the name we actually called this right here. It has to match the names. So actually call the name, the username, the email, the bio, and the image. They have to actually match these names right here. Okay, and for the name field, the name is going to be the data dot the name form, the name field. Okay, and then now here I'm going to say form data dot append username is going to be data dot username. And then we're going to append the email. You'll see form data dot append email is going to be data dot email. And then down here we're going to say form data dot append the bio, which is either going to be data dot bio. Now if the this is going to be optional chain because this could be null. Now if the user does not fit on the bio input, then this is going to be an empty string. Okay, and for the image you have to check if the user has selected an image. So I'll say if data dot image, so we want to actually append the image to the form data if the user selected an image, and also data dot image dot length is greater than 0. Okay, so we are checking if the length of the image file is actually greater than 0. Now if this is true, then I'm going to say form data dot append the image, and then we're going to pass the data dot image. Okay, now this data dot image is going to be an array of files, okay? Because when we select the file is going to be coming as a file list, okay? So we basically just want to pick the first one, okay? Because we basically have one file. Because it doesn't matter if we are selecting one file or multiple files, it's going to be an array of files. So we're just going to say we want the first one, okay, from the file list. Then after that, we're going to get our mutation function. So up here, we're going to do that up here. I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure out what we are getting. It's going to be equals to use update user. Okay. Remember, this is going to return a use mutation. So we're going to have access to mutate. I'll just rename this update user mutation. And then we're going to have access to its pending to actually show a loading state that the request is being processed. Okay. Then down here, after we've actually appended all the feeds we need, then down here you can say we just call the update user mutation, passing the form data, and then we're going to say on success. If this is successful, we're going to set the is modal to false. We're going to close up our modal when we are successful in updating the user details. Then we're going to display a toast. So I'm going to copy this one right here. I'll just copy this toast right here. Then I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay. Then I'm going to change the color. So this has color right here. And then the message, the toast message is going to be profile updated successfully, like that. I'll save that. And finally, we can actually go to handle the loading state. I'm going to copy this pending right here so we can know that the request is being processed. I'll just scroll down. Then down here, I'm going to conditionally render this text. So I'm going to say if it's pending, then we want to actually render saving. Else, we want to render save, like that. Just spell that saving correctly. So let's actually test this out. I'm going to click on edit profile. I'm going to try to edit the username. So I'm going to get rid of the text and make use of use Eggbone. Click on save. And this is actually updated to Eggbone. Okay, great. So let's try to upload a profile picture. Also fill in a bio. Say this is my bio. Okay, and then I'm going to choose a profile picture. Choose this right here. Click on open, then I'm going to click on save. It's not actually working. Click on save again, and the request is not actually being processed. So let's actually check the server log and see where this error is coming from. So I'm just going to open up this terminal. I'll just scroll, and we are getting an error from. It's actually a cardinal error, invalid API key, which means we are using the wrong API key. So this is going to be coming from our config file. So I'm going to head to that config file, which is inside the lib folder, cardinal.ts right here. And we have the cloud name is going to be the env.cardinal cloud name. The API secret is going to be process.env. The API secret, we are setting the API, we are setting the API key to the API secret, and then the API secret, and this is actually a very, very big mistake. So let's quickly update this. So I'm just going to go to that environment variable. I'm going to copy this cardinal API secret. Now go to the config file. Then I want to paste that API secret. I'm just going to paste that right here. Then for the API key, I go back to that environment variable. Then I'm going to copy the cloudinary API key. Then I'm just going to paste that. I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Let's actually test this again. I'm going to click on save. And we got an error, invalid SRC prop res. Now, this error we are getting now, that has nothing to do with Cloudinary. This error we are getting has to do with Next.js. Now, that's because when you are pulling an image from an external API, you have to actually register that domain name with Next.js. Okay, now let's quickly resolve that. We're going to go to the next config file. I'll go to the next config.ts file. Now, it's very simple. Right here, we're going to configure the images. I'm going to say images. Here, I'm going to say remote patterns protocol. It's going to be HTTPS, and then the host name is going to be, you can actually get the host name from that error. It's going to be res.cladinary.com. So I'm going to copy this. I'm just going to paste that right here. It's basically the domain name I'm pulling the image from. Okay, so I'll just refresh this. And we can actually see the profile picture right now. Okay, so that actually updates the profile picture to another profile picture. I'm just going to select something X. I'll select this right here. Then I'm going to change this name back to Egbon Tech, and then I'll click on save. And it's actually updated. And the profile was actually updated. I think it's not being put in because of network or something like that. I think I have some network issues. So I'm going to go to Cladinary. I'm just going to refresh this. And you can see we have the new profile picture right here. Okay, great. It's just due to network issue. That's why the image is not actually being loaded in. I can actually view our project folder. I'm going to go to folders. And right here, I have our app, our folder right here, social app Egbon Tech. I'm just going to open this up. And you can see we have that file we just uploaded right here. Okay, that profile picture we just uploaded. So that's all for this chapter. We can now actually update the user details. So now we just have to actually push our changes to Git. So I'm going to go over there. I'm going to open up my terminal. I'm going to go to this other terminal right here. Then I'm going to run a Git status. And we can see all the on-track files and changes we have from this chapter. Okay, then I'm just going to do a Git add. I'm going to add all of them. Then I'm going to do a Git status again. And then we're going to see that all the files have been added to the staging area. So we can simply just commit the files to our main branch. Now I'm going to say git commit -m. Then I'm going to call this added user profile. Click on enter. And that's going to commit our changes to our main branch. Okay, so now we can actually sync these changes to our remote origin on GitHub. So let's click on this and I'm going to click on sync changes, and this is going to sync our changes with the remote origin. So that's it for this chapter. I'm going to see you in the next chapter. Now in this chapter, we're going to work on the user suggestion. Okay, now what we're going to work on is that we want to fetch the suggested users that a logged in user can actually follow, which means in the query, we're going to separate the users that the current logged in users already following and actually list at random users that the logged in users not actually followed. Okay, and also when we click on a user, we want to actually see the user profile. Okay, so anytime we click on a user, I want to be able to view the user profile. So we're actually going to work on this in this chapter. So to get started, I'm going to create a route for actually fetching suggested users. I'll go to src app. Now inside this API folder, I'm going to create another folder. I'll call this folder users. Inside this users folder, I'm going to create another folder called suggestions. Inside this suggestions folder, I'm going to create a route.cs. Okay, in here we can simply say export async function get. I'm going to make use of a try catch block. If the request throws an error, we're going to log the error, and then we're going to actually return a next response with an error failed to fetch user suggestions and a status of 500. I'm just going to import next response from next server. Okay, then inside the try, I'm going to say const session is going to be equal to, I'm going to await auth. Okay, because I want to get the session of the logged in user, so I want await auth. Then I'm going to check if there's a session user ID. If no session dot user dot ID, if no session user ID, then we're going to return a next response with an error unauthorized and a status of 401. Okay, now if the session ID exists, then down here I'm going to say const users is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma dot user model dot, we want to find many users. We're going to be selecting more than one users, so we'll say find many. We want to find users where in here we're going to make use of and, because we want to join the queries together. we want to select the ID of users that doesn't match the logged in user. So first of all, I want to exclude the logged in user, okay? Where the ID not session dot user dot ID, okay? And this is going to actually exclude the logged in user, okay? That way the logged in user cannot see their own profile as one of the suggested user, okay? So when we are fetching the user, when we are fetching suggested user for a user to follow, we don't want to actually fetch the current logged in user. So that's why we are doing this right here. Then the second condition is going to be not where I want to fetch the users where the users are not followers of the logged in user. Followers some follower ID not equals to session dot user dot ID, okay? So what these other conditions are going to do is that why the first one is going to exclude the logged in user, this second one is not, then follower some follower ID not equals to session dot user dot ID. What it's going to do is that it's going to exclude the users that are already following the logged in user, okay? So that's what this is going to do. So we are using this AND operator to actually combine these two queries together. I'll just rearrange this. So now we're going to select the ID of the user, set that to true. The name of the user, I'm going to set that to true. The username of the user, we'll set that to true. And also the image of the user, set that to true too. And then I just want to take 20, okay? I want to take the first 20 I actually find in the database. And after that, after the query, then I want to say const. So what I want to do right here is I want to actually shuffle the list, okay? I want to arrange the list randomly. So I want to say const shuffled is going to be equals to users dot sort, okay? That's the users we're actually fetching from the database up here. So we're going to sort the users we are getting minus math dot random. Now what this is going to do is it's going to arrange the array of objects that this, because this user is going to receive, because this user is going to be returning this object right here with name, ID, username, and image of the user we are fetching from the database, which are going to be 20 users. It could be less depending on the number of users we actually find, okay? So what is going to do is going to actually arrange them randomly. That's why we are actually shuffling them, because we want to pick random 3. So down here I want to say pick 3 random suggestions. Then down here I can say const suggestions is going to be equals to shuffled dot slice. We really want to pick the first 3. And then down here we're going to return a next response.json. I'll call these users and then I'll just passing the suggestions in there. Okay, great. I'll format this. Excellent. So now we have the API route we need to actually fetch suggested users in our application. So now we have to actually create a service function to actually make a request to this route. Okay, so I want to create a service function. Inside this service function, I want to create a new file called users.cs. In here, I'm going to create a function export async function get suggested users, and this function is going to return a promise. It's going to return a promise of an array of objects that we're going to call users, which is going to be of type the user model, an array of the user model, and then we're just going to import this user model from types user. Okay, and then in here we'll make use of a try catch block
And inside the catch, we're simply going to check if Axios, if it's an Axios dot is Axios error, passing the error in there. And if this is an Axios error, we're going to throw new error. Then we're going to pass in the error dot response dot data dot error. Okay, or we just simply say feed to fetch suggestions. Else, if it's not an Axios error, we're just going to show the error. Okay, format this. You can simply say const response is going to be equals to, we're going to await Axios dot. I'm going to make a get request to that I have just created / API / users / suggestions. Okay, let me see if that's actually correct. SRC app API API / users / suggestions. Correct. Okay, and then we're going to return response dot the data. Just format this. Great. So all that's left for us to do is to create a React query hook to actually fire this function. Okay, we want to make use of React query to fetch this data. So I want to go to custom hooks. I'll create a new file. I'll call this one use users.ts. In here, I'm going to say export function use follow suggestions is going to return use query. The query function is going to be that function we just created inside this users.ts, which is going to be get suggested users, and then the query key is going to be follow suggestions. Okay, then I'm going to pass in some more configuration, refresh on window focus. I'll set this as false, and also the stale time. I'm going to set the state time to 2 times 60 times 1000. Okay, this is basically 2 minutes. Okay, 2 times 60 seconds times 1000 milliseconds. So what this state time basically does is that state time in React query is basically when the cache is going to be seen as outdated. So if the cache is not up to 2 minutes, React query is not going to actually refetch the data. So now all we have to do is actually go to that right side bar and actually make use of this query. So I want to close this, or I'll go to SRC components. I'll go to general. I'm going to go to this right sidebar.ts right here. So the very first thing we have to do, we're going to make the right side by client component. So up here, I'm going to say use client, and then down here, we're going to make use of the query we just created. Of the structure, the result we are going to get from the query is going to equal to use follow suggestions. Okay, and then down here, we're going to structure out the data, the error, the is error, and also in the structure the is loading, like that. So actually test if we are getting the data. I'm just going to log into the console.log the data. Now let's actually check if we are getting the data. I'll go back to the profile page. I'm just going to refresh, and we have that. You can see that the profile picture we updated in the previous chapter is actually being displayed now. Okay, great. I'm just going to refresh the web page. Okay, and now I'm going to go to the console, and we should actually get an object right here. Okay, and you can see that we have an array of objects right here being fetched from our database. Okay, now we can see we have John Doe and we have Jane Doe, but we don't have any Igbo Emmanuel. That's because when we fetch the data, we added that line of code to exclude the logged in user from the follow suggestion. You can see we only have the other 2 users that this user is not actually following yet. Okay, great. So now let's actually make use of that data in our right sidebar. So I'm just going to get rid of this log statement. First of all, I want to say if it's loading, I'm just going to return a paragraph tag that's going to say loading. and then I'm going to give this a Tailwind class of test grade of 300. And then if is error, you can see going to return the same thing. I just want to return this, but this time I'm going to output the error right here. Okay, error dot the message from the error. Just format this. Great. And then down here we can simply say const users is going to be equals to the data. Remember that we called the data we are getting users dot the users we are getting. Okay, or if there's no data dot user, it's going to be an empty array like that. So now we can actually map through this users array we have. So we only need one of these. So I'm just going to get rid of this second one. I'll get rid of the second one because we only need one of these right here. Okay, and then I'm just going to wrap this up. Then in here I'm going to say users dot map. I'm going to call each of them a user, and then for every time we map through a user, we're going to return this GXX right here. Okay, and then we're going to say the key is going to be users or user dot the ID of that user. Okay, that's going to be the key. I'll just format this. Okay, so now we have to actually render out the details of the user. So right here I'm going to say the details of the user is going to be the user dot the image of that user, or if the image is not set, we're going to make use of the fallback or the placeholder image. It's going to be /images /avatar .png. Okay, I'll just get rid of this object cover, not object vover. Then right here you can actually output the name of the user. It's going to be user dot name, and then right here we're going to say this is going to be user dot the username like that. I'll save that. And when we head back to the web page, we actually see that list right here: Jane Doe, Jane, John Doe, and John. Now these two users have not set up their profile picture yet, so obviously we're going to get the placeholder as their profile picture, the avatar. So now what we want to work on next is that when we click on a user, we want to actually view that user's profile. Okay, so for that I'm going to create a new page. Okay, I'll just go to my Visual Studio Code, go to SRC app, I'll create a folder called user. Inside this folder I want to create a dynamic route, because remember that the route is going to change. Now let me actually show you the final project. And in the final project you can see right now that the end of the URL we have Egbon Tech, but when we click on another user, the end of the URL we're going to have /Mary. Okay, now this is going to be a dynamic route. Okay, for that we're going to actually do that. We're going to create a folder. Now I'll make use of a square bracket, and then here I'll say user name, because I want to make use of the username of the user to actually fetch the user details. Inside this folder I'm going to create a page called page.tsx rfc. Great. Remember that we need the username of the user in this page to actually fetch the user details. Okay, remember that the username of a user is actually unique. Now since this is a dynamic route, we're going to have access to a prop called params. Okay, so I'm going to destructure have params, and then I'm just going to call this user page. Okay, or user view page. And this params is going to be of type, I'll wrap it in a promise. Param is going to have a property called username that's going to be of type string like that. I'll just format this. So basically what we are doing here is that we are going to have access to an object called params, and inside that object we have a value called username that's going to be of type string. Okay, then now I want to actually get the username from the params object. I'm going to say const user name is going to be equals to await. Since I'm going to make use of await, I have to convert this to an async function, async, and then I'm going to say await params dot the username like that. Okay, and now we have the username, so we can just display the username in the post views page, in the user page. So I'm just going to display as the username, and then I'm going to give this a Tailwind class of text of white, so I actually see
the text. Okay, and then I'm just going to go to my web browser and click on this page right here. Now this is not going to work because this is not actually a link. Okay, let's actually convert them to a link. So I just go back there. I'm just going to copy. I'm going to wrap both I don't want to wrap the button in a link. I wrap the image and this text in a link. So I'm just going to wrap this up in a link. I get link from next link. I'll just paste that image in here. Then the href is going to be /users / we're going to make use of a dynamic variable user dot the username of the user. Okay, and then we're also going to wrap this link around this name and this username right here. I'm just going to wrap them up. Great. So now when we actually click on any of these, it's going to take us to the post view page. And you can see we have this page cannot be found. Why is that happening? I'm just going to go back to the Visual Studio Code and check where we created the user protected. First of all, this user route we created is supposed to be inside this protected right here. So I'm just going to cut this off and then I'll paste it inside this protected right here. Okay, because the user folder is supposed to be inside the protected folder. Okay, I actually made a mistake there. And then we're just going to rename this user folder. It's going to be users. Okay, users. That's where we're getting an error in the route. So I head back to the web page and we actually see Jane right here. Okay, now when I click on John, it's going to take us to John. Okay, I'll click on Jane again, it's going to take us to Jane. Okay, so the route is going to be dynamic. So every time we click on a user, we can use the unique username to actually fetch the details of that user. Okay, so let's actually create the API route to actually fetch the details. So I want to go to my API folder. I'll create a new route. Go to src app API. Inside this users folder, I'll create another folder called profile. I want to fetch the profile of the user we clicked on. And inside this profile, we're going to create a dynamic route, which is going to be user name. Okay. Now, I actually forgot to say this when we're actually creating the dynamic route for the profile page. Now, when you create a dynamic route, let me start file we created. This protected profile users, then right here. Now when we create a dynamic route, the params we actually use, these params we are using this username string, this username right here has to match with the name we place inside this square bracket. Okay, username. Okay, it has to actually match. So I'll go back to that API folder. Inside this username folder, I'm going to create a route.ts. In here, I'm simply going to say export async function get, and this is going to take a request that's going to be of type request, and this request we're not going to make use of it, so I'm just going to make use of an underscore, but we have to actually pass it to the function for this route to work. And then we're going to get the params and the structure of the params. Then I'll specify the type. The params, I'll wrap it in a promise. It's going to be an object with a key username, and the value is going to be of type string. Okay, just format this. Then in here, we'll make use of a try catch block. Now if the function throws an error, we're going to actually log the error fetching user details and passing the error, then return a next response with an error failed to fetch user details and status of 500, and just import the next response from next server. Now inside the try, we're going to say const session is going to be equals to, I want to with auth, I want to get auth, okay, from the auth file, because we're going to need this session later on. Then also I want to say const, I'm going to destructure what we are going to get. So I'm going to await params. Remember that these params is going to contain the username. Okay, so we're going to destructure at the username from
the params, okay? Because we named the dynamic folder username. And then we're going to check if no username. So I'm going to negate this. I'm going to say if no username is passed through the request, then we're going to return this response right here. Username is required with a status of 400, okay? Now, if the username is actually passed through the request, then down here, we're going to get the user const user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the user model dot, we're going to find a unique user, find unique, where username matches the username, okay? And then we want to select ID, I'll set that to true. I want to select the username, we'll set that to true. I want to select the name, I'm going to set that to true too. I want to actually select the image, set that to true. Select the created art, set that to true. And then I want to get the stats of the user, so I'm going to get the counts. I want to select total number of followers of the user, set that to true. The total number of following of the user, set that to true. And finally, the total post the user has actually created in the application. So we're going to set that to true too. And then down here, we're going to check if no user was found. If no user was found, now if no user was found, we're going to return this right here. Next response, user not found with the status of 404. Then down here, we have to actually write the logic to actually know if the logged in user is actually following the user profile is trying to view or not. Okay. Now in the final project, you're going to notice that when you try to view a user profile, you're going to see this follow button. That's because the user is not actually following this user. We'll click on Egbo Emmanuel. You're also going to see this right here because the user is not actually following that user. Okay. Now, if the user is following that user, the user is going to see following right here. Okay. So we have to actually pass a value that is going to be Boolean from our API route, which is going to be true or false, to know if the logged in user is following the user is trying to actually view their profile. So what we are going to do right here is that I'll create a variable, let's is following equals to false, and then I want to say if there's a session user, I only want to make this request if the user is logged in. Okay, if there's a session user ID, then const follow is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma, and this time around we are going to make use of the follow model. We want to actually check the follows collection dot follow dot find unique where follower ID following ID. So basically what we are doing is that we are saying find the follow, because remember that when we actually were working on the following functionality later on, when a user follows another user, we are going to have an ID pair, the follower ID pair and the following ID pair. So we want to check for that pair. If there's a pair between the user that is logged in and the user that is trying to view the profile, if there's a pair that the user that is logged in is actually following that user, we want to check for that pair. Okay, where the follower ID, the person that is following is going to be the session user ID, session dot user dot ID, and where the following ID that the person being followed is actually the person we are trying to view their profile, which is going to be user dot ID. Okay, then after the query down here, we can say set that is following variable created to : follow. Okay, so what we are basically doing here is that when we actually make this request, if we find a pair, which means we found an object, we're going to convert it to Boolean. That's why we're making use of these two column right here. It's going to convert it to Boolean, which is going to be true. But if we don't find anything, it's going to return none. It's going to convert it to false. Okay, and then down here, I'm going to return a next response.json. I'm going to pass in the user. Now remember that this user is only going to contain the
data we fetched is going to contain the data that we have right here inside this user. It's not going to contain the is following, and we actually want to add this is following boolean to it. So what we are going to do, we're going to press this open, and then we're going to attach the is following. Okay, great. So just format this. So now we have the ability to actually fetch the details of the user we're actually viewing their profile. So let's actually create a service function for that. So I'm just going to go to that services folder, go to users.ts, then down here I'm going to say export async function, spell that async correctly, async function get user details. Now this function is going to take an argument, and we're going to call this username. It's going to be of type string, and then it's going to return a promise that's going to be of type user. So in here we're going to make use of a try catch block. If we get an error, as usual, we're going to check if it's an as used error, and then we're going to actually throw the error. Okay, so check if it's an as used error, then we'll throw the error, else we just throw the error. Okay, then in here I can simply say const response is going to be equals to, I'm going to await as used dot make a get request to /API /users /profile / and this is going to be a dynamic one. So I'll change this to backticks. Then this way at the end of the URL, we want to pass the whatever username we pass to this function, we want to pass that username right here. Okay, so this is going to be a dynamic route. Let's actually check if the route is correct. We're going to go into the API folder, then we'll go into the users folder, then into the profile folder, then we're going to go to the route.ts file inside the username folder. Okay, and then right here we're simply just going to return response.data like that. Just format this. So next we're going to create a React query hook to actually fire that function. So inside this users.ts down here, I'm going to say export function use user details, we're going to take an argument username that's going to be of type string, and then in here it's going to return use query, passing the query function. It's going to be an arrow function. It's going to fire the service function we just created, get user details, and then we'll pass in the username as an argument. Okay, and then we're going to pass in the query key, which is going to, I'm going to call this user details, and then now we want to cache each user details by their username. Now if we cache it using just the user details, then when we want to update the cache of a particular user, the details of a particular user, we're going to have to update the cache of all the users. Okay, now that's not actually best for performance, so now we're going to actually cache it using the individual username. So right here we're going to pass in the username, which means each user is going to have their own cache. And then I want to say enabled. I only want to enable this function if the username is actually available. Okay, so this enable is going to be set to true only when we have a username, because we don't want to make a request and actually fetch data when we don't have a username. And then I'm going to say stale time. I use 5 minutes, 5 times 60 times 1000 milliseconds. I'll save that. Just format this to rearrange this a bit. Let's actually make use of this hook. So I'm going to go to the page we created, the dynamic page we created. I go to SRC app protected users. Then right here I'm going to go to this page right here. Okay, now instead of returning this there, I'm going to return a component, because we cannot fetch the data of the React query in here, because this is a server component. Because we need this parameter, we can only fetch this parameter from a server component. Okay, we cannot make this a client component. So what we are going to do, instead of making a page a client component, we're going to create a component. Okay, a separate component. So I want to go to my component folder. I'll create a new folder. I'll call this folder users. inside this users folder, I'm going to create a new component. Call this component user profile.tsx rfc. This JSX is basically going to be similar with the one we had in the logged in user profile. So I'm going to go to that page, app, protected, profile, this profile page right here. We're going to actually get this JSX right here. So I'm just going to copy what we have here. Then I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay. The only difference is that we're not going to have this edit profile button. We're not going to have this model right here. So I'm going to get rid of the model. And then for the image, I just import the image from next image and also import this icon right here. Okay. That's really all. So now we can actually fetch the details of the user in this component, and then we just output the components there. Okay, so I'm going to go back to that page right here. Where's that page? This page right here. Then in here, instead of returning this div, we're going to return that user profile component we just created, and then we're going to pass in the username as a prop. Okay, because we need the username to actually fetch the user details. I'll save this. Now then inside this user profile, we can simply just destructure that username and say this is going to be of type string, like that. Okay, and then up here I can say const. I'll destructure what we're going to get. I'm going to make use of that custom hook we just created. Use user details. And then we're going to pass in the username as an argument. Then we can destructure the data, the is loading, the error, and also the is error. Okay, and then I'll just rename this user. I'm going to save this, and up here I'm going to make this a client component. So up here I'm going to say use clients. Okay, and then down here I'm going to say if it's loading, I want to return a paragraph tag that's going to say loading, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class of text gray of 300, and then if it's error, we're going to actually output the error right here. Error dot the message from the error, like that. And we are still getting an error. I'm just going to scroll down. Okay, we have not imported moment. I'm just going to import moments. Import moment from moment. I'm just going to get rid of all the errors. I'll save that. Let's actually check out the page. It's going to loading. And it's going to actually pull in the user details. I'll say right now Jane Doe. So now I'm going to click on John Doe. It's going to actually load in the details of John Doe. Okay, go back to Jane Doe. So I see right now, you're going to actually notice something. Now, when I click on John Doe, you're going to notice that the data is not actually refreshed. Now, remember that when we hold this query right here, we said that we want to cache the data, the user details based on the username of the user. Okay, now you can notice right now when we click on Jane Doe, it's not going to refresh the data because Jane Doe's profile has actually be cached in our application. So the application does not have to refresh the data all over again. Okay, when I click on John Doe, it's going to actually show it without actually refreshing the data. Okay, now that's one of the beauty of React query. So we are basically done with this chapter. So we just have to run some links checks. So I'm going to go to my terminal. I'm going to open this up. Then down here, I'm just going to open another terminal. I'm going to say npm run a links check. And we actually have two errors in the edit profile modal component. I think these errors was from the previous chapter because we didn't run a links check from the previous chapter. Let's quickly resolve these errors. I'll just go to src component modules, and then I'll go to edit profile module line 4. Right here we are importing this, but we are not making use of it, so I just get rid of that. And also line 62. Okay, I think I already found the problem here. Let's suppose oh, right here, this is not supposed to be a comma, it's supposed to be a semicolon, if at all. Just format this document. Yeah, I'll save that. I'm going to run another length check, npm run a length check, and we get no ESLint warnings or errors. I'm going to run git status to see the files and changes are on track. Git status, we have some changes in these two files, the right side by the deployment. We have some new files we created, so I'm going to do git add all the changes to the staging area, then git commit dash the message. Then I'm going to say added user suggestions future and user profile view future. Click on enter, and that's going to commit our changes to the main branch. Okay, so now I can actually sync this to the remote origin we have on GitHub. So I'm just going to go to source control, go to sync changes, and click on OK, and that's going to sync our changes to GitHub. Okay, great. In this chapter, we're going to start working on creating posts in our application. So first of all, we're going to create a route to actually handle the post request. So I'm going to go to src app API. And inside this API folder, I'm going to create a folder. I'll call this folder posts. Inside this post folder, I'm going to create a route. So create a route.ts file. In here, I'm going to say export async function. This is going to be a post request. I'll make use of a try catch block. And if this throws an error, we're going to log the error, create post error, passing the error. Then we're going to return a next response. That's going to say internal server error, and then the status is going to be 500. Okay. Then inside the try block, I'm going to say const session. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await auth. And then we're going to check if session.user.id. Okay, if we have a session ID, we just return a next response with the error unauthorized and the status 401. Okay, but if there's a session user ID, then down here, I'm going to say const form data is going to be equal to, now I'm making use of form data because the request could actually have an image, because when a user creates a post, user can decide to actually include an image with the post, okay, which is basically a file. So we're going to be passing file through the request. So that's why we're making use of form data. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await the request, and we've not passed the request to the function. This function is going to take a request that's going to be of type request, like that, and then we're going to say await request.form data, like that. Then now I'm going to say const first is going to be equals to form data dot get the first field. We're going to have a text field, which is going to be a string. Now it's either going to be a string or it's going to be null. Okay, because the user can also just decide to upload a picture as the post. So down here I'm going to say const image file is going to be equals to form data dot get image, and then this is going to be passed as a file or null. Okay, there's going to be a file or null because the user can also decide that when they want to create a post, they just want to write a text, okay, and actually post that. And then down here we're going to validate required fields, and down here we're going to check if no text.trim and no image file, then I'm going to return this error right here. Return a next response. The error post must have either text or image with a status of 400. Now what this validation is going to do is going to ensure that we have at least one, we have either a text or an image. Okay, so if both of them are actually null, that's when this is going to actually return this response right here. Okay, but if we have the text, it's going to skip this right here. Also, if you have the image file, it's going to skip this. And also, if we have both of these, it's going to actually skip this block of code. Then down here, you can create a variable. Let's image data equals to null. And then we have to specify the type of this image data. This image data is going to be of type cloudinary upload results, or is going to be null. Okay, now that's the cloudinary upload result type we actually created inside the cloudinary.ts service file. After that, we're going to say if image file, if an image was passed through the request, then we're going to actually handle that image. So I'm going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're going to return a response to an error failed to upload image on a status of 500. Then inside the try, I'm simply going to say I'll just set the image data variable created up here, set it to whatever result we get from the uploads to cloudinary. Upload to cloudinary. Okay, I remember that this upload to cloudinary expects at least one argument, which is going to be the file from the request. So we're going to pass in the image file right here. Okay, then I'll just format this. Now, if the request has an image, then the image data is going to be the cloudinary upload result we get from the function, as the image data is going to be null. Okay, great. So down here, we can simply say await Prisma dot the post model. This time I want to make use of the post model dot create. We make use of the create method from Prisma. Pass in the data. Is going to be fetch.text, which is going to be text.trim, or if no text is not passed through the request, it's going to be null. Okay, I'm also going to pass in an author ID. It's going to be the session.user, which is going to be the logged in user ID. That's the user that actually created the post. So the logged in user is going to be the author of the post. Now, we only want to send the details of the image if the image is passed through the request. So what we're going to say dot. Then we'll say image data. If we have an image data, that's if this image data variable is not null, that's only when we want to actually pass the details of the image. Then we can simply say ampersand image is going to be image data dot the secure URL. Okay. And then the image public ID is going to be image data dot the public ID, like that. And we're actually getting an error right now over on this. It says type image string undefined, image public ID, text string, author ID string and undefined. The author ID cannot be undefined because we're actually passing the author ID as a session.user.id, the user ID. Okay, that's because we are not negating this. Okay, we are saying if the user is logged in, we want to return a next response of unauthorized. We want to only return this if the user is not authenticated. Okay, so that way when the user is not authenticated, the code is going to stop executing right here. So I'm just going to negate this. That should get rid of that error. Okay, I'll just format this. And then here, I'm just going to return a next response.json. We're going to say success is going to be equals to true. Passing a message is going to be post created successfully. And then we're going to pass in a status of 201. I'll just format this. Great. So now we have the API route we need to actually create a new post. So now I'm going to create a service function to make a request to this route. So I'll go to the services folder, post.ts. In here, I'm going to say export async function create post. And this is going to take an argument. I'm going to call the argument data. It's going to be of type form data, like that. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. And if there's an error, then we're going to check if it's an as used error. Then if it's an as used error, we're going to console.error. Then we're going to throw the new error. I'm just going to import as used from as used. If it's not an as used error, we're just going to throw the error. Okay,
So I'll format this. Now inside the try, you can simply say const response. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Axios. I want to make a post request to the route we just created, /API /post, and then I'm going to pass in the data as a payload. So now I want to add some configurations. I'll say headers, the content type is going to be multi-part form data, and then down here I'm just going to return response.data. Okay, the success response if the request is successful, or whatever response we get from the server. So next we're going to create a mutation to actually fire this function. So inside this custom host, I'm going to create a new file called usePost.ts. In here I'm going to say export function use create post. The function is simply just going to return a use mutation. In here, we're going to specify the mutation function. It's going to be an arrow function. It's going to take an argument called data. That's going to be of type form data, and then that's going to fire our service function, which is going to be create post. Okay. And remember that the service function expects an argument. We're going to pass in that data as the argument. Then down here, if the mutation is successful, then right here, when we start actually fetching the post, we're going to invalidate the post query, okay, with the post query key. Since we've not actually started fetching posts, we don't actually know the post query key yet, so we're going to actually just comment this out for now. Okay, so I'm going to save that. So now I can actually make use of these mutations. So I'm going to go to the create post page, go to src components post, I go to create post input right here. Okay, now inside this input, this is where we actually want to create post. So first of all, we're going to make this a client component. So up here I'm going to say use client. There's actually a lot we're going to do here first. First of all, we're going to ensure that users can actually select emojis when they want to create a post, and also they'll be able to select images and actually preview the image before actually creating the post. So first of all, we're going to create some states. Up here, we're going to create a state const image preview. Now this is the state we're going to use to actually preview the image. Set image preview, and this is going to be equals to, we're going to get the use state hook from React, and by default this is going to be null. Okay, but the use state is going to take two types. It's either going to be null, which is the default value, or going to be of type string. Okay, and then we're going to have another state const. I'll call this one post image. That is the one we're going to actually send to our backend. Remember that we have to send. Remember that when the user selects an image, you have to send the image to the backend, to the API as a file. Okay, then set post image is going to be equals to use state hook from React. Okay, now this also is going to be null by default, and the type is going to be either of type null or it's going to be of type file, like that. Then we're going to create a state for our test const test set test is going to be equals to use states, and by default it's going to be an empty string. And finally, we're going to have a state for our emoji as a const show picker set show picker is going to be equals to use state from React. Okay, by default this is going to be false. Okay, because by default we don't want to show the emoji container. Okay, the emoji picker. So now let's actually install the emoji picker. So I'm just going to open up my terminal. Then now I'm going to say npm install emoji picker React. Click on enter, and that command is going to install the emoji picker library for us. Okay,
Now let's actually make use of the emoji picker. Now it's very simple. Up here, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this some Tailwind utility classes. Give this a position of fixed, a z of 10, top of 60, left of half, width of 90%, maximum width of 2xl, and negative translate x of 1/2. Okay, now inside this div, I want to call the emoji picker component. So I'm just going to import that from the library. So up here, I'm going to say import emoji picker from emoji picker React. I'm going to save that and return to the web page. And we actually see this emoji picker right here. Okay, now let's actually add some styles to it. First of all, I want the theme to be theme. I'm going to get theme from emoji picker dot dark. Okay, then I add some styles to this. I give it a width of 100%, and then I'm going to give it a background of black. Okay, I'll save that, and we actually see that this is going to actually look better. Let me just refresh. Right, you can see it actually looks better this way, and this error we are getting is actually an hydration error. You don't have to worry about this because this component is not going to be visible before the component maps, okay, because this component is only going to be visible when the user clicks on the button. Okay, so you can actually ignore this hydration error. Now we only want to show the emoji picker only when the show picker is true. So what we're going to do, we're going to hook up a function to this button right here, this emoji button right here. Okay, so when we click on this emoji button, it's going to open up the emoji picker, and then when we click on it again, it's going to close it back up, basically toggling the state. So what I want to add an on-click event handler to this button. I want to say on-click. I want to fire an arrow function that's going to set show picker to not show picker. Okay, basically we are setting it to the opposite value. If show picker is true, we're going to set this to false, and if show picker is false, we're going to set it to true. Okay, basically toggling the state. And then finally, I'm going to scroll up and say I only want to render this div right here only when the show picker is set to true. So I want to say show picker only then if this is set to true do we want to render this JXS right here. I'll just format that. I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web page, we should not see the emoji picker by default. You see that hydration error is gone. Now when we click on this emoji picker, we can actually see the emoji picker, and then we'll click on this again. It's going to actually close it back up. So next, what we are going to do, we're going to link this input right here to the test state, and also when we are typing on this input, you can actually select emoji, and the emoji is going to show inside this input. Okay, you can actually select emoji in this application. Right now, when we click on an emoji, it doesn't really do anything. Okay, so that's what we're going to work on. When we select an emoji, we're going to see it right here. So first of all, we're going to handle the state of the input. So I'm going to scroll down, then I'm going to say for this text area, this is going to have a value that's going to be of this test state, and then on change of this test area, I want to fire an arrow function. It's going to take an event, and then we're going to set the text to the event.target.value. Okay, now we're not making use of React hook form here because this is basically just one input, so we can actually handle this easily. Now we're going to create a function that's going to actually add the emoji when we click on an emoji. So up here, I'm going to say I'll create a function up here, const emoji click. It's going to be equal to an arrow function, and this function is going to take an argument called emoji data, which is going to be of type emoji click data, and we're going to get that from emoji picker React. Great. Now in here we can set the text state. Remember that the text is not connected to the text area, okay, to the input. So we can set the text we're going to get the previous state of this text, and then I'm going to concatenate that previous text. Say previous text, but concatenate it with the emoji we clicked on. So I'll say emoji data dot emoji. Then I'll just format this. And then right here, we're going to add an onClick event to this emoji picker component. We can simply say on emoji click, we're going to run the function on emoji click. Okay, this function we just created up here. I'm going to save that. Now when we head back to the web page, when I open this up and click on an emoji, we should actually see the emoji right here. Okay, then we can say hello, then we just add an emoji right here. So next, what we want to work on is that when we click on this right here, we want to be able to select an image and also preview the image that the user selected, so that the user can actually preview the image before actually posting. Okay, so let's actually work on that. So we're going to make use of this image preview state we created up here. So I'm going to create a ref down here. I'm going to say const file ref is going to be equals to use ref, and by default this is going to be none. Okay, and up here we just have to actually import use ref from React. Now what are we going to be doing with this use ref? Now what the use ref does is that it's going to help us to actually reference this right here to a input of type file. Okay, because we don't want to display a file input here, we want to use this body to actually select a photo. So we have to reference this body to the file input. So how do we do that? So first of all, we're going to add a file input under this button right here, under this photo button, or we can basically add this anywhere, but under this photo button we're going to add an input that's going to be of type file, and it's going to accept only images. We want this to only accept images. Okay, now when I save this and head back to the web page, you actually see that we have that file input right here. When we click on this, it's going to actually select a file for us. Great, but we don't want this here. I want to be able to click on this, so we have to use that use ref to reference this to this. And to actually reference, then the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to say the ref of this input is going to be equals to the file ref. Okay, and then up here you have to actually specify the type of this ref. This ref is either going to be null or it's going to be HTML input elements. Okay, and then in that button, that photo button, we can simply say when this button is on click, we're going to fire an arrow function that's going to fire firef dot current dot click. Okay, I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web, when we click on this, it's going to actually open up this file right here. You can actually select a file. Now we no longer need this right here, so we can simply just say we want this input right here to have a Tailwind class of hidden. Okay, now when this is actually hidden, we can still select photos in the application. Great. Now we are not done, so now we have to actually handle the file that's actually selected. Let's do that. We're going to create a function up here called const handle file change. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. This function is going to take an event that's going to be of type react.change event, and in here we're going to say this is going to be an HTML input element. Inside this function, you can simply say const file, create a variable called file, which is going to be equals to the event.target.files. Okay, and we just want to get the file at the index of 0, the first file, because this is going to return because this event.target.files is going to return a file list. Okay, we just want the first one at the index of 0. Okay, and then down here we can check if a file was selected. If a file was selected, then we're going to set the post image to the file. Okay, because this is what we're going to send to the server, and then we can create a temporary URL to actually view the image in the browser. So I'm going to say set image preview to URL dot create object URL, and then we'll pass in the file. Okay, I want to create a temporary URL to view the file in the browser. Just format this. Great. Now, how do we actually fire this function? We want to fire this function when the file is selected in this component. So I'm going to copy this then I'm going to actually hook up this function to that file input. Down here, I'm going to say on change. I'm going to fire this function, handle file change, like that. Great. So now we have to create the JSS to actually preview the image when we select an image. Then underneath this text area, I'm going to say image preview, because I only want to render this JSS if we have a string inside this image preview state. Then I'm going to say I want to render a div. I give this a Tailwind class of height of 60 for medium screens and above. I give it a height of 100, a rounded of 2XL, overflow, I'll give it hidden. I give it a margin vertical of 5. And then here I'm going to call an image component from next image. SRC is going to be the image preview state. Okay. I give it an alt text of preview image. Then I'm going to give it a width of 500, a height of 500, and then we're going to add some Tailwind classes to this. We're going to give it a width of full, a height of full, and then we're going to give it object of cover. Now save this, select an image. We actually see that image right here being previewed to the user. So now we're going to add a button. When we click on that button, it's going to close up the image. Okay, set the image state to null. Okay, let's do that. So down here, inside this image preview, I'm going to create a button. I create a button inside this div. I create a button. Sorry, spell that button correctly. X equals 2. Okay, I import this from React icons, no suggestions. I just import this manually. So up here, I'm going to say import. I'm going to destructure it out. X equals 2 from React icons /RX. Okay, great. I actually imported that manually. And then we're going to add some styles to this button. I'll give it a Tailwind class. First of all, I'm going to give it a position of absolute. Now, since we want to position this button absolute to this div right here, we're going to give this div a position of relative. I'll give it a top of 5, a right of 5, a BG of gray 600, width of 10, height of 10, text of 2XL, rounded of full. I will use the opacity by 50%, so I'll give opacity of 50, a cursor of pointer, a display of grid, and then I'm going to place items center. Just format this. Great. So let's actually check out the output, and we actually have that button right here. So now I'm going to add an on-click event handler to this button. But first of all, I'm going to create a function up here to actually remove the image. So down here, I'm going to create a function, const remove image is going to be equals to an arrow function. I'm going to set the image preview to null. And then I'm going to check if fileref.current. I'm going to set the fileref.current.value to an empty string. Okay. And then finally, we're going to set the image. This time around, the post image, we're going to set it to null. Okay. Save that. And then I'm going to copy this function right here. Then I'm going to hook up that function to the button we just created. I'm going to say on click of this button, I want to fire this function right here, remove image. I'll save that. I'll head back to the web page. I'll click on this. It's going to actually close up the image. Okay. So now we've actually deleted the image the user actually selected. Then I'll click on this again to select another image. Click on open. It's going to open it up. Then I'll click on this again to actually close it back up. So now we've actually handled everything. We can actually make use of the mutation we created. Okay. To actually send this data to the database. Okay. So what we're going to do right here, we're going to create a function. I'm going to say const handle create post. It's going to be equal to an arrow function. Inside this function, first of all, I'm going to check if no text dot trim. Okay, because I don't want to send this data if there's no text, and if no post image. Okay, so if both of these is true and there's no, now if both of this is true, that both of this is empty, then we're simply just going to return right here. Okay, great. And then in here, we can say const form data is going to be equals to create a new form data. I just PM this form data correctly, form data. And then down here, I'm going to say if there's, we really want to append the text to the form data if there's a text in the test state. So I'm going to say form data dot append, I call it text, and then I pass in the text state. Same thing for the image. I'm going to say if post image, only then I'm going to say form data dot append, I call this one the image because that's what we call it in a server. Then we're going to pass in the post image file. Okay, great. After that, we have to make use of the mutation. So I'm going to get the mutation up here. I'm going to say const, I'm going to destructure what we are going to get. It's going to be equals to use create post, which is going to return a use mutation. Then we can actually destructure at mutate from here. Mutate. I'm going to rename the mutate create post mutation, and then we're going to actually get the is pending to know when the request is still processing. And then down here, you can actually make use of the mutation. I'm going to say create post mutation, then we have to pass in the form data in there. Okay, on success, I'll set the test state to an empty string, set image preview to null, and also set the post image to null. Okay, then if there's an error, so down here I'm going to say on error, I'll get the error, and then I'm going to console.log fade to create post, then pass in the error. That's the message from the error. Great. I'll just format this. So now we have the mutation to actually make the request to our server, actually create a new post when the user submits that. Okay, when the user clicks on the post button, so we're just going to copy this function right here, actually hook it up to the post button. So right here, I'm going to say on click, I'm going to fire this function, handle create post, and then we can make use of the is pending we created. We can say disabled is going to be equals to is pending. So if is pending is true, this button is going to be disabled so that the request is not going to be sent multiple times. And also, we can conditionally render this text. We can say is pending. If it's pending, a request is being sent, and we're going to render posting. .s. We're going to render post like that. Just format this. And also, I want to add some conditional styling to the buttons. I'm going to cut this off and wrap them in backticks. Paste that right here. Then right here, I can say text.trim.length is greater than 0, or there's a post image. Then I want to render this style right here, bg dark 2. We're going to render bg dark 4. Okay, so I just get rid of this bg dark 2 right here. I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web page, you're going to notice that the button is actually different. The only button is already going to signify that we can actually post now when we type something here. Okay, and also when we select a file, that's when we can actually click on this button. But when there's no text or there's no input, we cannot actually fire, which means the button is actually disabled. Then finally, up here, I want the opacity of this component to reduce slightly a bit when we're actually creating a post. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to wrap these styles in backticks. And then I'm going to say add a dynamic style is pending
If it's pending, then I want to add this style right here. Opacity of 60. We use the opacity to 60% as an empty string. I'll just format this. Now what this is going to do is that when we actually, let me just add this to be true. When we're actually sending a request, you're going to notice that the opacity of this component is going to actually reduce a bit to let this user know that the request is being processed. So I'll just format this component, format this. I'll just head back to the web page. Now let's actually test if this is actually working. So I'm going to actually create a post. I'm going to say first post. I click on posting, and it's actually posted. You can see that the input is set to null and this button is set back. And let's select an image and actually post. So I'm going to say first post with image. I'm going to select an emoji. I just select this emoji right here. Then I select an image. I'll just select this right here. Then I'm going to click on post. And it's actually posted. Okay. Now for us to actually see this, we have to actually check our Prisma Studio. I'm just going to open my terminal. I'm going to say npx Prisma Studio. Like that. Enter. And right here, we're going to go to the post model. Now you can see right now we have the first post, no image and no image public ID. Both of them are set to null. And then we have the second post, first post with image. We have the image part here, the cardinal image part right here. And also we have the public ID of the image. I want to head over to Cloudinary and open up this our folder right here. Social app Ubuntu. I'm going to open this up. You're going to see that we have the image right here, and also the profile picture of the Igbo Emmanuel user. Okay, great. So the image was actually uploaded to our Cloudinary dashboard, and then the path to the image was actually saved to our database like that. So that's it for this chapter. We just have to commit our changes to Git. Okay, so I'm saying Git status. I'm going to see all the on track files we have. So I'm just going to add this to the staging area. Git add all. Then we want Git status again. Git status. We're going to see those files in the staging area. I can simply say git commit dash the message. Then I'm going to say added create post future. I'll click on enter. And that's going to commit our changes to the main branch. And then we can simply just sync this to our remote origin. Just click on that, click on OK. And that's going to sync our changes to the GitHub remote origin. So that's it for this chapter. Now, in the next chapter, we're going to actually start fetching posts in this application. Now, in this chapter, we're going to actually focus on actually fetching the post in the home page. Now while fetching the post, we're going to actually implement infinite scroll functionality like you see on popular applications like Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Okay. But before we do that, I'm going to create two more posts. I'll create another post. First, I'm going to add a photo. I'll say it's been a great afternoon. Then I'm going to click on post. That gets posted. Okay, so I'll add another post. I'll add another photo. I said last night show was a blast. I'll select an emoji. I just search for a heart emoji. Hearts. Then I'm going to close up this emoji. Then I'm going to click on post. And that's actually posted. So first off, we're going to create a route to actually fetch the post. I'll go to the API folder inside my SRC app API. Inside this post folder, I'm going to click on this routes.ts file. Now, inside this routes.ts file, I'm going to create a get route. So I'm just going to close this up. Then down here, I'm going to say export async function get. And this function is going to take a request that's going to be of type request like that. And then in here, we're going to make use of our try catch block. So I'm going to say try catch. Now, if we get an error, I'm simply just going to
console.error, and then we're going to return a next response with an error, internal server error, and a status of 500. Okay, now inside the try, first of all, we want to get the search params, because when we are fetching this data, remember that we want to actually implement infinite scope functionality. So we're going to actually be fetching this data using a hook in React query called the use infinite query hook. Now that use infinite query, when I'm using it to make a request, it actually sends a property through the request called the page param to know which page we are trying to fetch. Now if we are fetching the first page, the page param is going to be 1. Then if you are fetching the second page, the page param is going to be 2. Okay, so we have to actually pass the page params through the request and actually handle the page params inside this API route. So right here, I want to say const. Our structure of what we're going to get is going to be equals to new URL. In here, I'm going to pass in the request dot the URL of the request. Okay, and then we can destructure the search params right here, because we're going to pass the page params as a search params. So I'll destructure the search params. And then I'm going to create a variable called page. Const page is going to be equals to pass int. I'm passing a search params dot get the page, okay, or 1, okay, which means if this page is not passed through the request, the page we are trying to fetch, page 1, page 2, page 3, then the default page is going to be 1. Okay, so if the page is not passed through the request, we're going to fetch the first page. Then down here, I want to say const limit. Now I have to limit how many posts I want to fetch per page. Okay, so now in this case, I want to actually fetch 2. Now when you are building an application, you have to pick your limit based on your own requirements. Okay, now the reason I'm actually picking 2 because we only have 4 posts, so we have to actually test our infinite scope with that limited amount of posts. Okay, with just 4 posts. So if you have like 100 posts, we could pass the limit at 5 posts per page. Okay, but I'm going to pass the limit as 2 posts per page. And then down here, I create a variable const skip. It's going to be equals to page minus 1 times limits. Okay, now what this skip variable is going to do is that it's going to actually help us determine how many posts you want to skip. Now if we're in the first page, this page is going to be 1. Okay, then 1 minus 1 is going to give us 0. Then 0 times the limit, which is this 2, is going to be 0, which means for the first page, we're not going to skip any page. We're going to start from the first post, post 1, post 2. Then if we're in the second page, then this page is going to be 2. 2 minus 1 is going to give us 1. 1 times this limit is going to be, that's 1 times 2 is going to be 2, which means for the second page, we're going to skip 2 posts. Then for the third page, this page is going to be 3. 3 minus 1 is going to give us 2. Then 2 times this limit, which is 2, is going to give us 4, which means for the third page, we're going to skip 4 posts, and then we'll start fetching from post 5. Okay, that's what this skip variable is going to do for us. Now let's actually fetch our post. Now we're going to actually fetch this from our database differently, okay, because we want to actually fetch 2 data. I want to fetch the post actually, and also we want to fetch the total number of posts, okay, for our pagination. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make use of a promise. There's going to actually have 2 query in there. So I'm going to say const, I'll create an array. The first result is going to be our post. The second result is going to be our total count as a total post. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await promise dot all. Then in here, you can actually make the request. The first request is going to be to fetch the post. Okay, so down here, I'm going to say Prisma dot the post model dot find many. Then we want to include the author. Remember, we have a relationship between the post model and the user model, which is going to be author. Okay, the user that actually created the post is going to be the author of the post. So you can actually to fetch the user's details with the post. And for the author, we want to select the ID of the author, set that to true. Select the username of the author, set that to true. Select the image of the user of the author, I want to set that to true. And then finally we'll select the
name of the author. I'll set that to true too. And then down here, I'm going to order by created at, which is going to be descending order. Okay, I want the new post at the top and the old post at the bottom. And now we have to ask that skip variable right here, because every time we fetch a post, we are going to determine with that skip where we are going to start from. If we are fetching from the first page, if we are fetching for the first page, we're going to start from the first post, post 1, post 2. If you are fetching for the second page, you're going to fetch from post 3, and post 5. If you are fetching for the third page, you're going to fetch from post 5 and post 6. Okay, so I'm going to pass in that skip variable, skip, so that the query knows how many posts to skip from the database. And then I'm going to say take, and then I'm going to pass in the limit variable we created, like that. And that's the first query. You can see right now that this error is actually gone. So the second query is going to be the total count, the total post. So down here, I'm going to say Prisma dot the post model. I just want to count the post. Okay, and you're going to see that the other error is actually gone. So this promise is going to return the post and also the total number of posts. And after this promise, now you're going to create some variables. I'm going to create a variable called total pages. That will be equals to math.co total count divided by limit. Okay, so the total number of pages is going to be based on the total count we have divided by the limit, which means if we have 6 posts and then we divide by the limit, which is 2, we're going to have 3 pages. And if we have 7 posts, then we divide their 7 posts with the limit, which is 2, it's going to be 3.5. Okay, now that's why we are doing math.ceiling. Okay, so if it's 3.5, then we're going to actually seal it to 4. Okay, so we're going to have 4 pages. The last post, which is the 7th post, is going to have its own page. Then I'll create another variable called has next page is going to be equals to page less than total pages. Now, as long as the total number of page is less than the total pages, there's going to be a next page, which means if the page is 1, we are on page 1, the total number of pages is 3, we are going to have a next page. Unless we are on page 3 and the total number of pages is 3, only then will this has next page going to return false, which means we are at the last page. Then down you're going to create another variable called has previous page. It's going to be page as long as the page is greater than 1, which means we can actually go to the previous page. Then finally, we're going to return a next response.json. We'll pass in the post we fetched, and then down here, create an object called pagination. I'll say the current page is going to be the page, then the total pages is going to be the total pages, then total count as next page is going to be the has next page variable, has previous page, then finally I'm going to pass in the limit. Okay, so I just format this. So now we actually have the routes to actually fetch the post, okay, and also actually fetch the post based on the page params we actually pass to the route. Okay, so what we are going to do now, we're going to create a service function for this. So I'm going to go to services folder. I'll create a inside this post.ts. I'm going to create a new function here. Then I'm going to say export async function get post. And this function is going to take an object that's going to have a value called page param. Now, if the page param is not passed through the request, we just say the default value is going to be 1. Okay, fetch the first page. Then in here, make use of a try catch block. If we get an error, we're just going to check if it's an as used error, and then we're going to throw the error. Else, we're just going to throw the error. Inside the try block, I'm going to say const response. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await as used dot, I'm going to make it get request I'm going to make use of backticks. We're going to add dynamic variables to this. So /API/post. And remember that we're going to be passing search params to this request. Okay, so I'm going to say the page is going to be whatever we have in the page param. Okay. Now, when you are passing these search params, you have to pass this question mark after the URL before passing this search params. Okay. And also this page right here has to match with this name we have right here, page. Okay. So that's how we're going to get the search params. So now you have to specify the type this function is going to return. So I'm going to say this is going to return a promise. It's going to be of type post response. Okay. And now we have to actually create this type. So I'm going to create this type. I'll create a new file inside the types folder. I'll create a file called post.ts. I'll just paste this right here. Now we're going to have two types inside this post.ts. We're going to have the type for our post response, which is going to be have the post array. It's going to be an array of post, and it's going to have the pagination, the structure for our pagination, and also it's going to have the interface of the post. Okay, now this is going to be the post type. So I'll just save that. Now I can go to the post.ts file and actually just import this post response from types post.ts. And then down here, this is going to return response.the-data. Okay, so now we have the service function for this. We're going to create the custom hook to actually fetch this with React query. So inside this custom hooks folder, I want to go to use post and create another function. Then I'm using export function use infinite post. Now we're not going to be making use of use query because we want to actually implement infinite query in our application. So we want to make use of React query to fetch each pages. Okay, so I want to say return use infinite query. I'm going to import that up here. Use infinite query from stack React query. Now we have to specify the query key. I'm going to say the query key is going to be post, and then you have to specify that this is for infinite post, because in some application when you are fetching the post in some application, you are going to fetch the post in some certain parts and you are not going to paginate them, and also you're going to fetch the post in some certain parts and actually add pagination. So we're just going to specify that this is going to be for the infinite post. We're going to specify that, so it's going to cache this separately, and then I'm going to pass in the query function, which is going to be the service function we just created inside this post.ts service file, which is going to be get post like that. And then we're going to set the initial page param, which is going to be 1. Okay, so for the first page, initial page param is going to be 1. And then now I'm going to say get next page param last page. In here, we're going to return the next page number if there are more pages, as we return undefined. Okay, then down here I want to say return last page dot pagination dot has next page. If it has a next page, then we're going to return last page dot pagination dot current page. We're going to add 1 to it. Okay, and so return undefined. I'll just format this. Now what this is going to do is that this get next page param is a way for React query to know if the page it fetched is the last page or if there's still another page. Okay, so basically if you are fetching the first page, this page param is going to be 1. Okay, which means that if we have more pages, if we have like 3 or 4 pages, we obviously have the has next page is going to be true. So if the has next page is true, if this variable right here is true, then we're going to run this line of code right here. We're going to get the last page pagination and the current page. So if we are in the first page, we're going to add 1 to it. The page param is going to be 2, which means we want to fetch the second page. But if the has next page is false, which means we are at the last page, then this is going to return
undefined. Okay, it's not going to actually make a request to actually fetch another page. Then you're gonna add some configuration, add a stale time of 5 minutes. So I'll do 5 times 60 seconds times 1000 milliseconds. We fetch on window focus. I'll set this to false. We fetch on connect, on reconnect. I'll set this to true. We fetch interval. I'll set this to false. And finally, I'm going to set retry. I want this to only retry once. Okay, just format this. Great. So now that we have the query to actually fetch the data, we can actually now invalidate the post when we create a new post. So up here, I'm going to say const query clients going to be equals to use query clients. Get that from React query. And then down here, I'm going to say query client dot invalidate queries, passing the query key, which is going to be this right here. Okay, it's going to be this key right here. So I'll just copy this and then I'll just paste that right here like that. Format this. So now anytime we actually create a new post, we're going to invalidate this cache and actually update the cache. I'll save that. So that's basically it. So now we can actually make use of this custom hook to actually fetch the data. So I'm going to go to the home page. I think basically we are going to go to components, go to post, and then we have this feeds.ts file right here. Okay, now inside this feeds.tss file, this is where we're going to fetch the post. So up here, I'm going to say I want to make this a client component. I'll say use clients. Now in here, you can simply say const. We're going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use infinite post. Okay, I remember that this is going to return a use infinite query from React query. So we're going to have access to its loading data, is fetching next page, error is error has next page, and also a function fetch next page. Just format this. Great. And now you can simply log the data to the console to see what we are getting. So I'll say console.log data. Okay, I'll save that. Now I'm going to go back to the web page. I'm just going to refresh. Now head over to the console and we actually get an object right here. When I open this up, you can see that we have an object. We have the page params. Now since we are fetching the first page, the page params is going to obviously be 1, and then we have the pages right here. Okay, you can see that we have the inside the pages we have all the posts, we have the pagination right here. You can see inside the pagination we have the current page, which is 1. We are the first page. Then we have the has next page, which is true because we have 4 posts right now. We are fetching just 2, so obviously we have another page. So the has next page is going to be true. Has previous page is going to be false because this is the first page, and the limit is going to be 2 because we are fetching 2 posts per page. Then the total count is going to be 4. This is the total post we have. The total page is going to be 2. Okay, and then you can see the post right here. Okay, you can actually see the post right here. Last night's show was a blast. It's been a great afternoon. So let's actually make use of this data and output them to the UI. So I'll go back to that component right here. I'm going to get rid of this log statements. I'll create a variable, say const or post. It's going to be equals to data dot pages dot flat map page get the page dot post. Okay, now if no page dot post, and this is going to be an empty array. So what we are doing is that we are basically extracting the post array from inside these pages right here, this pages object right here. And then I'm going to say if it's loading, then for now I'm going to return a paragraph tag that's going to say loading. And then the class, I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to it. I'll give it a test grade of 300. Okay, and if there's an error, then I'm going to say if it's error, I'm going to return the error right here. Okay, I'm going to output the error dot the message from the error, like that. Now we can actually map through this up post variable right here, which is going to be an array of the post objects. So right here, I'm going to say all post dot map. I'm going to call it a post. I'll just return. Now, what is it going to return? Anytime we map through a post, we're going to return this post component right here. And we're going to specify the key. The key is going to be the post dot the ID of the post, like that. And now for every time we map through the post, we have to pass the post to this component right here, to the child component. So I'm going to say post is going to be post, like that. So inside this post component, this child component, we have to actually destructure these props. So I'm going to go to that post component. In here, I'm going to say this is going to receive a prop called post. I'll create a type up here. I'm going to say type post component props. It's going to have a post that is going to be of type. Now we actually need the type we created. We need this type right here. That's the type that this post is going to be. So we need this type. So inside this post.ts, we can say this is going to be of type post. Okay, I'm going to get that from the types. All right. And this post right here is going to actually conflict with the name of our component, which is post. So I'm going to import this as post type, like that. And then right here, I'm going to say this is going to be post type. And then we can say these props, the props that are going to be passed to these components are going to be of type post component props, like that. That should get rid of our TypeScript errors. And now I'm just going to save this file, and then we can actually make use of that post in here. Instead of outputting this image, right, I'm going to output the image of the author. So I'm going to say post.author. The image of the author is I'm going to display the fallback image, which is going to be images /avatar.png. And then for the name of the user, we're going to say I'll attribute the post dot the author name. Then for the username of the user of the author, it's going to be post dot author dot their username. And then for when the post was created, I'll just get rid of this right here. I'm going to say I'll make use of moments. I'm going to say moments. Then inside that moments, I'm going to say post dot created at dot from now. Okay. And then down here, we're going to actually output the post text. Now remember that the post text is going to be optional. Okay, so we have to actually check. You can simply say post.text. Only then do we want to render this GXS right here. So I'm just going to cut this off. I paste that in here. I get rid of this one we had coded, and then I'm going to output the post.text. And then same thing for the image. We're going to say post.image. If there's a post image, only then do we want to render this component right here, this JSX right here. And I'll just paste that in here. Okay. And then right here, I'm going to actually output the image of the post, say post.image, like that. And now this URL is going to be dynamic. This URL is going to be, because this URL is, when we click on the post, it's going to take us to the post view page. So we have to actually trace that URL, because we're going to have app protected post, going to be /post/ the post ID. So I'm going to get rid of this and make use of backticks. So we're going to be /post/ we're going to specify the post.id, like that. I'll just format this. That we won't click on this right here. It's going to take us to that dynamic route where we can actually view the post. I'll save this. Now I'm going to head back to the web page, and we actually see the post right here. We see the one we created last night's show was a blast, and we see this other one. It's been a great afternoon. Now we are not done yet. We have to actually implement our infinite scroll functionality. Now this right here, these two posts right here are the first post. We still have two more posts we want to fetch. So we want to fetch those two posts when we are scrolling. Okay, we don't want user to click on any button or any pagination button. So as the user is scrolling, the more posts are going to be fetched by the user. Okay, just like you see on application like Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and many other social media application. Okay, so how do we do that in React? We're going to make use of a library called React Interception Observer. So what are we going to be doing with the React Interception Observer? Now, what we are going to do is that remember that we have a function in React Infinite query called fetch next page, which means we already have a function to fetch the next page. We just need something to trigger that function. So with React Interception Observer, we can use it to trace. We're going to use it to observe when we are at the final post of our current page. So when we are at this final post, this right here is going to trigger that fetch next page to fetch 2 more posts for us. So let's actually install that library. So I'm going to open up my terminal. Then I'm going to say npm install React Intersection Observer. Okay, now click on enter. And that's going to install the React Intersection Observer package for us. I'm going to close this back up. So now we have that package, we can actually make use of that package. So to make use of it, we're going to go to the parent components of this post component right here, so which is feeds.tss file right here. So up here, I'm going to say const, I'm going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use in view. Okay, I'm going to get this from React Intersection Observer. So I'm going to say import. I'm going to structure this out, use in view from React Intersection Observer. And then I'm going to structure as 2 properties in view and also ref. Now let's actually make use of this ref. I'm going to wrap these components in a div. So I'm just going to cut this off. I'll wrap this in a div. I'll paste the component in there. Then I'll cut this key and place this key right here since this is not the parent wrapper. Then I'm going to say I want to add a ref to this div. I'm going to say index. If the index of the post, I'm going to get that index from here. Say index. If the index is equivalent to all post.length minus 1. So basically what we are checking is that if this is the last post. Now if we have 4 posts and then we are at the last post, the index of that post is going to be 3. When the programming language is tracking items, actually listing them out, it's going to start from 0. So the first one is going to be 0, the second one is going to be 1, the third one is going to be 2, and then the last one is going to be 3. That's 4. But this all post.length is going to be 4. So we are also to minus 1, so it's going to be 3 and be equivalent to the last item in the index. Okay, so when 3 is equals to 3, which means we are at the last post, then we want this to have the ref we just created up here. Okay, this ref we actually destructured from use in view. As we want the ref to be null like that. So just format this, and then up here you can create a use effect hook to actually fire the fetch next page. So I'm going to say use effects, passing the dependency. Then inside this use effect hook, we can simply say if in view and has next page, and also we have to check if next page is being fetched, and if not fetching, if not is fetching next page. So basically we want this to fire if the component is in view, if we have a next page, and also if we are not fetching another page, if we are not making a request to fetch a next page, then I'm going to fetch next page like that. And then we have to pass all this as a dependency. I'm going to say in view, I'll pass in has next page, pass in is fetching next page, then I'm going to pass in the function fetch next page. I'll just format this. Now down here we can simply just add a loading to signify that the next page is being fetched. So right here I'm going to say is fetching next page, then I want to render a paragraph tag that's going to say fetching next page. Okay, it has some Tailwind classes, so I'll give this a Tailwind class of test gray of 300 like that. I'll format this, I'll save this. Now let's actually test if this is working. So I'll go back to the web page. And you can see that we already fetched the other post. Okay, so I'm just going to refresh this. So it's going to fetch the first page again. And then you're going to notice that when we scroll to the last post, it's going to fetch that. It's going to fetch the next post. Great job. Now let's actually test the invalidation if it's working. So I'm going to say this is a new post. I'll click on an emoji. I'll just add a random emoji here. Then I'll click on post. And you see immediately we actually get this in the UI. So everything is actually working. We're actually fetching the post. Now, what we want to work on is that when we click on a post, we want to be able to view the post in the post view page. Because when we click on this right here, when we click on this post right here, it's going to take us to the post view page. But in the post view page, the post is not going to be displayed right here. Okay, so we want to actually display the post in the post view page. Okay, so we want to fetch this post right now from the server. We don't want to actually make use of React query or any client code to fetch that. We want this to be rendered on the server since this is a post view page. So basically what I'm going to do I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call this folder server actions. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a file called post.txt. But this is going to be the server action for the post. We can simply say export async function get post by ID. Okay. And this function is going to take one argument called the post ID, which is going to be of type. We need the post ID to actually fetch the post, which is going to be of type string. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. And if there's an error, we're going to console.error, get post error, then pass in the error, then return null. Then inside the try, we can create a variable called post. I'm going to set it to await Prisma. We're going to get Prisma from our lib folder. The post model dot find a unique post dot find unique, where the ID of the post matches the post ID passed through this function. And then we want to include the author. Then we want to select the author's name, the name of the author. I want to set that to true. The username of the author, I'll set that to true. The image of the author, I'll set that to true. And finally, we're going to select the ID of the user. I'm going to set that to true. And then now I'm going to say if no post was found, then we just return null. Else we just return the post. Format this. Great. So now we have the server action to fetch posts inside that post page. So we're going to go to SRC app, protected post. Then we're going to go into that page.css file. And now we can actually make use of that action we just created. Remember, this is the dynamic one. So we have access to the params. I'm going to destructure the params. And then I'll specify the type. The params is going to be an object with a value called post ID, which is going to be of type string. Format this. Then down here, I'm going to say const post ID is going to be equal to, I'm going to await. And since I'm making use of await in here, we have to convert this to an async component. Okay, so I'm going to say await params dot the post ID. Okay, just get rid of this other await, get rid of that. And then down here, I'm going to say const post. I'm going to make use of the action we created. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await get post by the ID, and then I'm going to pass in the post ID as an argument. Then down here, I'm going to say if no post was found, then I'm going to actually just take the user to the not found page, make use of that not found function. It's going to take the person to the 404 page, post not found. And I can actually make use of that post. So right here, I'm going to output the profile picture of the author. I'm going to say post.author dot the image of the author, or this is going to be, you may make use of the fallback profile picture. It's going to be avatar, images /avatar
post.png like that. And then down here, you can make use of the name. I'm going to say post.author. The name of the author. Then down here, this is going to be post.author.username. Then right here, you can actually output the created data. I'm just going to get that from this post component. Just scroll down. I'm going to get this right here. Just paste that right here. And just import moment from moment. And then right here, we also can get these ones right here. Just get these ones right here. Just get this. And just output them right here. Okay. And that's basically it. So I'm going to just format this. Then I'm just going to save that. Now head back to the web page. And we actually see you can see that the details actually changed. And let's actually click on another post. I'll go back to the home page. Just I'm going to click on this one. You can see right now the post is actually opened up. Now I'm going to click on this one. You can see that the post actually opens up too. Great. So I'm basically done with this chapter. So I'm going to run some links checks. I'm going to open this up. Now I'm going to say npm run a links check, one links. And we have about 2 errors right here. Link is defined but never used inside the page.css file. Inside this file right here, I just get rid of this link tag right here. And then the second error is defined but never used. Post routes line 35 in the post routes API post routes line 35. Open this up. I think this is from the previous chapter. 35 said error is defined but never used. Okay, we defined the error here, but we didn't actually make use of the error. Before we return the response, we're going to say console.error image upload error, and then we just pass in the error. Now just save that. Also save this page.css file right here. Now we can actually try that again right here. I'm going to say npm run links, and we get no ESLint warnings on error. So now I can actually add this to the staging area. So git status, we have a lot of on track files and changes. So we're going to say git add or on git status again. And we have all this in the staging area. So we're going to just commit this. So say git commit dash the message, and the message is going to be implemented fetch post functionality. I click on enter. That's going to commit our changes to the main branch. Okay, and I can actually sync this to the remote origin. So I'm just going to click on sync changes. Okay, so that's going to sync our code base changes to our GitHub remote origin. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on actually deleting posts. Okay, so our user will be able to delete their posts. But the first thing we're going to do, we're going to ensure that these action buttons are going to be inside their own component. So I want to create a component for that. I'll go to src components. Inside this post folder, I'm going to create another component. I'll call this component post actions.txx. Okay, rfc. I'm just going to return a JSX right here. Now what I want to do is I want to take this JSS right here, I'm just going to take this off. Now I want to cut this off. I'm going to notice that we no longer have that JSS right here. Okay, that's what we actually want to place in its own component. So I'm going to place that in here, and then this component is just going to return this JSS right here. And also I'll get the imports. Just cut this off. Then I'm just going to paste that. I'll paste that up here like that. And now we have to actually import this component in this post.txs file. So down here, I'm just going to say import post actions. I'll save that. Now I'll go back to the web page to actually see those post actions right here, those action buttons right here. Great. So the first thing we want to do is that we want to conditionally render this trash icon right here. Okay,
because we don't want a user that the user is not the author of the post to actually see the trash icon, because we want users to be able to delete their own post. So we have to render this post button conditionally, okay, which means we have to get the ID of the logged in user. So what we are going to do is that we're not going to actually get the logged in user ID from this component or from the post actions component. Okay, we're going to get it from the home page itself, because this post component is inside this feed.tss component right here, and this feed.tss component is a client component, which means automatically this chat component, which is this post component, also the grant chat component, which is this post actions component, also client components, which means you cannot write server code in here. So we have to go to the home page. So I'll go to app, protected, I'll go to home. Now in here, we can actually fetch the session of the logged in user in here. And then we're going to drill it down as a prop to the grant chat component. So up here, I can say const session is going to be equals to, I'm going to await auth like that. And then we have to make this an xsync function, since we are making use of await, I'll say xsync like that. And I'll just import auth from our auth.js. And then down here, you can see we want to return this component when the user is authenticated. As a session dot user dot ID. There's a session ID. Then we're going to render this component right here. Okay, that way when the user is not authenticated, this component is not going to be rendered. Basically, when the user is not authenticated, the user will not be able to see the home page, but this is just an additional check. And now we can pass a prop to this component called user ID, which is going to be equals to session.user.the ID of that user. Great. Now we can head over to this feed component and actually receive that prop. So in here, once it is going to receive a prop called user ID, which is going to be, the user ID is going to be of type string like that. Okay, and then we're going to pass this user ID to the grant child, which is going to be this post right here. So I'll say user ID is going to be equals to user ID. And then we're still going to head over to this post components and say in here, we're going to receive a prop called user ID. So I'll say user ID, which is going to be of type string, and then you can just destructure out the user ID. Great. And then finally, we're going to pass the user ID to the post actions component as a prop. So I'll say user ID is going to be equals to user ID. And then inside the post actions component, we're going to actually receive that prop. First of all, create a type for it. I'm going to say type post actions props is going to be equals to, it's going to have a user ID that's going to be of type string. And then down here, we're going to destructure our prop, which is going to have a type of post action props. And from here, we're going to destructure the user ID like that. And with that, now we can actually use this user ID to check if the post actually belongs to the user, which means we have to actually pass another prop called the creator ID. So I'll say this is going to take a ID called the creator ID. That's the author of the post we are trying to actually delete, which is going to be of type string. Okay, and now we can actually try to pass that prop from here. So that prop is going to be creator ID, which is going to be equals to post dot the author ID. Okay, that post dot the ID of the user that actually created the post. Now you can do post dot author ID, or you can do post dot author dot the ID of the author. Okay, whatever you want to do. Basically, we are still getting the ID of the user that actually created the post. And then we're just going to destructure out the props of the creator ID. Then we're going to scroll down here and use that those props we just pass to this component. So I want to say if user ID is equivalent to creator ID, then only then do I want to render this component right here. So I just cut this off, and then I'm just going to paste that in here. Great. Just format this. Obviously, when we go back to the web page, we can still see the trash icon. That's because this logged in user was the user that actually created the post.
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually log in a new user. So I'm going to click on logouts. Now log in John, say john@gmail.com, then password 0000000. Click on sign in. It's going to actually sign in John. Great. And you can see right now that John is not going to actually see the trash icon because this is not John's post. But when we create a post with John, say this is John's post. I'll click on post. And you can see right here we have this is John's post, and then you can actually see the trash icon. Great. Now I just noticed something, that when a user is logged in, we are not displaying the user's profile picture right here. Let's quickly do that. So we're just going to go over to the create post input and go to src component and go to post, and I'll go to create post input in here. Then you can make use of the get user hook and say constant. I'm going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to use get user. Okay, I'm going to destructure the is loading, and then we're going to destructure the data. I'm just rename the data user like that. And then right here where we have this profile picture, where's that? Where we have this profile picture right here, I'm going to render this image conditionally. So I'm going to say if it's loading, if the profile picture is loading, then I'm going to return a JXX. I'm going to return another JXX. I'm going to return this right here. Okay. And for now, in here, I'm just going to return a paragraph tag that's going to say loading. ... Then I'm going to add a Tailwind class of test gray of 300. And then for the image, I'm going to say I'm going to render the user dot the image of the user. But if the user doesn't have an image, so I'm going to render the placeholder image. It's going to be /images /avatar dot png like that. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually see the fallback image. That's because John has not actually set his profile picture. Okay, now let's just do that. So I'll go to profile, go to edit profile, then I'll just choose a profile picture. Then what am I going to choose? I'll choose this right here, click on open, then I'll click on save profile. Profile updated successfully, and you can actually see John's profile has been updated. Okay, now we'll go back to the home page. Now you can see right now that the profile picture of John from the post is not actually updated. That's because this post has been cached. Okay, so we have to go as cache this version. This is an older version of the post. Okay, so remember that we set the, I'll go to custom hooks, I'll go to use post. Remember that when we fetch the post, we set the state time to 5 minutes. We fetch a window focus first. When we return back to the web page, it's not going to refresh. And also we said if we try one, and we fetch interval first, which means the post is not going to refresh itself unless we manually trigger it. So when I refresh the web page, then it's going to fetch a fresh version of the post. You can see that the profile picture is actually updated. Okay, so next what we're going to work on is I want to create a WAP to actually delete posts from this application. So I'm going to go to the API folder. I'll go to src app API. Inside this post folder, I'm going to create a new folder. I'll create a folder called delete. And inside this folder, I'm going to create another folder which is going to be a dynamic folder, post for a dynamic route called post ID, because the post ID is going to be dynamic based on the post we are trying to delete. And then inside this folder, I'm going to create a Auth.js like that. In here, you can simply say export async function delete. We're going to take a request. It's going to be of type request, and this request is going to be unused, so I just make use of an underscore right here. Now since this is a dynamic route, I'm going to destructure add the params, and that param is going to be an object. So I'll say params. I'll wrap this in a promise. It's going to have a value in there called post ID, which is going to be of type string like that. And then inside this function, you can make use of a try catch block. Now inside the catch, we're going to actually log the error deleting post, pass in the error, then we're going to return a next response, fails to delete post with the status of 500. I'm just going to import next response from next server. Then inside the try, we can simply get the login user session. So I'll say const session going to be equal to, I'm going to await auth. Okay, I'm just going to get this from auth.js. Then we're going to check as usual if session.user.id, if there's a session ID. So I have to negate this because I want to check if no session ID. So if no session ID, we're going to return a next response.json with an error unauthorized and a status of 401. Okay, but if there's a session and the user is authenticated, then down here I'm going to destructure the post ID from the params. I'm going to say equals to await. I'm going to await the params, and then I'm going to destructure the post ID like that. And now we're going to do some type validation. So I want to check if no post ID was passed through the request, or type of post ID is not equal to string. So we are checking if the post ID is not a string, then I'm going to return this next response right here. Valid post ID is required with a status of 400. Okay, now here I'm going to check for authorization. So check for authorization. I want to check if the user actually owns the post. Okay, so I'm going to say const post is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma dot, we're going to make use of the post model dot find a unique post, where first of all the ID of the post is equal to the post ID we pass through the request, and then the field we want to select is going to be select author ID. I want to set that to true. Now, since we might actually be deleting the image, if the post has an image, we can actually get the image public ID. Okay, I'll set that to true too. And then now here we can check if no post was found. If no post was found, then we're going to return a next response, post not found, with an error, post not found, and a status of 404, not found. Then down here we're going to check if the post belong to the logged in user. So I'll say if post.author is not equivalent, it's not equal to session.user.id. Okay, now if it's not equals to the session user ID, which means this post does not belong to the user, then we're going to return a next response forbidding you can only delete your own post with a status of 403. And then down here we're going to actually delete the post. So I'm going to say await Prisma dot the post model dot delete, where delete the post where the ID matches the post ID we pass through the request. Now if the post has an image, then down here we're going to check if post dot image public ID. So if the post has an image, the post is going to have an image public ID. Okay, then we're going to await delete from cloudinary, and then we're going to pass in the post dot image public ID as the image public ID. Okay, and then down here I'm going to return a next response.json with a message post deleted successfully. Okay, so now we have this API route. We have to create a service function to make a request to this route. Okay, so this API route. So I want to create a service function. Go to services. Inside this post.ts file, I'll create another service function. Now I want to say export async. Sorry, spell that async correctly. Async function delete post. And this is going to take one argument called post ID, which is going to be of type string. And then in here, we'll make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're going to check if this is an as-is error. If it's an as-is error, they're going to log the error. Then we're going to throw the error. Else, we're just going to throw error like that. And then inside the try, I'm going to say const
response is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Axios dot make use of the delete method, Axios dot delete. Then the URL is going to be dynamic, so I'm going to make use of backticks /API /post /delete, and then we have to pass in / we have to pass in the dynamic post ID as the end of the URL. Just format this, and then down here we're simply just going to return response.data. Okay, so now we have the service function. We just have to create a hook to actually trigger this, okay, with a use mutation. So go to use post.ts. Down here I'm going to create another mutation, export function use delete post, and it's going to return a use mutation. The mutation function is going to be the delete post service function we just created, delete post, and then on success I want to actually invalidate the post query, so I'm just going to copy this right here. Just copy this, then I'll just paste that right here. I'm also going to get the query client initiation. We are initiating the new query client instance, and I'll just paste that up here. I'll just format this. So now we have the mutation to actually delete the post. So now we can actually make use of this mutation inside our post actions. So I go to our post actions up here. I'm going to say console. I'm going to destructure what we are going to get is going to be equals to use delete post. Okay, now since we are making use of mutation, we're going to have access to mutate, and I'm going to rename this delete post mutation. Okay, now here we're going to create a function to actually handle the delete. So I'm going to say const handle delete post is going to be equals to an arrow function, and this function is going to take an argument called post ID, which is going to be of type string. So what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to say if not confirm, which I'm going to pass are you sure you want to delete this post, then I'm just going to return. Okay, which means if the user does not confirm they want to delete this post, we're just going to return. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, then I'll just paste that in that trash button. So I'm going to say on click, I'll fire an arrow function that's going to actually handle delete post, and then we have to pass in the post ID. Now we actually need the post ID inside this component. We have to pass it as a prop from the parent component. So I'm going to go to the post.ts component. Then right here I'm going to say the post ID is going to be equals to post.the-id of that post. And then inside our post actions component, we can actually say that we're going to receive a prop called post ID, which is going to be of type string. And then we can actually destructure that prop post ID. And then down here, I'm just going to pass the post ID to the handle delete post function. And I can actually test if this is going to work. So what I'm going to do is that when I click on this, it's going to actually ask us if we are sure we want to delete this post. And it's only going to fire the request. So I'm going to say alert confirmed. Sorry, spell that confirmed correctly. Confirmed. So I'll go back to the web page. I just click on this right here. It's going to say, are you sure you want to delete this post? I'll click on OK. It's going to alert confirm, which means the post is only going to be deleted if we click on OK. Okay, if we click on OK, but if we click on cancel, it's not going to actually. It's going to actually return. So down here, we're going to make use of the mutation we created. I'll simply just call it delete post mutation. And remember that this actually expects an argument called post ID. And then we're going to say on success, we're going to make use of a toast. I just get that from React Toastify, which is simply going to say post deleted successfully. Spell that successfully correct. I'm going to add some style. I give it a background. of this hex color right here, then give it a color of white. I'll just format this. Great. So now let's actually test this. I'm going to try to delete a post. I'll just click on this right here. It's going to ask me if I'm sure I want to delete this post. I click on OK. Post deleted successfully. Again, you notice that the post is going to actually disappear from the UI because the cache is going to be invalidated. Okay, that's because we asked query to invalidate the cache when we actually deleted the post from the database. So now we still have a problem. I'm going to create another post. I'll create this post right here. I'll say this is a post with image. Now click on select photo. I'll just select a random photo right here. Select this one. Then I'll click on post. You're actually going to see that post in the UI. Now, when we click on this post right now, we want to actually be able to fire the delete post right here, okay? Because right now this button is not working. So we want to actually, instead of having this right here, we want to place our post actions component right here, okay? So let's do that. So first of all, I'm going to ensure that this post action component is a client component. So up here, I'm going to say use client because I want to place this inside a server component. Then I'm going to go to the post page, go to close this up, go to protected, go to post page.ts. And instead of we having this right here, I'm going to get rid of this. And then I'm going to call the post actions component. Okay. And then we have to pass in the prop. It's going to have a user ID. It's going to have a post ID. I have to pass in a post ID too. And finally, we have to pass in a creator ID. Now for this creator ID, it's very simple. The creator ID is going to be the post.theAuthor.id, okay, or post.author.id. And then the post ID is going to be the post ID. So I'll say post.the_ID of the post. And finally, we have to get the logged in user ID. So since this is a server component, we can actually get this easily. Up here, we can simply say const session is going to be equals to with auth, okay? And then I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to session.user.the ID of that user. So I'm going to copy this user ID and I'm just going to paste that right here. So the user ID, the logged in user ID is going to be this right here. And when we hover on this, it's going to say type string and undefined is not assignable to type string. And that's because the user might not be logged in. The user can be logged in and not logged in, which means there's a possibility that the ID of the user can actually be undefined. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to render this right as a user ID. Only when we have a user ID from the server, that's only when we're going to render this post action component right here. Just format this. Great. And now we'll go back to the web page and click on this trash icon. We actually have this component, this post action component right here. Great. Now, this was the problem I said we had. Now, when we delete the post in the post view page, remember that when we delete the post, we are just going to invalidate the cache, which means the post in this page is going to be deleted, but we are still going to be in this page. So what we want to do is that we want to check which page we are on. Okay, if we're in the post view page, so we have to pass a prop to this post actions component called post view page. So I can say I'm going to have a prop called post view page, which is going to be a boolean, and then right here I'm going to destructure the prop, say post view page. So anytime we call that post action component, we have to specify if this component is being called in the post view page or in the home page. So right here we can say the post view page is going to be equals to true, okay, because we are inside the post view page. But in this post.tss file, we can simply say that the post view page is going to be false. Just format this. Okay, great. So now inside this post action component, when we delete the post, we are going to check which page we are on. So we are simply going to say if post view page, if we're in the post view page, which means if the delete button was clicked in a post view page, then we want to route the user to the home page. So I'm going to create a new router instance up here. I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to use router. I'm going to get that from next navigation. And then down here, I'm simply going to say router does replace the route with the home page. Just basically take us to the home page like that. Format this. And now when we delete a post in the post view page, I click on OK. It's going to invalidate the query, and also it's going to route us to the home page. Okay, it's going to route us back to the home page. Great. So that's basically it for this chapter. Now we have to do is run some links check to see if we have any links errors. So I'm just going to open this up, go to this other terminal. I'm going to say npm run links, and we get TV ES link warnings and errors. I think that's coming from the page.css file, the post view page. We just have to get rid of these unused React icons we actually imported inside this component. I'm going to run that again. Npm run links. No ES list warnings or errors. I'm going to run git status. And we have some on track changes and file. So git add all to the staging area, and then we're going to do a git commit dash message. Then we're going to say implemented delete post functionality. Click on enter. That's going to commit our changes to the main branch. So all we have to do is just sync this to our remote origin on GitHub. So I'll just click on sync changes, click on OK, and we actually sync those changes. Great. In this chapter, we're going to start working on the follow functionality. Okay, so first of all, what we're going to do, we're going to create a route that's going to handle when a user tries to follow another user. So we're going to go to SRC app API. Then inside this users folder, I'm going to create a new folder. I call this folder follow. And inside this follow folder, I'm going to create another folder. I'll call this folder square bracket, and replace the name in the square bracket because this is going to be dynamic. The app is going to be dynamic. And then inside this dynamic folder, I'm going to create a file called Authentication. Okay. Now we're going to have two functions in this route. The first one is going to be to follow users, while the second one is going to be to unfollow users. Okay. So for this first one right here, I'm going to say export async function is going to be a post request. It's going to take a request that's going to be of type request. Now the request is going to be unused, so I'm going to just use an underscore. And then in here, since this is a dynamic way, we can destructure the params, and then we can specify the types of the params. The params, I'll wrap the value in the promise, and then I'm going to say this is going to take a params off, and the param is going to have a value of user ID that's going to be of type string, like that. I'll just format this, and then in here we can simply just get the logged in user session sequence. Session is going to be equals to, I'm going to await, I'm going to get auth from the auth.js file, and then as usual I'm going to check if no session dot user dot id. Okay, so if no session user id, I'm simply just going to return a next response with error unauthorized and a status of 4.1. Then I'm just going to get next response from next server. Then down here, I'm going to say const. I'm going to destructure the user ID from await params. Okay, and then right here, we're going to actually destructure the user ID that's passed through the request. Then down here, we can check if no username was passed. If no user ID was passed through the request, then if no user ID was passed, then we're going to return a next response. User ID is required to status of 400. Okay. Now, if a user ID was passed through the request, then down here, we can check if the user, we're going to check if the user is that the user, the logged in user is trying to follow, if the user is actually in the database. Okay. To do that, I'm going to say const user to follow is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the user model dot find a unique user where the ID of that unique user matches with the user ID passed through the request. Now, if no user was found, so I'm going to check if no user to follow. Then we're just going to return a next response, user not found, the status of 404. Then down here, I'm going to prevent self follow. Okay, now what this means is that we want to prevent a user from following themselves. Okay, because obviously the user cannot see the follow button for their own profile. Okay, because we're going to actually check that on the client, or this is just an additional check. Okay, because we don't want users to be able to follow themselves. We don't want two similar ID in the following pair, ID pair. Okay, then we can say if the user ID that the user has been trying to follow is equivalent to the session.user.the ID. Okay, now if the logged in user is equals to the user that is being followed, now if the user ID passed through the request is equals to the session ID, then we're going to paste this right here, cannot follow yourself, the status of 400. And then down here, we're going to create the follow relationship. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I want to await Prisma. I want to make use of the follow model dot create. I'm passing the data. Now, first of all, we're going to pass in the follower ID. The follower ID is going to be session.user.id, because the user that is logged in is the one trying to follow another user. So the follower ID is going to be session.user.id. And then the user being followed, so the following ID is going to be the user ID passed through the request. Okay, and then now I'm going to return the next response.json success. I'll set that to true, and then a message. Successfully followed user. Okay, and then I pass in a status of 201. Format this. So now we have the route to actually follow a user. I'm just going to wrap this inside the try catch block. So I just cut everything we did here. I'll say try. I'll place this inside the try. This code we just put inside the try. Then if we get an error inside the catch block, then we're just going to display this right here. Okay, and now we have the routes. When the user tries to follow another user, we have the routes to handle that. So now we want a route to unfollow a user. So down here I'm going to say export async function delete. Now this is going to be a delete request, because when we try to unfollow a user, what we are basically doing is deleting the user pair, the follower ID and following ID pair in the follow model. Okay, so this is going to be a delete request. I'm just going to take a request that's going to be of type requests. Okay, and then it's going to take a params. I'll wrap it in a promise. It's going to have a value called user ID. It's going to be of type string, like that. I'll just format this. Then in here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, I'm basically going to do the same thing we have here. So I'm just going to copy this and I'll paste that inside this catch block right here. Then inside the try block, we're obviously going to get the session of the user. So I'm going to copy this right here. We're going to get the session of the user, but if we don't have the session, we're going to return the next response. So I'm just going to paste that in here. Okay, and then now I'm going to destructure the user ID from params. I'm going to await params, and then we're going to destructure out the user ID like that. And we're also going to check if no user ID was passed. So I'm going to check if no user ID is passed, then we're going to actually return a next response. So I'll just paste that down here. Okay, now down here we can actually delete follow relationship. Then I'm going to await Prisma dot follow model dot delete
many, where follower ID matches session dot user, where the user logged in is the follower ID, and then the user passed through the request. The user ID passed through the request is the user being followed, which is going to be the following ID matches the user ID passed through the requests, like that. Then now I'm going to return a next response.json set success true, and then set message successfully unfollowed user, like that. I just format this. So now we have both the routes to follow a user and also the route to unfollow a user. Okay, so now we have to create a service function for this. So I'm going to go to services. Now inside the services, I create a new file called follow.ts. Okay, so obviously we're going to have two service functions, one to follow and one to unfollow. Okay, one is going to make a request to the post function to actually create a new follow, while the other one is going to make a request to the delete function to actually delete a follow. So then I'm going to export async function follow user. Now to follow a user, we're going to need two ID, okay, but we're going to actually pass one through the request because we need the user being trying to followed. So we're going to pass that one through the request, but also we need the authenticated user ID. We'll start working on notifications later on to actually send a notification to that user being followed that the user that is logged in started following them. Okay, so right here, I want to say this is going to take two IDs. First of all, I'm going to create a tab up here. I'll create a tab called type follow data. It's going to be equal to an object. This is going to have a user ID that is going to be of type string, and also it's going to have an authenticated user ID that is a logged in user ID. So auth user ID, which is going to be of type string. And right here, you can pass that type right here. It's going to be of type follow data. And then we're going to destructure the user ID and the auth user ID. Great. So in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're still going to check if this is an Azure's error. If this is an Azure's error, then we're going to actually log the error and throw the error. Else, we're going to throw the error either way. And we have an error. This is not an arrow function, so I'll just get rid of this. Is a normal JavaScript function. So inside the try, I'm simply going to say const response is going to be equal to, I'm going to with Azure's dot, I'll make a post request. Since we are making use of a dynamic URL, I'm going to make use of backdates. I'll say /API/users/follow, then / we're going to pass in the dynamic user ID, like that. So I'll just format this, and then down here we're simply just going to return the response dot the data from the response. Great. But before we do that, right here we're actually going to send a notification to the user being followed that the logged in user started following them. Okay, but for now we're not going to do anything here, but later on we're going to work on the notification feature. So next I want to create a function to actually delete a follow. So down here I'm going to say export async function unfollow user, and this one just needs one argument as the user ID of the user we are trying to unfollow, which is going to be of type string. And then in here we're going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch we're going to have something similar to this, so I'll just copy this and then I'll paste that right here. And then inside the try I'm going to say const response is going to be equal to, I'm going to with Azure's, make use of the delete method. Azure's or delete, it's basically going to be the same route /API /users /follow, then / pass in the user ID as a dynamic variable. And then down here we're simply just going to return response dot data from that response. Just format this. Great. So that we have both service function to create a new follow and also to unfollow a user. Now let's actually fire this by actually making use of a hook. So I'll go to custom hooks. I'm going to create a new hook. This one is going to be use follow.dx. Now inside this hook up, I'm going to say export function use follow user. And this is just going to return a use mutation, and the mutation function is going to take 2 arguments. That's going to fire the service function to actually follow a user, which is going to be follow user. And remember that this service function needs 2 arguments. It needs an object that has 2 properties in it, user ID and auth user ID. Okay, so we're going to get the object from what we call the mutation, which is going to be of type auth user ID, which is going to be of type string, and then we're going to have another one called user ID, which is going to be of type string, and then we can just destructure those two, auth user ID and user ID, like that. And then in here we just pass those 2 arguments. I pass in the user ID, and then I'm going to pass the auth user ID. I'll just format that. Very simple. So basically what we are doing is that we are inside our use mutation. The mutation function is going to have 2 arguments passed to it as an object, the auth user ID and the user ID. So when we call the follow user service function, we have to pass those 2. We have to pass the object with those 2 properties in there, user ID and auth user ID. Okay. Then after that, down here I'm going to say on success. Now on success, we have to actually invalidate some queries. Remember when we actually fetch the user details, as the details of the logged in user, also the details of a user we are viewing their profile, and the profile view page we are viewing user's profile, we actually auto-loaded their following count. Okay, so now when we follow a user, we have to update that cache to reflect in the UI that the user followers has actually increased. Okay, so let's actually do that. So up here, I'm going to create a new query client instance. It comes query client is going to be equals to, I want to make use of use query client, like that. And then on sources, I want to say query clients dot invalidate queries. First of all, I want to invalidate the query key. I want to invalidate the follow suggestions, okay? Because when we follow a user, we obviously don't want to see the users as a suggestion to actually follow again. So what we are going to do, we're going to go to the use users.ts, and that follow suggestion, we just have to copy this key right here, and then we're just going to paste that right here. Okay, then after that we have to actually invalidate another query. So down here I'm going to say query client. I'll just copy this and drag this down. Now the second one we want to actually invalidate is going to be the logged in user cache, which the query key is simply going to be, I'm going to go to use user, it's going to be current user. So we have to invalidate this cache. Okay, so I'll just paste that right here. And finally we have to invalidate the cache for the user we are trying to view their profile. So when we click on follow, we can actually see a feedback that the user followers actually increase. So we're going to go to this use user.ts, and now this is actually the key. Okay, so I'm going to copy this key right here, and then I'm going to paste that right here. But you can see right now that we do not have the username. Remember when we cache the details of the users, we cache them using the username as a unique pair, which is each user's details is going to be cached uniquely. Okay, so which means we need the username of the user we actually followed to actually update that particular user's cache. Okay, which means we have to pass the username when we call this mutation. So basically what we're going to say is that this mutation function, we're going to pass in another property to it called the user name, which is going to be of type string. How do we actually access the values passed through the mutation? Now this on success, we're going to get two properties because data, and then we're going to get another one called variables.
Now this data right here is going to be the response that this mutation is going to return, and the response is going to get from this function right here. The result this actually returns, this service function actually returns. That's going to be the response. Why these variables are the arguments passed to the mutation. So since we want to access the username that's going to be passed to the mutation, I want to say variables dots. You can see right now we get the auth user ID, the user ID, but we want the username. So that's how we're going to invalidate the individual user cache. I'm just going to format this. Now, since we're not going to make use of this data, we just make use of an underscore. This is an unused variable. Okay, but we obviously have to destructure it at, and we get a prettier error. Oh, I think that's, yeah, because of this, I'm just going to get rid of this. Then I'll format this again. Great. So next, we're going to create a custom hook to unfollow a user. So now here, I'm going to say export function use unfollow user is going to return a use mutation. In here, you're going to have a mutation function that's going to fire. There's going to be an iteration function that's going to fire the unfollow user service function. Okay, and remember that this needs an argument. It expects at least one argument. So we're going to get this argument from this mutation function. And this mutation function is going to have two arguments passed to it: the user ID, which is going to be of type string, and also the username, which is going to be of type string, like that. And then we can just destructure the user ID. We only need the user ID. And then we can pass the user ID to this unfollow service function right there. I'll just format this. Great. And after that, I'm going to say on success. And if this is successful, we're going to get the data, and then we're going to get the variables. And then in here, we're going to actually invalidate the query. So I'm going to create a new query client instance. So I'll just copy this right here. I'll paste that up here like that. So basically, the caches we're going to update is going to be this one right here, the user details profiles for the current logged in user. So I'll just copy these two, then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, and now we're actually done with the custom hooks to actually follow a user. Great. So now we have to actually make use of this hook. So first of all, we're going to work on this on the profile page. We'll go to we'll view a new user, click on Egbo Emmanuel. So what we are going to do is I'm going to have a follow button right here. When we click on that follow button, it's going to you're going to actually be able to follow these users that are actually viewing the profile. And then this follower count is going to actually increase to 1 because these users will have 1 follower. And then for the logged in user, the following count is going to increase to 1 because it's actually following 1 user. Okay, so let's do that. So first of all, I'm going to head to the profile component. So where's that profile component? Just close everything up. I'll go to SRC component. Then I go to users and go to user profile component. So we're going to create a button down here. After this starts container right here, I'm going to create a button. Then I'm going to create a button. This button is simply going to say follow. And then I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. I'll give it a BG of primary, a PX of 4, a PY of 2, a rounded of full, cursor of pointer, and a margin top of 6. Okay, format this. I'll save that, and we should actually see that button right here. All right, great. We have that follow button right here. Now, this follow button, we're not going to have it here. We're going to have it in its own component. So I'm going to create a component right here. I'll just call this component follow button .tsx rfc. And then it's just going to return this button right here. Just cut this button from here. Then I'll just paste that right here. It's going to return this button. And then I'll save this first. And then in here, I'll just call out follow button like that. I'm still going to see that follow button like nothing happened. Okay, great. But now we have it in its own component. So the first thing we're going to do inside this follow button is that we need some props inside this follow button. Okay, so we're going to specify the type for those props. So up here, I'm going to say type follow button. Sorry, spell that button correctly. Button props. So it becomes an object. Now we need the user ID to actually make
the follow request, we need the user ID, which is going to be of type string. We need the username of the user, which is going to be of type string. And also we need to know if the user is already following that user, so that we can actually unfollow the user or follow the user. Okay, so this is going to be boolean. Okay, great. And then we're going to say this is going to require 3 props, which is going to be of type follow button props, and we can destructure those props: user ID, username, and then it's following, like that. I'll just format this. And obviously inside the user profile, we're going to get an error because we're not passing those props. This actually needs 3 props: user ID, username, and it's following. So what we're going to do is that we're going to actually pass those props in. So the user ID is going to be the user we are actually viewing their profile, or the ID of that user. Okay, and then the username of the user can simply just be the username right here. Okay, can simply just be the username we are passing from getting from the URL, but I'm just going to make use of user.username. Okay, and then finally we need the is following. Now this is following is actually coming from the request, and this is going to be equals to the user and dots, and we don't have that is following here. Okay, you know what we're going to do? What I'm going to do is I'm going to log this user to the console. So down here I'm going to say console.log. I'm going to log the user. Okay, now I have a reason I'm actually doing this. You're going to see the reason I'm doing this in a while. So I'll go back to the web page. I'll just refresh this, and then I'm going to head over to the console, and we actually go to console. We actually get an object right here. Open this up. We have an object right here, and we have the total count of the user, and then we have you can see this is why I actually log this, so you can actually see this following. Remember that when we actually fetch the user details and the user view profile page, we actually added a property called is following. Okay, but I didn't think we created when we added this to the type. That's why we're not getting the auto completion. When we go to API, go to SRC app API users, then go to profile app.ts. Remember that when we actually created this word, we sent the user and then we attached a property called is following. Okay, so what we are going to do now is that we're going to go to the user tabs, go to user tabs, and then we're going to have a property called is following, which is going to be boolean. Okay, and then we're actually going to get this auto completion. So right here we can see is following is going to be equals to user dot is following, like that. Okay, and remember that the user could be undefined because when we open up this page, the user is going to be fetched from the database, so there's a possibility the user could be undefined. So we have to create a fallback file. So if this is undefined, I'll say this is going to be an empty string. An empty string. And also for this one, if it's undefined, it's going to be an empty string. Then for the is following, if it's undefined, then this is going to be default to false. Okay, just format this. Great. So now we have these props being passed to the follow button. We can now make use of these props inside this follow button. So now, since we have this right here, we can actually render this button conditionally. We're going to have 2 versions of the button. So in here, I'm simply going to say, I'm going to make use of an empty fragment. Then in here, I'm going to say is following. If it's following is true, then we want to render a button right here. I'm just going to copy this and I'll paste that in here as render another button, which is going to be this. And then we can just get rid of this one right here. Now for this one, it's going to have a background of BG dark 2. Sorry, not 1, dark 2. And then I'm going to save that. Now obviously when we go back to the web page, we're still going to see this one right here. Okay, then I just change this one to following. I want to make this true so that we can actually just see what we did. So true. So when a user has been followed, it's going to see this following right here. Okay, but when you are not following the user, when this following is false, you're going to see follow. Great. So now we're going to create a function to make use of our mutation. So up here, I'm going to say const handle follow going to be equals to now function. Then I'm going to copy this right here. Then on click on this, I'm going to run the function handle follow, and also on click of this, I'm going to run the function handle follow. Great. Now, obviously, we have the user ID of the user we are trying to follow, the username of the user we are trying to follow, and also the is following, if it's true or false, if the user is being followed or not. But we actually still need the authenticated user ID. But we cannot get that from the server right now because this is obviously a client component, because this follow button is inside this user profile, and this user profile is inside the profile page, which is a client component. So we have to find a way to get the user session from NextAuth from the client. We can actually do that. Okay, so up here I'm going to say const session is going to be equals to, I'm going to make use of use session from NextAuth, and then now I'm going to say const auth user ID is going to be equals to session dot data dot user dot user dot ID of that user. Okay, great. So now we have the ID of the user, but we are not done. Now, when we are getting the session from NextAuth from the client, it's just like we have to actually create a session provider. Now this one is pretty simple. I'm just going to close everything up. I'm going to go to SRC app. I'm going to go to the root layout file. So we're going to wrap these children right here with the session provider. So I've cut this off. Now in here, I'm going to say session provider. I'm going to get that from NextAuth React, and then I'll just paste that children in here. Okay, that's basically all. Okay, so now we have the NextAuth session provider actually wrapping around the children of our application. Then we can go to this follow button, and now we have access to the auth user ID. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to log this to the console. I'm going to say console, or I'm just going to alert it, say alert auth user ID. I'll save that. Now when we try to follow a user, it should alert that auth user ID. So I just click on this, and it's going to alert the ID of the user. You can actually see the logged in user ID right here. Great. So now we're going to make use of this logged in user ID in our mutation. So we're going to check if it's following, if the user has been followed, because if the user has already been followed, then we want to unfollow the user. Then we're going to make use of the unfollow mutation. So let's actually get our mutation up here. So I'll say const, and the structural what we're going to get is going to be equals to, it's going to be use follow user, and then we're going to destructure add the mutation, because this is returning a use mutation. I'm going to call this follow user mutation, and then the spending, and destructure the spending, and I'll rename this one following, and then down here I'm going to destructure what we're going to get is going to be equals to use unfollow user, and also we're going to extract the mutate, which we are going to name unfollow user mutation. Then also get the spending, which I'm going to call unfollowing. So now we have the mutation. We can actually make use of the mutation here. So if it's following, we're going to make use of the unfollow user mutation, pass in the user ID, and then we'll pass in the user name. Okay, that's the user ID and the username we are passing in as a prop to this component. Great. And then we'll say s if the user is not already being followed by the logged in user, then we're going to make use of the, so you follow user mutation, then we'll pass in the user ID, and then we'll pass in the username, and also we have to pass in the auth user ID. Okay, because we need the auth user ID to actually send the notification. And then up here I can simply just do a check to actually get rid of that error. Say if no auth user ID, then we're just going to return like that. Okay, great. So let's actually test this out. So I'm just going to go to this right here. I'll click on follow, and I can see right now that the total followers is now 1 right here.
the total following of the logged in user, because this logged in user actually followed one user, so the following is going to be 1, while the user that was followed is going to have the followers count increased to 1, and then you can see the following button change to following, and then when we click on this again, it's going to change back to 0 follower, 0 following, and then we have the follow button right here. Now we are not actually done yet. Now when we click on follow, again, it's going to take a few seconds before we actually get that feedback. Okay, I'll click on unfollow. You can see right now, like there's actually a few seconds, 2 to 3 seconds before we actually get that feedback. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to make use of optimistic updates. That way, immediately we click on the follow button, we're going to see those changes immediately. Okay, while the request is being processed. So up here, what we're going to do is that after this, we're going to store the previous state for rollback in case the request actually fails. So we should store the previous state for rollback. Then down here, I'm going to say const previous user details is going to be of type user model. We're going to get that from our type user, or it's going to be null. It's going to be equals to query clients, and we've not created a query client instance. So up here, I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to use query client. Okay, then down here we're going to say query client dot get query data. So which query data do you want to get? The user details. And remember that we cached this using the username, so we're passing the user name like that. Now we're getting an error. Just over on this. Previous details declared but its value is never read. User or null undefined is not assignable to type user and null. Type using undefined is not assignable to type user and null. I think it's supposed to be undefined. Okay, it's going to be undefined. Yeah. So basically what I'm doing is that I'm getting remember that I said that when we fetch data, React Code is going to actually cache that data using this key, user details. And also in this particular case, we cache the user details with this key, user details, and also the username, each user's user details. So for this particular user we're trying to follow, we are accessing this cache directly. Okay, we are not actually just displaying it to the UI. I want to access it directly from the React Query cache store. And then down here, I'm going to optimistically update this data. So down here, I'm going to say optimistically update the data before the request is processed, before request is processed. And down here, I'm going to say query client dot set query data, passing the key, which is going to be the user details, and then we're going to pass in the username of the user, we are trying to update their cache. So what we simply want to do is that we don't want to update the entire user data, okay, because the user has username, email, and stuff. We want a particular field called is following. So what we're going to do, we're going to spread up this previous data. I'm going to spread this up. Then I just want the is following from inside this object, and I want to set the is following to the opposite value. Okay, so basically if it's following is true, I'm setting it to false, and if it's false, I'm setting it to true, I'm setting it to the opposite value. So now we have to actually handle for when this actually fails, because when this fails, we don't want to display to a user that we have successfully followed the user. So for when the request fails, we have to handle that. So down here I'm going to say on error, if the request is not successful, there's an error, then we can console.log error.message, and then down here we can say query client dot set query data user details, and then we'll pass in the unique username of the user. We'll set the query data to previous details. Okay, and also we're going to do the same thing for the follow mutation. So right here I'm going to say an error basically going to do the same thing we did here. So I just copy this and I'll just paste that right here. Format this. So what's going to happen is I won't click on follow. We're going to update the cache and also the is following optimistically, hoping that the request was successful. Now, if there's an error, we're going to revert it to the previous state. That's why we're getting the previous state up here, okay? Now, let's test this out. So I'll click on follow. You see immediately, we actually get the following right here, okay? And then you can see right now, follow as follow. I won't click on follow. You can see right now immediately we get the feedback right here. The button changes immediately, and then you can see this one actually changes. Great. So now we are done with this one. So we're going to work on the follow for this one right here, on this follow button right here, okay? So I'm going to head over to that left sidebar, that right sidebar. I'll go to that right sidebar component, SRC component. Then I'm going to go to general and I'll go to right sidebar. Okay. So basically what we want to do in that right sidebar is that we won't click on follow. We want to invalidate this follow suggestion, because when you follow a user, there's no need for you to see the user as a follow suggestion. So we're going to actually see other users, or if there's no other user, we're going to see a message when that shows that you've actually exhausted users you can actually follow. Okay, something like that. So I'm going to go back to Visual Studio Code. This is already a client component, so I can actually make use of the mutation. So up here I'm going to say const. Our destruction what we're going to get is going to be equals to use follow user, and then I'm going to destruction add the mutate, which I want to call follow user mutation, and then I'm going to get the expanding. I don't think we use the expanding in this follow button. We didn't make use of this following and unfollowing. In here, you can make use of these two expand this following and unfollowing to actually disable the button where you're actually following a user, to actually prevent the user from firing duplicate requests when a certain request is being processed. So if the following is being processed or the unfollowing is being processed, we don't want the user to click on the button, you actually fire another request. Okay, that's going to lead to bugs and errors. So what we're going to do is say const loading is going to be equals to following or unfollowing, which is these names we have right here, this expanding stage right here, following and unfollowing, which means this loading is going to return true when any of this is true. If unfollowing is true, it's going to return true. When unfollowing is true, it's going to return true. It's only going to return false if both of them are false. So I'm going to copy these. Then I'm going to actually hook this up to the button. I'll say disabled. It's going to be equals to loading. And also for this one, I'll say disabled. It's going to be equals to loading. Okay. That way, we can now actually click on this button and actually fire this handle follow request if either of this is actually still processing, they are still pending. So right here, we're going to call this expanding. Now we don't have another expanding, so I can leave this as expanding. Then right here, we can actually make use of this mutation. So I'll create a function const handle follow. This will be equals to an arrow function. Now this function is going to take two arguments: user ID that is going to be of type string, and this is going to take a username that's going to be of type string, like that. And also we're going to need the authenticated user ID. So up here I'm going to say const session as a logged in user is going to be equals to use session. Okay, get that from NextAuth, and then now you say const auth user ID is going to be equals to session.data.user.id, like that. And then in here I can make use of the follow user mutation. I pass in the user ID, pass in the username, then I want to pass in the auth user ID. Great. And as usual, up here I'm going to say if no auth user ID, I'm just going to return, basically break the code right here. And finally, all we have to do is just going to copy this right here, and then we're going to hook this up to the button right here. So I'm going to say on click, I'm going to fire an arrow function. I'm going to fire this function right here, and then we have to pass two arguments. Okay, it's going to be, because the two arguments we have to pass are going to be the user ID and the username. Since we already map it through the data, we're going to say user dot the ID of the user we're trying to follow, and then user
dot username like that. Sorry, spell that username correctly. Username. Format this. Great. Now, when we follow a user, the query is going to up this follow. Remember that we said that from the use follow, we said that when we actually follow a user, where's our use follow right here, we're going to update the follow suggestions. Okay, remember that the follow suggestions, we are excluding the user, a logged in user already follows. Okay, so when we follow this user, when we follow these users right here, when I click on follow and this button doesn't have a cursor of pointer, so I just actually do that. Go to right sidebar. The button right here doesn't have a cursor of pointer, so I'll give this a cursor of pointer. Now, when we click to follow a user, I want to click on Igbo in Mono. You're going to notice that when we click on this, it's actually going to make the request to actually follow this user, and then we're not going to see this user right here because basically we already follow this user. So the way we use the query to fetch suggested users, we only fetch users that we don't follow yet. Okay, great. So which means when we follow Jendo, we're not going to have any users. We have to display a UI, a JSX right here to tell the users that you no longer have any suggestions to follow. So let's do that. So basically in here, I'm going to say if users dot length is equivalent to 0, which means there's no users in this users array, then we want to render this JSX right here as we're going to render this JSX right here. Okay, so I'm going to use an MC fragment. So in here we're going to render this right here because if the length is not equal to 0, which means we have a user to actually map through, so I just render this right here. Okay, and then up here we're going to return a div, the Tailwind utility class of bg dark 3, margin top of 4, padding of 4, rounded of 2xl, text of center, and a text gray of 400. Okay, so inside this div I'm going to have a paragraph tag. We're going to have this text in here, no user suggestions right now. And after that, I'm going to have another paragraph tag. It's going to say you are all caught up. I'll give this one some Tailwind class. I'll give it a text of xm. Sorry, spell that text correctly. Text of xm, margin top of 1, and a text gray of 500. Okay, so to actually see this UI, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say this is going to be true. Yeah, I should actually see that UI in the JSX. Right, you can see right here, no user suggestions right now. You are all caught up. Great job. Now just go back. I can actually see this right here. Now, so when we follow Gen, you're going to notice that the following is going to increase to 2, and then we're not going to have any user suggestions anymore. So I'll click on follow. And you can see right now that the following is going to increase to 2. We follow 2 users right now. And also the user suggestions is going to be no user suggestions right now. You are all caught up. Great. But when we unfollow John, it's not going to actually update until we actually refresh the web page. And you can see right now that the query is going to refresh. And we're going to see at Igbo Tech or Igbo Emmanuel as one of the suggested users. Great. Now you're basically done with this chapter, so you just have to run some links check. So I want to open this up, open up another terminal. I want npm run links. Click on enter, and we have one error. Is pending has sent a value but never used. We didn't make use of the is pending state. That's why you have to do this one a links check to check if you missed something. We didn't make use of this is pending state, so I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to go over to the buffering. Then I'm going to say disabled is going to be equals to is pending. Great. Then I can run another links check npm run links. Obviously, we're not going to get any linked errors. No yes, it one is or errors. Great. So I'm going to do git status. I have some on track files, git add or on git status again, and then I'm going to add or commit all these files in the staging area. So I'll say git commit dash m. What feature did we add? Added follow functionality. I'm going to commit that, and that's going to actually commit the changes we made to our code base in this chapter to our main branch. And then we can just sync this to our remote origin. Click on sync changes, click on OK. And that's all for this chapter. I'm going to see you in the next chapter.